Good afternoon, cricket lovers. It's that day we all have been waiting for, the grand finale, as we come live and exclusive from the Karwan Cricket Stadium here in Ajman for the 7 Districts presents Emirates D50, powered by Fancode. It's two top-notch teams battling out in the big grand finale of the D50 series. Right then, we've got the men in yellow, the team Abu Dhabi, who qualified directly for the finals, and then the men in orange who played out yesterday in the semi-finals against Sharjah and made their way out to the grand finale as well. It's a beautiful afternoon, a bit sunny, but the breeze across the ground helping a little bit to the bowlers probably in the initial first couple of overs. So it will be interesting to see what's in store for all of us. Without wasting any of our time, let's head down to the center where Ahmed Khwaja is with the pitch report.
Finals day here at the 7 Districts presents Emirates D50 2025 powered by Fancode. We are here at the Karwan Sports Club. So let's take a look at the 22 yards. It is the same wicket that we used yesterday. So there is a bit of wear and tear, and there is that greenish tinge throughout as well. So it could be a bit tacky, a bit too-paced, and I think the safest option will be to look to bowl first, because of course there will be dew under the floodlights as the evening progresses. Overall, it's a pretty decent batting wicket, I would say. 240, 250 could be a winning score, but the dew, for that you would need another 20, 30 runs on board. So I would look to target around 270, 280 and maybe then look to chase.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Khwaja. It's a similar wicket as you rightly mentioned, so it will be an interesting contest between both the teams. It's about the patience, it's about the perseverance. Right then, we've got both the captains and the match referee with Ahmed Khwaja for the all-important toss at the center.
Toss time for the grand finale of the 7 Districts presents Emirates D50 2025 powered by Fancode. I have the VIPs alongside me here in the middle of the Karwan Sports Club. Leading team Abu Dhabi, of course, we have the living legend Rohan Mustafa. Leading team Fujairah, we have the exciting left-arm spinner Keshav Sharma. And of course, our match referee Mr. Akbar Ali. It's going to be Abu Dhabi to flip the coin. Heads is the call. Watch out. It's a tail. It has come down as tails. Rohan, you have won the all-important coin flip. What have you decided?
We're going to bowl first.
And bowl first, looking at this track, what do you make of it? What is your assessment?
Even yesterday I was looking at the match, ball turn a lot in the daytime. Yes, of course, Sharjah did a lot of mistakes in the later on, but in the evening, a little bit dew comes in, which helped the batsmen, and I believe if we restrict them under 250 or something like that, it will be good for us.
Rohan, your performance in the D50 has been mind-blowing. How do you keep yourself motivated? How do you keep yourself fresh even after achieving so much in your glorious career?
Honestly, when I play whatever cricket it is, I always play from my heart. And of course, when I play for Abu Dhabi, I have a lot of good relation with Abu Dhabi. And you know, when you make a team by yourself, so you want them to win, and that's what I'm doing.
Team changes?
Yes, there is changes because Junaid comes in, but there are 2-3 changes. Honestly, I don't remember, but yeah, there is.
We always love your honesty. Best of luck, Rohan.
Thank you very much.
Keshav, unfortunately lost the coin flip. If you had won it, what would you have done?
Oh, look, whether bowl first or whether bat first, if you do well in that department, then only you can win the game. So obviously we would have also bowled first, because later on the dew comes in and it helps the batsman. But if you bowl in the right areas, as we did yesterday, so you can change the game turn around, and you can, because 2 balls are using, so the dew we can manipulate.
And of course, he had a thrilling win yesterday against Sharjah. How are the emotions? How are the mood like in the dressing room right now?
Yeah, it's always a tough game with Sharjah, whether it's T20 or it's D50. So it was like good fight with Sharjah, and they're also a very good side, and we were happy because we lost in the league stage, and we were very happy that we beat them in a knockout game.
Team changes?
No changes.
Best of luck, Keshav. Right then, news from the center. It is Abu Dhabi who have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Thank you, Ahmed Khwaja. Team Abu Dhabi winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Let's have a look at the squads. Fujairah, Ashwant Waltappa, Mayank Chaudhary, Adib Usmani, the skipper, Rais Ahmed, Harshit Kaushik, Rohit Rathi, yet to find that form, Keshav Sharma, Hardik Pai, Hafiz Rahman, Nabil Aziz, and Sabir Rao will finish the playing 11 for Fujairah. And for Abu Dhabi, Rohan Mustafa, Junaid Khan Afridi, Usman Masood, Shehan Veeraratna, Ali Abid, Basil Hamid, Ethan D'Souza, Syed Haider Wasisha, Mohammad Nadeem, Haider Razak, and Siam Khan will conclude the playing 11. So we are all in readiness for the match to begin, and it's perfect time for me to introduce you to my co-commentator, Atiq Nizam. Atiq, welcome back to the Combox, and it's always a pleasure to have you in the Combox. What do you make of the surface? And we are in for a good battle.
Well, thank you very much, Rizwan. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Well, what a magnificent day we are having here at the Karwan cricket grounds here in Ajman. Beautiful conditions. And well, it's the biggest of them all, isn't it? The finals of the D50. And two of the best teams going up against each other for a shot at glory, to say the least. The main Abu Dhabi bowling first, and well, they've certainly got a job to do. And just to answer your question, Rizwan, certainly promises to be a magnificent encounter today, isn't it? It's all to play for. Two very, very good teams, and I'm sure they'll certainly look to getting a hand on that trophy. Here we go, ball number one begins with a very good line and length. Nicely bowled there by Haider Razak. Good start here to the innings.
A beautiful afternoon, a wonderful day for a good game of cricket, and the men in yellow shining out in the center. And looking at the field, they've got deep third and long leg outside the 30-yard circle. Ashwant Waltappa and Mayank have opened the innings for Team Fujairah. And Haider will be bowling his first over for Abu Dhabi.
Oh, that moved away from the left-hander, Ashwant Waltappa. Well, he's in red-hot form, I'll tell you. Just a couple of days ago, scored a magnificent 100 at the ICC Academy in the ongoing Arabian Cricket League as well. Playing for his team, the DCC Starlets, Ashwant Waltappa. He's been in excellent form. And now he's got a job to do here for his team in this all-important final. And mind you, this is the 50-over format, so he's just got a bit of more time to perhaps get his eye in and then bring his strokes out.
He certainly has been in good form. Scored a 50 the other day and has been in good nick. It's just that he was a bit disappointed that he could not convert that into a bigger one. Perfect platform for him and a perfect occasion as well. It's the big finale. This is where you got to rise up to the occasion. These are where the champions are made, the match winners are made. And I think it's a perfect opportunity for all the players who are playing out there to showcase their talent and prowess.
Well, it's been a very good start here by Haider so far. He's just been about that fourth stump line, just not trying to do anything out of the ordinary, just relying on getting his line and length right. And mind you, inside the power play overs, it's going to be crucial that both teams carry that onus on towards the latter half of the innings. Fujairah, they will want to get a good start, especially both Mayank and Ashwant. They look to bat long and bat deep. There is plenty of batting yet to come. Watchfully played and not picking up a run there.
Yeah, both the teams, I would say, equal in terms of the strengths. Both of them have got the heavyweights. Talk about Rohan Mustafa, Adib Usmani in Team Fujairah, Ashwant Waltappa. You talk about Ali Abid. When you do that comparison between the players, both are equally poised teams, and both of them have done well in the D series so far in the tournament, and no wonder why they're playing the finals. And at the same time, whilst I'm talking about the teams, I think it's the end of the over. We'll talk more about it. It's none for none.
All right, so it's the slinger opening the bowling from the other end, and straight away a full toss to Mayank Chowdhury, who flicks it off his pads for a boundary through that square leg region, and a great start here for Fujairah. A very, very good way to get off the mark for Mayank.
Well, the first over, mind you, was a maiden over, and this one, a juicy full toss, string down the pads, and Mayank had absolutely no qualms whatsoever just to guide it towards the fine leg region for a boundary. A good start for Mayank, and Team Fujairah gets off the mark with a boundary.
Well, he's an exciting talent, isn't he, Siam Khan? Picked a 5-4 in the last of the league games a few days ago. 5 wickets that made sure that he's put his team on top against Ajman. A special talent, this man. He can hit the Yorkers at will, just as we see all the slingers, even in international cricket, started from the great Lasith Malinga, who have those sling arm actions. It is very difficult to get that control sometimes, but when you do manage to master your action, it can be a very potent tool to have. Once again, hitting that Yorker length, watchfully played there by Mayank.
Well, he did create some turbulence in the ongoing D50. Atiq Nizam has been immaculate with his lines. He's got that slingy action, which he also generates that extra bit of pace as well. So troubling the batters early on. Has got that away moment as well. So an interesting youngster to watch out for in the UAE domestic circuit, Siam Khan.
Once again, bowling wicket to wicket here, Siam Khan. That's what I really like about him. Not express pace, but he can get that slight movement off the deck. And
top-notch teams battling it out, and they have that ample of time left. It's a long format. Mank as well, once he gets going, he's a treat to watch, quite dangerous.
Once again, he's been absolutely spot on with those Yorker length delivery, Shyam. Well, that's a very good point there, Rizwan. These teams, especially when you look at the likes of a team like Abu Dhabi, I'd say, they definitely seem stronger on paper. They have the likes of Rohan Mustafa, Basil Hamid, some very, very big names, and when they get going, no score is too big for them. Solid forward defense. Good comeback after being hit for a boundary of the very first ball by Siam Khan. 4 runs coming off that over. 4 for no loss after 2.
Either to continue, bowled a brilliant first over, a maiden over, starting the game for team Abu Dhabi. Ashwant Waltapa yet to get off the mark. It takes his time. What a beautiful delivery yet again. That is consistently eyeing that 4th stump channel.
A tall, lanky fast bowler, isn't he, Haider Razak? Always an advantage if you're a fast bowler with that extra bit of height. And sometimes it can just be that much tougher for a batter going up against a tall fast bowler who will get that extra bounce. Sometimes just around that good length, it would come to at a very awkward height, just like that. Once again, not bowling too short, but because of that height, the moment it went past the batter, it was around his hip length. Once again, he's been immaculate with his lines and lengths here, Haider.
On the trot, he's bowled 8 deliveries without giving away a single run. That goes out to prove how valuable of a player he is in a power play as well, and I'm just a bit perplexed with the sort of decisions that are being made. Ashwant Waltapa quite strong. He's considered as a finisher for Team Fujairah. He's won the many matches batting at number 6 and number 7, and I'm not too sure if this is a right gamble. Yes, they did ask him to play or to open the innings in the semi-final as well. He did score 40, but I reckon with a batter of Ashwant Waltapa's caliber, he's better off playing that middle and lower middle order role.
Well, I think it's something to do with his current form as well, which he played a couple of days ago. Scored that brilliant 100 opening the batting, as mentioned previously. So, yeah, it was a different format. But I guess that he's just been given that confidence to perhaps go up the order. I think the first runs for him is just going to be interesting to see whether is it been given runs. And I think, yes, it is been given runs off the bat. So first runs for Ashwant Waltapa opens his account.
You made a very valid point there. It's a different format at the end of the day, I think. I mean, T20 formats is the shorter formats of the game, so you can have that outburst right from ball one. But in a longer format of the game, you as a team, you need such players. Remember, he was part of the Fujairah campaign, and they were the defending champions of the D series. So what I'm trying to put across here is his position at middle order, lower middle order is more valuable than him opening the innings. You have the likes of Adib Usmani, you have Rais Rahman as well. Rohit Rathi, yes, he's not been in the top of the forms, but I think it's that because of those reasons, because the batters not being informed, they probably must have promoted Ashwant Waltapa up the order.
Well, end of the day, whoever gets the opportunity, they have to make use of it. Oh, nicely bowled once again. Well, Haider has had a brilliant start to his spell. 2 overs and he's just given away 1 run. Well, Fujairah off to a slow start here. 5 for no loss after 3. So Siam continues on to his second over now. Well, coming round the wicket with that wide angle there by Siam. Watchfully played by Ashwant towards the point region for a single. Well, they're off to a slow start here, Rizwan. Fujairah, I'm sure they can afford. They will want to get pace off the surface first before they begun going for their shots. Yes, you've got to utilize the power play overs, but also it's going to be equally important that they get a feel for the conditions out there. It's quite hot out there indeed. Temperatures touching close to 40 degrees. We've already begun the summer season here in the UAE. So it can be quite tough conditions out there for players.
Oh, absolutely. But then because of the breeze that is moving across, got a bit of northwesterly winds, I would say, which allows the players to have a breather sort of a thing. You know, when you have such hot temperatures, those breeze will certainly work in the favor. But I think so far team Abu Dhabi has done well. And just to add to the names that you've mentioned, Rohan, Mustafa, they have the likes of Nadeem, who's been in tremendous form, Shehan, who's picked up a century as well of late, Haider Wasisha, who's not looked good in the D series so far, but is one batter whom you can watch out for. Unfortunately, they're missing out on Zishan Abid today because of injury. So, but still, I would say it's an evenly poised team, and they're up for the battle. They're up for the championship. Good delivery, gets patched just in time, straight to the fielder. And remember, Atik, Fujairah were the defending champions.
Well, certainly, it's always a psychological advantage to know that the last time around you did manage to win the championship, and now here once again in the finals. But this time they might have a different kettle of fish to deal with, and as Rizwan, you mentioned, they have some very big names. Abu Dhabi in the previous game, when they did lose a few quick wickets, Mohammad Nadeem came out there, scored a magnificent 60 odd to get them to the 300 run mark, where they then managed to choke the Ajman batters. Shihan Veeraratne also came and played a very, very good knock. And well, they seem like they've got all the boxes ticked here, the men in yellow. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Fujairah go about it. Flicked off the pads, this time into the gap. They might pick up a couple of runs. Well, that would do his confidence some good there for Mayank Chaudhary.
Yeah, it's been slightly off color, Mayank. But I tell you what, if he gets going, he's quite destructive. It's just a case of getting into the groove, especially in the longer format. Take your time out, introspect the conditions, and play accordingly. And Mayank, 6 of 12 for him. A sedate start for Team Fujairah.
3 runs of this over so far. Oh, that's a hit hard. Over point fielder. Running away to the boundary for 4. And, well, a good over was just spoiled by that boundary by Mayank Chaudhary. That was a brilliant hit.
It was in the slot and is carved over the point fielder. A good looking shot from the blade of Mayank. That will give him confidence. That will bring us to the end of over number 4. Headed into his third over. Did trouble Ashwant Valtappa in the first over. Has been going great guns so far, bowling perfect stump channels, not giving any room whatsoever. This will be interesting. We've seen some movement in the air initially, Atik, and there's a bit of turn also available during the daytime, especially when the sun is beating down. It will be good to see Basil Hamid, Rohan Mustafa, and as well Wahab Hassan, if he's in the playing 11, back into the attack.
A solid forward defense there by Mayank. He's looking good during his short stay in the first 4 overs there, Mayank Chaudhary. It's been a watchful start here by Fujairah. Haider has bowled beautifully so far. They look to get a couple of wickets under their belt here, the men in yellow. They can do that. They'll be quite happy. Bit of extra bounce once again. Slightly climbing on Mayank. Very well adjusted by him.
Well, as rightly mentioned by Ahmed Khwaja at the pitch, it's a bit of a two-paced wicket. If you hit the right areas, there's ample amount of purchase for you as a seamer. At the same time, even for the spinners as well. And I would expect probably with the leadership of Rohan Mustafa, you might expect spinners to come on a bit early today, or they might are waiting for the power play to get over.
Stayed low there. Well, that's something that might play in the minds of the batters, isn't it, Rizwan? You saw a couple of balls kind of explode off the pitch around that hip length, and this one was around that knee length. Can be quite concerning, especially if you're a batter.
Absolutely, you've got to be absolutely watching the delivery stride and the release points of the bowlers. just to ensure you're playing it with perfection. At times the ball keeping low, at times that variable bounce as well, the tennis ball sort of a bounce off the surface. So I think they're doing the right thing. The good thing for Team Fujairah is, yes, they have had a slow and sedate start, Atik, but it's the point they've not lost a wicket and have not given any chances whatsoever so far.
Well, indeed, but I must say I truly am very impressed with this young man, Haider Razak. With his lines and lengths, he's been immaculate during his spell so far. Just not trying anything different, just relying on his lines and lengths. Or beats that edge again. Ashwant Waltappa, well, he seems to be slightly struggling with this bit of extra bounce from Haider Razak. 5 done. Fujairah just going at above 3 runs and over. It's 14 for no loss.
Right then, Siam Khan to continue. Full length, right on the money. And even Mayank on the other end is mindful and picking up his deliveries with those looseness on board. I think Nizam, the rest of them, whichever is of good length, is just respecting them.
Well, I just think that sometimes the line and length which Siam is bowling, it can be quite predictive because he's just got to try and mix it up with his lines, his lengths. He's got to bowl in a couple of bouncers, some toe crushers, because when you keep bowling 3 out of the 6 Yorker and deliveries, the batter can expect it. So he's just got plenty of time remaining with the 50 over format in mind. Yes, he can be more effective in the 20 over format. So you just got to try and mix it up and entice the batter to come forward. You got to set him up with a slower ball. He's got to use his thinking cap here, Siam Khan.
And just to add one important thing, in the T20 format, you have those 6 overs of power play and you go bang, bang right from ball 1. And especially in the 50 over as well, I think you've got to take your chances. It's the power play where you have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Try to cash in opportunities. I know it's the longer format of the game, but if you tend to play slow, you are inside your cocoon, you don't come out. You might as well express yourself whenever you have those, poor deliveries coming in your favor. You might as well want to capitalize on them.
Well, when you look at how Fujairah has... if you look at basically how Fujairah has carried on with the innings here, Rizwan, is that it'll remind you of those yesteryears. The pre-1995 era when the opening batters were expected to bat for around 20-25 overs with maybe, if you're like around 60-70 runs on the board, you'd believe that you'd done a good job, and then that's when you had the complete shift with regards to the outlook. Down the leg side, he's got to re-bowl that again. So just to continue on that, Rizwan, then you had that post 1996 era where in today's day and age where you'll find 10 overs, if you've not got around 80 to 90 runs, usually the batting team is not very happy with how they've progressed. It's how the shift has happened, isn't it? And it's brilliant for a team for viewers to look in.
Nicely bowled yet again. Yeah, the change, the innovation, the game has been fast paced, and ever since the introduction of the T20 formats, globally I would say most of the cricket globally it's moved towards a shorter format of the game, and because of which you see that quick outburst in the especially in the power play, and in the longer format. You're absolutely right. Talk about those 90s, they used to take their own sweet time getting into those big scores as well. 250, 240 was considered to be one of, good score in a 50 over format, and at times even 180, 190 was defendable. So yes, you're right, but I think with the modern day cricket, with the kind of power hitters that you have, and even today in a 50 over format, you tend to see that 300 runs being chased down.
Well, I'd say nowadays teams getting to 350 plus is a norm now. And more often than not, even if you get to the 350s, you're not safe. That's how cricket has evolved over the years, and it's good for the game. Well, I think they're asking the question, but missing a leg stump for sure. And it is is it gonna be called a leg by? And yes, a late decision by the umpire.
Just cross-verifying with the square leg umpire, and I think that's the right approach. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, drifting down the pads. Slow and sedate start for Team Fujairah. But the good thing, as I've always mentioned, they still have those. They've not lost that wicket. Both of the batters quite strong. And once they get into the groove, as I always say, they're quite destructive. Ashwant Waltapa, classical left-hander. Beautiful delivery, absolutely right on the money. That's what Siam Khan can produce. 6 over done and dusted, 18 for no loss.
Well, that's short and wide. The first delivery that I've seen, Haider slightly losing his line there. He's been brilliant in the first 18 deliveries of his spell. But sometimes with this heat also, Rizwan, I believe that you should try and target smaller bursts for your fast bowlers especially, because it can be quite taxing with the conditions out there.
Well, absolutely, and especially when you've not been rewarded yet with a wicket, you might as well give them some rest and get other bowlers on board. But I think Rohan Mustafa, he certainly has that peripheral vision. He knows how to marshal his troops and has done well in the outing so far in the D series. So I'm optimistic. He's got a game plan in place and he's working towards it.
Well, Mayank on 13 now of 24 balls. Ashwant 3 of 14. Well, once again, some extra bit of bounce there for Mayank, but he plays it quite well. A bit of slightly not much in control, but he played it with soft hands, and that was the secret sauce there.
Well, absolutely. And when was the last time you played a longer format? I know you love the longer format of the game because you tend to score at about 80 strike rate.
Well, trust me, if you ask me what my favorite format is, if it's the 5-day format, I'd love it even better. Go at a slow 30-40 strike rate, enjoy every forward defense you play. But this is in the air. Very lucky there was no fielder backward point. Another single, and Ashwant once again, I feel, Rizwan, that he's just still trying to reach and feel the ball away from his body, and not the right ploy in the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to be careful and mindful as he's struggled clearly against Haider. And look at those figures from Haider. He's into his 4th over and has just given away 2 runs. Absolutely impressive from Haider Razak in the grand finale. Another beautifully. It's cut him into a half. Beautiful delivery from Haider Razak. It will be nice if you would be rewarded with a wicket here today, Atiq Nizam.
Well, I just have something to just to share my thoughts, I just feel that he reminds me of the great Glenn McGrath. Not that I'm drawing any comparisons between the great, but I'm just referring to the lines and lengths that Haider is bowling. He's just not trying anything different, just hitting those good lengths and let the surface do the talking with some slight inward and outward movement. And he's just been spot on so far.
Nicely played. And that will bring us to the end of over number 7. Fujairah are 20 for no loss. Right then, for the first time, we see a change in the bowling. It is Rohan Mustafa who's introduced himself into the attack. And it's the right time for me to introduce you to Ahmed Khwaja, as we have a change in the comment box as well. Ahmed, welcome back. It's good to have you back in the comment box.
Oh, good afternoon, Rizwanur Rahman. Thank you for that lovely welcome. Solid opening partnership here for Fujairah so far. Oh, slightly uppish there, not quite to the pitch of the ball. But that has been the trend of this wicket. It feeds slightly on the slower side. The ball is not quite coming onto the bat.
It does not. You're absolutely right. You were at the pitch report. You did mention it's a two-paced wicket. But I tell you what is crucial for Fujairah is to hold those wickets in hand. As long as they can do that till the next, let's say 10 to 12 overs, irrespective of the run rate that they're scoring, they can look for a bigger score. Yesterday, similar wicket, they managed to get 299 runs on board.
Absolutely, and you have two very experienced players in the middle. Both have been capped by the UAE, Ashwan Valtapa and Mayank Chaudhary. They like to bat for time. So patience is the name of the game for sure. Rohan doing a tidy over so far. Trying to play as straight and as possible, and that's the key. That is what is required on a slowish wicket. Don't try to play square of the wicket.
Rightly said. Talking about Rohan Mustafa, he's been in some sublime form, picking up wickets quite comfortably, and also has been scoring runs at will, Rohan Mustafa. And that will bring us to the end of over number 8, 23 for no loss.
So Haider Razak to continue. Great energy levels and stamina being shown here by the right arm seamer. It's a very, very hot afternoon here. It's about 38 to 41 degrees easily. There's not much of a breeze either. But to have the ability to bowl 5 overs on the trot just shows what a special talent he is.
Well, he's been pulling consistent lengths towards that fourth stump channel, Ahmed, and he's just given away 5 runs. Quite impressive. And the skipper decides to continue with him. Whilst he's given some rest to the slinger, there is an opportunity if it would have been a direct hit. A single taken on that occasion.
And he's been able to extract that bounce as well from this wicket. There you can see, well played by Ashwant. Just soft hands, drop and run. That is the name of the game. 300 balls is a lot of time to spend in the middle, Rizwan. That is for sure. That is something that our domestic cricketers need more practice of.
Absolutely. And I think they've done well in the series. We've seen, talking about different various teams, talking about Dubai, Emirates Blues, Team Ajman was an absolute good nick till that last league game. Abu Dhabi as well, Team Fujairah. They all had their good times out in the center. They've played out their 50 overs. Yeah, at times they, because of the wicketing conditions and everything. Wonderful experience for the bowler, for the players, and as well as for the youngsters to come out and showcase their talent.
Most certainly, D is the ultimate platform for a domestic cricketer in the UAE. Good looking push off the back foot. There is a deep third in position who will cut it off. But that just shows the quality and skill of Mayank Chaudhary. He always feels like he has more time to play his shots as compared to the other batters.
Absolutely. And talking about the youngsters, talking about Nabil Aziz, who's leading the wickets tally as well. Israr Ahmed, he had 2 centuries on the trot. He missed out on the third one, scored about 88 odd runs. So for such youngsters, and when you're playing up against A-list players, it's quite incredible. And it's joyous to watch them.
Oh, absolutely. Israr is a powerhouse, as we've seen throughout the D tournaments. Nabil Aziz, he's coming into his own, the left arm tweaker. And Rohan Mustafa, he's been incredible in the D as per usual. You would expect nothing less from a champion cricketer like him. Handed over the leadership of the Abu Dhabi D franchise, and he's been outstanding with the bat, with the ball, and in the field.
Well, absolutely. And he's quite comfortable against the seamers as well as the spinners. And as and when he had to accelerate, he did that in the league games. And I think he's still the leading run scorer in the tournament so far.
Absolutely, 400 plus runs to his name. He's been really piling it on. Meanwhile, a good delivery, just hitting the seam on that occasion. Bit of variable bounce. Good to see. Still a slip in place for Haider Razak. A bit close to cut there for Mayank Chaudhary. He does like to play square of the wicket. He's very strong on the square drive and the pull shot. Just needs to be a bit careful against Haider. Solid in defense. And another tidy over from Haider Razak. 26 for none. So Rohan will continue from the far end. Oh, took a bit of time for that single to come through, but it was always in the gap. Ashwant, 7 of 19, so he's certainly taken his time to get going. But he's the kind of player who can dig in and he can anchor your batting innings from one end.
Well, he certainly can hold one end up completely with the likes of Adib Usmani, Rais Ahmed, Keshav as well batted well yesterday. Rohit Rati yet to get those runs for the team. But they've got a very good batting lineup, team Fujairah. And they know how to win the big games. They are the defending champions, Ahmed Khwaja. As we've seen in the last series, they were quite impressive throughout.
Oh, they had a dream run in the D competitions, won in all 3 formats, the D10, the D20 and the D50. So certainly are a champion side. Abu Dhabi, they've been in the mix as well. Won quite a few D tournaments over the last couple of seasons. So it's going to be an intriguing contest. Just that arm ball sliding into the left-hander. Needs to be very precise with his footwork. On that front foot press, you cannot have any hesitations because there is a slip in place and a short extra. He'll just keep nagging away. He'll just keep plugging away for 60 balls, Rohan Mustafa.
And I think they're just waiting for this power play to get concluded so they can get him the top-notch spinner Basil Hamid, who's looked absolutely magnificent. Wonderful fielding there. And with Basil Hamid, we've seen he could produce that turn off the surface, Ahmed, and it will be interesting how the batters will combat him.
Oh, he's a champion cricketer, no doubt about it. Excellent fielding effort there at short extra. Ethan D'Souza, exciting teenager. We already saw him capped for the UAE, playing in the IL T20 as well in season 3. Oh, was there an edge on that one? Beats the bat and the keeper. Not much of a exclaim coming in from Rohan. So maybe it was just a dot delivery. Another tidy over. 10 overs gone, 28 for no loss are Fujairah after the power play. So second power play, now you're allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and immediately the man that you were mentioning earlier, Basil Hamid, into the fray, Rizwanur Rahman.
Well, absolutely. We were waiting for that move as they haven't picked up a wicket yet, scoring at about 2.8 runs. Right, I understand it's a longer format, Ahmed, but still you need to go at about 5 runs an over at least, just to make sure you get to that 300-run mark. Basil Hamid into the attack. Starts off really well. The off cutter, and he's got protection in the deep towards the deep square leg, mid wicket, and a wideish long on.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of cushion on the onside. Will be interesting to see Mayank's approach. Content to deal in ones and twos for now, and you're absolutely right. Fair enough that it's a 50-over game, but still you want to be going at a good clip in the power play, especially. You want to be at about 4.5, 5 runs per over, bare minimum. Taking a look at the field for the left-hander. No sign of a slip fielder just yet. I'd like to see one. There is a short extra cover. So the men in the offside ring are relatively close in, at least 8 yards off the circle. But maybe get a man in a proper catching position as well.
I would love to have slip in place for sure, Ahmed, as you rightly mentioned. Keep attacking. They still are yet to pick up a wicket, Team Abu Dhabi, and that's the only way you get to pick up a wicket. Watchfully played, and a misfield will fetch them a single.
You need to be sharp in the field. Sometimes your mind can wander when it's a very hot afternoon 50-over game. Sometimes you tend to daydream a bit, but it's a big final. Cannot afford to make mistakes, as we've seen in the playoff game yesterday. Even the smallest 1%ers can change the entire result of the match. Didn't read the break of the ball there off the surface. Basil Hamid, encouraging sign that he's getting a hint of turn already.
You tend to see that during the daytime. Ahmed Khwaja has done exceptionally well, and without any hesitation, Rohan Mustafa opting to bowl first. Oh, there's a huge appeal. I think the impact is outside the off stump. A very good decision from the umpire, Imran Munir. That will bring us to the end of over number 11, 30 for no loss.
So it's going to be trial by spin for Fujairah at the moment. Rohan into his third over. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Just that fly drift and a hint of turn away. And he beats him, all ends up. That's much more like it.
That's brilliant stuff from Rohan Mustafa. Tries to cut it, tries to play it a bit late. He's got to be mindful with that. He's got protection in the slip. So this is an interesting battle.
Yeah, he's trying to play him from the crease. That's much more like it. You need to be assured with your footwork when you're playing the finger spinners. Either really commit on the front foot or really go back in the crease. If you're caught in the middle, it will be your end. Slight change in the field as they've just boosted that offside ring. They've taken out the 45 fielder at that fine leg position. So they want him to go across the line, playing with the mind. Won't get past the offside ring. So far the game is in a bit of a stalemate, isn't it?
Well, it is. I would still encourage the batters to pick up those singles and doubles. Ahmed Khwaja, those dot balls are going to hurt them. 4 dot balls from Rohan Mustafa on the trot. Well, I can understand there was a bit of variable bounce initially from Haider Razak, but with the spinners, you need to nudge away, pick up those singles and doubles.
Something has got to give. You can just sense that pressure is building on Ashwant. It will be a maiden coming in from Rohan. Excellent fielding in the offside ring. Score remains unchanged, 34 no loss. So Basil Hamid, the off spinner in operation, using his feet and towards cow corner. It will travel for the first maximum of the D50 final.
Mayank decides to shift gears, and that's exactly what you need from the men in orange. This one was in the slot. He walked down the wicket one-handed and he's got the maximum out of it. The first maximum for Team Fujairah. And Fujairah will be a bit relieved that the release shot has come from the blade of Mayank.
Excellent footwork there. Got to the pitch of the ball. And because he took his bottom hand off, he was able to guide it slightly wider of that long on where Ali Abid was stationed. So a good stroke coming in. Mayank looking to shift gears. Oh, look at that. Using his wrist there to kill the spin. So he's certainly looking confident out there.
He certainly is. He was eyeing for that extra cover region. A lot of real estate on offer for Mayank, especially towards that cover and extra cover region. And now this will be interesting. Basil Hamid up against Ashwant Waltappa.
Well, you mentioned real estate. We have a very skilled real estate agent alongside us. I'm sure he could get us a big investment. Can you give us a finder's fee, please? Just maybe 30%. I won't ask for more. Oh, edged and past the slip. He was slightly squarer, Junaid Afridi. And Ashwant Waltappa, very, very lucky indeed that didn't go to hand.
Certainly was lucky. Fell away from the fielder in the slip cordon, and immediately you can see the change from the keeper Shehan coming in. And interestingly, they do not have a slip position for Mayank. As we can see, Mayank is looking to go big.
So a couple of half chances created, not accepted. Beautifully bowled. That was slightly quicker. So 10 runs off the over already. But I think Abu Dhabi wouldn't mind because they're creating chances as well.
Well, they certainly would not. They've put a lid on the scoring for sure. At the same time, yes, 1 or 2 boundaries, you can expect that to happen, especially from the openers of Team Fujairah. Played along the carpet. Will just be a single.
Yeah, you need to smother the spin because Basil Hamid is bowling a very nagging channel on that 4th stump line. And of course, the right arm off spinner against the left-hander is always in the game. Junaid Afridi will need to be on red alert at that slip position. Catching short extra and short mid-wicket in position as well. Oh, nicely bowled. Was targeting that front pad. So good over for Fujairah. 41 for no loss. So Rohan into his 4th over. Excellent economy rate, just 5 runs conceded. Very, very disciplined bowling, to say the least. But you can see Mayank is now trying to get on with the game here and trying to use his feet, which is a good sign.
Well, absolutely, and that is required from the batters of Team Fujairah. Short pitch delivery, didn't quite get the connection there, Mayank.
Yeah, I was looking for that sweep behind that 45 fielder. He's lucky he got a bottom edge on it. Oh, just flicked his pocket, in fact. Otherwise, that could have been close. No run. He is slightly standing on middle and off, if you notice here, Rizwan. So if you miss a straight one, you'll be in trouble.
Oh, absolutely, you'll be plumb in front. And I think he's got to be mindful about that. But Rohan Mustafa, on the other end, mixing it up really, really well. He's into his 4th over, Ahmed Khwaja, and he's just given away 5 runs.
And always enjoys himself, appealing for that obstruction of field. Of course, he's very much been part of the UAE squad alongside Ashwant, so they have that relationship. He's always a great character. He loves the spotlight. And he's a big match player, if there ever was one in the UAE.
Well, you've seen the way he scored 166 odd runs, Ahmed Khwaja. We'll talk more about it in the next over. 14 gone, 41 for no loss.
Basil Hamid will continue from the pavilion end. Ashwant, sedate inning so far, 11 of 33. Oh, lovely bowling that. Bit of grip off the straight. And joining me in the com box is Mr. Atiq Nizam. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Ahmed Khawaja. Good to be back once again and lovely to share the com box with you after some time. Well, it's been a sedate start here by Fujairah. They've not lost wickets, Ahmed. So that is definitely a positive, but they're just going at, I believe, a run rate of around 3 runs and over.
Yeah, certainly would look to accelerate now with the field being spread, gaps opening up. They have seen off the new ball. Oh, looking for that glide with the ball turning into him. It is a slightly risky shot, Atiq.
Well, definitely cramming him for some space there. Basil Hamid bowling it very close to that off stump. Can be quite a risky ploy. But this is what we know Mayank to do. He's very wristy. Both batters have spent quite amount of time out there in the middle, so they'll have a measure of the pitch now as well. Well, that's once again another single down towards the point region. Ashwant, he's on 13, but coming at the back of that brilliant 100 a couple of days ago in the T20 format. That would also, I'm sure, give him some confidence coming into the finals as well.
He's a very technically sound batter. Using his feet. Is this long enough? Ali Abid, chance. And he puts the catch down. And adding salt to the wound, it's gone for 4. A big opportunity missed.
Well, I'm sure Rohan Mustafa will not be a happy man, and I'm sure Abid will not want to have eye contact with the captain, because that's one of the easiest of chances that is going to be. He made a lot of ground. He ran across, but unfortunately that was an absolute sitter. And as you mentioned, that going down to the boundary for 4 did not do him any good as well.
How costly would that prove to be? Mayank dropped at long on 29. It's all happening at the D50 finale. 48 for none. So a chance gone a begging in the previous over. Mayank Chaudhary, not the player you want to offer second lives to. Bit of a misfield, a rare occurrence indeed for Rohan Mustafa. But one thing we have noticed from our vantage point here, Atiq, is that Ali Abid at that long on position, he's wearing the cap and his sunglasses are on top of them. And you know it's a very clear sky here. Light blue. That white ball can be difficult to pick up on occasion.
That's a good point, Ahmed. But I guess the fact of the matter is the sun is behind Ali Abid. So I think, yes, it is quite sunny. I think it'd be better off with those shades on. But I'm sure he did not have the glare straight on his eyes. So that's one excuse that he cannot give the captain.
Especially being such a senior player himself. 50 partnership meanwhile has come up in the 16th over. So some half chances created and not accepted. Rohan Mustafa marshalling his troops. He's been very, very economical. And he's always been a superb fielder of his own bowling.
Well, always likes to lead from the front deck, the captain, Rohan Mustafa. A man with a bucket load of experience. Once again, very watchfully played there. Ashwant. He's having a strike rate of around 30 plus. Not ideal. Indeed, he'd like to push that up. A dot ball to end the over. Another 2-run over for Rohan Mustafa. He's been very economical. 7 runs of his 5 overs. 16 done, 50 for no loss.
So Basil Hamid has taken a bit of tap. Interesting angle that he's creating here, coming around the wicket to the right-hander.
Just trying to cram the batter some space here. Basil Hamid, once again, a very experienced campaigner. He's gone for a few runs though. Quicker one this time. Smart cricket by the batters, not trying to hit the ball too hard, just a quick drop and a run.
Absolutely, manipulating the ball is the name of the game, especially on a two-paced wicket. The field is slightly spread. There are gaps in the offside and the onside ring. That's what our UAE domestic cricketers really need to work on. That middle game. It's not all about 6s and 4s. We know you can strike the ball clean. How do you build that partnership by keeping that scoreboard ticking?
Well, it's absolutely crucial at this stage that Abu Dhabi find a way to get a wicket here. They were presented a chance in the last over. It was not taken. The question is sometimes these opportunities can come to haunt you very severely.
Oh, absolutely. On a placid wicket, hot conditions, those chances will be few and far between. The only way you can really get the batter out is if they make unforced errors, if they make mistakes. And that was a mistake made by Mayank, trying to clear the long on, miscued it. But this is sliced in the air again. Chance! Oh, just in front of Haider Razak at long off. So Mayank is playing with fire.
Well, a brilliant effort there by Haider at long off. Just look at that full length dive. Once again miscuing it there. A brilliant effort there, one-handed effort. He tried to go with 2 hands, but he thought it was better off with 1 hand, but it was just one of those that he wanted to stick, wasn't it? Again, a good delivery just around that mid line off. Another very good over. 3 runs this time coming off it. 17 done. Fujairah trying to steady the ship. 53 for no loss.
Rohan building that dot ball pressure from the far end. Hasn't quite paid off for Abu Dhabi so far. But we have seen Mayank Chaudhary, maybe a bit of loss of concentration coming in.
Well, I also feel that the batters, they've just been overcautious today as well. Yes, mind you, it is the finals. There's a lot of game pressure out there in the middle. A lot of eyeballs out there. I'm sure the game's being very closely scrutinized. Well, this is again hit very nicely. Very well fielded there on the boundary. It was just a single on that occasion.
A fabulous effort there by Siam Khan at that deep square position. Got to throw off quickly and kept them to a single. Let's take a look at the field for Ashwant. They have the short extra and a slip. Oh, leading edge. So maybe as the ball is getting older, it is tending to grip even when it's around middle and leg.
Well, I think it's about time that these two batters have now spent a lot of time out there in the middle. Ahmed, I think that they need to, one of them at least need to try and take on the bowlers, get that run rate up. Well, this is in the air. This has been miscued. Once again, it falls in no man's land. Mayank Chaudhary is certainly living a charmed life out there.
He'll certainly be playing the lottery after this game. His lucky numbers might come in. He's had 2 or 3 genuine chances gone a begging. This will frustrate Abu Dhabi though, but they have to be patient. Keep playing the waiting game. The run rate is not that oppressive, just about 3 runs per over. Hitting the splice of the bat, it's gone fine. And they will pick up 2. Interesting over there from Rohan Mustafa. Plenty of action. 58 for none. Basil to continue. Uppishly driven, and that's a great shot from Mayank. Clearing the stumps and smacking it over long off.
Well, that is more like it. That's what Mayank Chaudhary has got to do. He tried it a couple of times in the previous occasion, and he was given an opportunity. This one was off the middle of the bat. That one went a long, long way. A maximum and the first 6 of the innings here for Mayank Chaudhary. He's into the 40s now. Beg your pardon, it is the second in fact.
He's certainly taken a liking here to Basil Hamid, one of the finest bowlers of the tournament and in the UAE. He's being put under pressure here, Atiq.
Well, certainly, Basil has been the most expensive bowler out of the lot so far. He's gone for 30 off his 4.2 overs. But he's a very experienced campaigner, this man. He can certainly always bounce back. He's a very, very good all-rounder to have in your team. A brilliant batter. Scored a lot of runs around the world as well. Well, it seems like Ashwant has decided that he's going to play the second fiddle. Hand the strike back to Mayank Chaudhary.
Yeah, that's a good idea. One person being the sheet anchor and Mayank looking to open up. He's moved into the 40s. Certainly is a clean striker of the ball when he connects well. Lovely flowing drive. He makes the game look simple, doesn't he?
Well, certainly does well. When you got a 6 of the very first ball of the over, you don't have to do anything different after that. Just get another 5 more singles of the next 5 balls. You've already got 11 runs in the over. So they do not have to do anything different at this stage, these two. The boundary balls will come up. Just have to keep rotating the strike just like that.
Yeah, now Ashwant is looking a lot more relaxed as well. Rotating the strike regularly, picking up those singles, not dotting it up. And that is the key. You need to make Abu Dhabi and Rohan Mustafa go to their plan B or plan C. Don't let them stick to their initial strategy.
Well ball.
19 completed, 68 for no loss. Change in the bowling. Mohammad Nadeem coming into the attack. Tell us more about him, Atik.
Well, he's a champion, isn't he? Man of the match in the previous game. 3 wickets and 63 runs. And coming way down the order for my liking. For Team Abu Dhabi here, Mohammad Nadeem with the bat. But he's somebody who can definitely change the tide to your side. He's known to be one of those lucky bowlers who can always get you that breakthrough. Also, we call the partnership breaker. And what a better time to get it than now. Just pitched around the middle and leg. Watchfully played there by Ashwant.
Yes, he certainly is the man with the golden arm, like you mentioned. Flight to delivery and confidently driven. So Ashwant, the feet are moving nicely now. So certainly, this is the plan B I was referring to. Rohan Mustafa taking himself off and looking to the left arm spinner to create an impact.
The one thing what I like about Rohan Mustafa is he's always very provocative. He likes to, boss the game by bringing in those bowling changes early on. But with the start that Fujairah has had today, he's had to already go to his plan B, hold Mohammad Nadeem towards the 20th over now. Or usually you do see Nadeem sometimes being brought in early around the 11th, 12th.
Well, that's the value of experience, isn't it? He knows it's the 50 over format. You just need one mistake to get into the game. Then you can really build that pressure and look to add wickets in bunches. Good looking square drive. Usman Masood. Oh, they're pushing for 2 on the throw. And that is a direct hit from the deep. Fantastic fielding from Usman Masood Pandit. And I think he's made it, but that was a stunning fielding effort.
Well, that was certainly a brilliant throw. He had one stump to aim at from that angle, but he just made it look extremely easy. But Mayank, he was extremely quick. He managed to get back into the crease. He's on 47 now of 68 balls, approaching what would be a magnificent half century. Oh, that had some bite to it and a bit of turn. A dot ball to end the over. 3 runs from that over. 71 for no loss after 20.
First time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast.
All right, so the players just had a drinks break. And straight away, it's going to be Basil Hamid who will be continuing his onto his 6th over now. 72 for no loss. Mayank approaching what would be a very well played half century if he manages to get there.
It's important not to lose your concentration after a drinks break. So often we see a wicket falling. So it needs to be switched on here, Mayank. Cut away in the gap, and that will be, or will it? Yes, half century for Mayank Chaudhary with a classy boundary behind the cover point region.
Well, it's been a very good knock, hasn't it? Mayank Chaudhary. Well, it was a slow start. He was given a couple of opportunities today. And especially Ali Abid will be quite a distraught man after missing out on his chance a few overs ago. Well, this time he goes over mid-wicket and into the gap. 2 boundaries in a row for Mayank Chaudhary, and he's beginning to look good out there in the middle now.
Well, the game plan is clear. They are trying to neutralize and take Basil Hamid out of the game. Look at that whip of the wrist towards cow corner. Beautifully executed. Plenty of free spaces on the onside, and he picks the gap to perfection.
Basil Hamid under pressure now. Quick single this time. Well, already 10 runs have come off the first 4 balls. Well, exactly what the doctor ordered here for Fujairah to get that momentum going for them. Now, suddenly, they seem to have got that impetus that they needed into their innings now. 81 for no loss. And Ashwant, on the other end, just going his merry way. Another single added to the tally.
Yeah, now that current run rate has elevated up to about 4 runs per over. So it's just about those 2 or 3 big overs and you get back on track. Concerning signs here for Abu Dhabi and Rohan. Just reaching for the ball outside off. But another good over. Momentum with Fujairah after the drinks break. 82 for none.
Well, so this is the half century of Mayank Chowdhury. Some glorious shots all over the park. That was him. That was his first six. And that was the other second one. Some glorious hits. And it certainly was an absolute pleasure for us to watch. Well, here we go, live again. Genuine outside edge there by Ashwan. They'll get a couple of runs. Mohammad Nadeem continuing on to his second over. Ashwant now 126 of 54. This is a very good partnership. They've managed to up the ante over the last 10 to 15 minutes. Well, this is short and wide. They'll just get a single though. 84, in fact 85 for no loss. And as Ahmed Khawaja takes a break, I've been joined back here in the comm box with Rizwan Rahman. Rizwan, welcome to the comm box, my friend.
Thank you very much, Atiq. They started off slow, but they've managed to shift gears now. Especially Mayank is looking good. 56 of 73 for him. There's a couple of maximums and few boundaries to his name. And he's going up against Basil Hamid. This was wavered down the leg side. This will be an interesting contest up against Mohammad Nadeem. He's into his second over. Watchfully played on that occasion.
Well, a little bit more intent here now by Mayank. He's decided that he's going to be the one who's going to be a lot more positive. On 57 now of 75 balls. A very, very good partnership brewing up here for Team Fujairah. Well, with the kind of superstars that the Abu Dhabi team have in their lineup, the likes of the captain Rohan Mustafa, Basil Hamid, Mohammad Nadeem, to say name a few. Rizwan, I'm sure they'll look at scoring at something above 300 if permits.
If you go by the way they've actually scored, the first 10 overs they were close to the 38-40 runs mark. They took their time initially, they've got their eyes set in, and now we are into this 22nd over. So if you go by the thumb rule of scoring 6 runs an over, so you're looking somewhere close to 132 deliveries and the deficit of about 15 odd runs. And with those wickets in hand, Atiq Nizam, you always can cover that deficit. I think that's the game plan from Adib Usmani and the team Fujairah, and they have done well. 22 gone, 89 for no loss.
Well, so there's a change in the bowling now. There's pace being brought back into the attack. Rohan Mustafa has decided to bring back his strike bowler, Siam Khan. Man of the match in the previous game, 5 wickets. Where he desperately hoped that this man can get him a wicket or two here at this stage. Especially the man who's on strike, Mayank Chowdhury, who's beginning to look quite threatening. A couple of opportunities been given for him previously. And Rohan Mustafa will very, very much look to getting him back into the dugout. Here we go. 89 for no loss. Well, starts off with a wide down the leg side.
Were 5 bowlers used so far. They're yet to strike gold. And what we've noticed is there were a couple of half chances that were created, which were not capitalized, especially the dropped opportunity from Ali Abid. It will certainly haunt him down as every single run is scored by Mayank. And Mayank has certainly shifted gears. platform is laid for a big score. The foundation is set, and it's from here on how they strategize themselves. Width on offer, a quick run stolen on that occasion. This is what you need. Those singles and doubles earlier on, I think, were not coming, but now they're coming with comfort and ease.
Well, that's what a couple of boundaries here and there can do, isn't it? Sometimes when you feel that you're in a shell and you feel like you're struggling to get the runs coming your way, if you can break free by getting a couple of boundaries, then suddenly you feel that flow coming back into your innings. You'll be able to time it better. You'll have a better balance and you'll have a better flow to your innings as well. That's been a long discussed secret as far as batting is concerned. None of us can explain how that really happens. Well, this is in the air. A full toss this time, but Ashwant, he just struggled to find the boundary ropes so far. They pick up a run on that occasion.
Let's break it down from here on, I think. 23rd over in progress. There are 90 runs, 92 runs at the moment. For the 8 more overs, they'll be into the last 20 overs. From there on, they can consider that as the T20 format and they can go big. With wickets in hand, this is the beauty about having wickets in hand. This is what the coaches and the training staff always insist you. And another beautiful delivery from Siam Khan. Gave away 14 runs in the first 3 overs. Has been done quite well so far, but he will be looking for that wicket. Has yet to find one.
You're absolutely spot on. There is one. If they can get to that 150 mark by the 30th over, that would be put them at around 5 runs and over. And then with around 9 to 10 wickets in hand. Well, that's another single. So just to add on to what we were discussing about, if they can get around 9 to 10 runs and over in the last 20 overs, they will get to that 330, 350 mark perhaps if they can get there. So like we've discussed today, we are in the day and age of T20 cricket where big hits are just bread and butter for professional players. So that is quite definitely capable. So they just got to make sure that they don't lose too many wickets in the next 7-8 overs and then they can reassess. Good line and length there by Siam. He's been very good with his lines and lengths, but I'd like to see him bowl in the short balls a little bit more often. Here is one.
Yeah, bowl those short balls. Try to threaten the batters with those short ones. Have a square leg in place. You've got to do something different. You've got to wear your thinking cap on, I think, as I always say. And as this, your frontline bowlers, you need to have that capability to provide those much needed breakthrough. Played towards the deep third, it'll just be a single. That will bring us to the end of over number 23. Fujairah at 94 for none. Nadeem will continue. Ashwant scoring at about 50 strike rate. He would certainly want to provide that impetus required for the team from here on. Mayank is looking good. He's covered that deficit quite comfortably.
But definitely with the start that they've got here now with 10 wickets in hand, 300 should quite definitely be easily gettable. But then again, we've all seen sometimes how teams can lose their way. This is a genuine outside edge. tries to open the face of the bat, just gets it fine down towards the third man region for a couple of runs there, Ashwant. He's just going his merry way at this stage now. He's into the 30s.
Well, credit must be given to the skipper of the men in orange, Adib Usmani. He's been quite impressive throughout the previous edition of D series. They've been crowned champions in D10, D20 and as well as the D50 format. It's not just the players, it's the leadership skills also that matters the most. And I think Adib Usmani has done a fabulous job for the team, Fujairah.
Bit of yes and no there. Very well done there by the fielder. I think that was Ethan D'Souza running quickly across the turf. Just have a look at that. He was quickly off the blocks, wasn't he? Great work there. Exactly how a coach would tell you to throw in that underarm. Quick release of the ball. Just right next to the stumps. Well, this is hit hard and this is into the gap. That's a very, very good shot there by Mayank. But in fact, he's just not able to find the gap. Well, I thought that he managed to get the gap there with ease.
You got all of us excited in the com box, Sadiq Nizam. There was a cover in place and that will bring us to the end of the over.
It's the slinger. Continues. It's coming wide outside over the wicket. Around the wicket, in fact. A very big angle coming into the left-hander. Oh, good delivery. Once again, fishing that outside off stump there, Ashwant. He's not been very fluent with his innings, I'd say. But watching him bat the other day and today, there are big, vast contrasting styles here by Ashwant. He's showing a different side to his game as well. That he has the temperament to also dig deep and play the longer format. But I'd also like to see him be able to change gears when required. He cannot get into a shell. But I thought Siam Khan on that occasion maybe got away with that decision.
Yeah, it's the need of the hour at the moment. I reckon that is what it is for Ashwant Waltapa. Stay out and bat out the entire 50 overs. And as we spoke about this just a while ago, it's about having those wickets in hand. I think that's exactly what is going on in their minds of the team. Fujairah, stay there and then bat out till the end with the likes of Rais. You have Rohit Rathi as well. The likes of Nabil Aziz as well can bat towards the end. So they've got a very good batting lineup. And maybe that could be the reason they've had that game plan after losing the toss, taking their time. And Team Abu Dhabi will have to do something different from here on, Atiq Nizam.
Well, right now there's also isn't any breeze or perhaps very little breeze out there. So the bowlers will also not be able to find that movement that they can find with breeze blowing across. And inside edge this time. Once again, not very convincing there, Ashwant. It's just striking it at above 50 strike rate here, Ashwant. He'll like to get that slightly higher. The 100 has come up for Team Fujairah. And what a brilliant partnership this has been between these two. 100 for no loss. Approaching the 25th over mark. It's been a very, very good start by the opening batters.
Oh, certainly is. They've steadied the ship, and from here on, they've got to get onto that cruise control, as we always say. And Siam, quite impressive so far, yet to get a wicket. Trying to break free, Mayank will just get a single. That will bring us to the halfway stage, and team Fujairah are 101 for none.
Well, comes down the track. That's a very, very good hit there by Mayank. And has that gone all the way? The umpires are just making sure. And in fact, there we go. The outstretched hands of the umpire. That's a magnificent hit there by Mayank Chowdhury.
Beautiful inside out, gets the connection right, and is bludgeoned it towards the extra cover region. Absolutely glorious shot from Mayank. This is exactly what you need. You've got to accelerate, and he's doing it absolutely perfectly at the moment.
Well, they've managed to change a gear here, the team Fujairah, that's for sure. 107 for no loss. Mayank is looking good out there, isn't he? 69 now of 53. Well, they say usually a good batter will always be able to capitalize on the chance been given to him, and he's done that brilliantly today. Another couple of runs added to him. He's into the 70s now.
At this stage, I think, Nizam, you cannot afford to lose on those catches. And you can see how he's ensured he's scoring with comfort, and he's into his 70s now. Another good looking shot. He's found that gap yet again towards the extra cover region. Mayank Chowdhury is putting up a show now.
Well, this is now turning out to be a high quality innings. Look at that once again, giving himself some room, getting into a perfect position to play that inside out, and caresses that gap to perfection. If there was a compass, you'd be able to measure the distance between the two fielders, and it bisected them perfectly. 114 on the board now. Oh, look at that. Look at that for touch. Look at that for class. That's this man able to play all across the pitch. He just get a single there. But he's now beginning to toy with the bowlers out there.
Well, I would love to have that sweeper cover just a little bit widish, because he's bowling those lengths feeding into the batter, feeding into the blade of Mayank Chowdhury, Atik, and he's comfortably getting those runs towards that extra cover region. And Ashwant Waltappa doing the right thing, ensuring he's playing that sheet anchor role for his team, playing the second fiddle, while Ashwant, I beg your pardon, Mayank, playing the aggressor's role.
Oh, that was some bite there, a bit of turn. Mayank Chowdhury, in spite of coming down the pitch, he manages to just readjust his shot. A dot ball to end the over. A big over, a good expensive over for Fujairah coming. Nadeem going for 30 off his 4 overs. 116 for no loss. Well, that's short and wide. Very nearly. Could have easily lobbied that onto the point fielder. Pick up a couple of runs, Ashwant. Well, mind you, he's just maybe a couple of shots away from getting that ease into his innings as well as far as his stroke play is concerned, because he'd like to now start getting a move on as we get to the second half of this innings. 37 for him now.
Wayward delivery outside the tram line, that will be a wide. Well, that could be the reason, Atiq Nizam, that Ibrar has been rested. Well, he's definitely bowling with a lot of pace. Is clocking about 145, 140 quite comfortably. But it's the line and lens which has been a cause of concern for Ibrar. And that could be the reason why Siam Khan has been opted for the finals today, who's been immaculate with the lines and lenses going. And this one was short just as when we were giving the build-up, and it's gone for a maximum. And now it's Ashwant Waltappa who's decided to go big.
Well, that would do him a world of good. He's been struggling out there initially, but now I'm sure he's seeing the ball like a football after having spent 25 odd overs out there. This one was in the slot. All he had to do was get enough bat, and the pace carried the ball all the way for a maximum. The first 6 for Ashwant Waltappa of his innings. That would give him a world of confidence. Well, there you see. Earlier, he was struggling to play that ball outside the off stump. He was missing it more often than not. But this time, just that one shot, the difference that will bring into your innings is suddenly you'll manage to find your feet and your hand-eye coordination along with it as well.
Rightly said, and at the same time, talking about the technical aspect of it, he's got high backlift, perfect shoulder position and the head position. So he's got that ability to maneuver it. With his, we've seen the previous shot, wavered slightly down the leg side, half tracker with that pace on offer. He's catched on the opportunity. This one towards the offside, comfortably glided it towards the wide dish, deep third. He's got all the shots in the book, and I think he's taken the time initially. Now he's trying to, go big from here on.
Better comeback here by Shyam, but I feel that right now Rohan Mustafa has got to give his pacer a break here. Siam Khan, I believe he's more effective towards the latter end of the innings. He's got 4 overs, so if he can bring him in to bowl towards the final 4, where he can bring in those barrage of Yorkers in, where he can bowl it at will, so maybe this might be the last over for Siam Khan of this spell. He's got to re-bowl that again.
Was slightly missing out on his line and length. There were a couple of wavered deliveries, one short pitch delivery down the leg side. Absolutely right. Well, now that the temperature is slightly dropping down, you might as well get another change in the bowling. You've got to do something different. They're yet to find a wicket. Atiq Nizam winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Team Abu Dhabi. Yeah, initially they were controlling those runs, but now I think at this juncture of the game they need to find wickets.
Well, I honestly have to question that decision there, Rizwan. It's going to be very interesting to understand what Rohan Mustafa had in his mind before making that call to let Team Fujairah bat first, because under lights, the ball's going to have some movement as well. But especially when you talk about early on in the innings, at the start day time, the pitches are quite dry. It'll be easier to bat. Well, that's nicely flicked. Straight to the field, and a quick single been taken.
That will bring us to the end of the over. We will continue our discussion after the break.
Well, Basil Hamid comes into the attack. And straight away, outside off stump. And beautifully cut behind square. The fielder, oh, very nearly makes a big miss of that, Siam. They'll pick up 3 runs to the tally. Good shot there by Mayank.
You can't blame Basil Hamid for those runs. He did create those opportunities. Out of all the bowlers that have been in operation today, it was Basil Hamid who created those operations. One was put on by Ali Abid, and there was one close one by Zia Mukhtar. It's been expensive since then. 47 already. But the skipper Rohan Mustafa continuing with Basil Hamid, just trying to extract something out of the surface. And Ashwant Valtapa now inching close to his personal milestone.
Well, another single added to the tally. Well, I just like to hand the floor down to my commentator. We were having a discussion in the previous over, Rizwan. We'd like to know your thoughts as well there.
Well, we've seen the match yesterday, Atik, between Fujairah and Sharjah. Sharjah were chasing down 299 odd runs on board. And it was Luqman Faisal single-handedly, he scored 148 runs. And he was scoring at a brisk pace. Now, talking about the chase that they were doing, what went wrong with Team Sharjah, I beg your pardon, where they lost wickets at regular intervals. When you're playing a longer format of the game, when you have one set batter who's already scored 120 odd runs, you've got to keep him company, which was missing yesterday with Sharjah. Had there was a partnership between Luqman Faisal and another batter towards that middle order, they could have comfortably chased it down. It was Awest in the end who was trying to take control, but it was too late because they already lost 9 wickets. So what I'm trying to tell you is this particular surface, it does have a lot to offer for the batters, and especially when you have the dew factor in place, it is easier for the batters. And that, considering that, I think Rohan Mustafa has decided to bowl first, and there would be anything between 250 to 300. I think with the kind of batting lineup Abu Dhabi has, they could comfortably chase it down. But at this juncture, Fujairah is looking good.
Very well said, there is one. Rohan Mustafa is always somebody who always prefers chasing, especially in pressure games like the finals. Is the biggest of stages here. The 7 districts presents Emirates D50 finals. Ongoing 28 overs done, 135 for no loss.
Right then, Haider Razak to continue into his 6th over, pulled brilliantly, and Mayank gives himself a bit of room, and what a way to welcome Razak and to welcome my co-commentator Ahmed Khwaja. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Rizwan. What a thunderous cover drive coming in from Mayank Chaudhary. Now he's feeling good at the wicket. Backing away from the stumps. It was in the slot. But look at that power and bat speed. That is something special.
Well, absolutely. He's looking like $1 million horse today, Ahmed Khwaja. Has done everything right today. Yes, there were a couple of chances given, but then he's looked flawless ever since then. Subtle change in pace. Straight to the fielder at the point region.
Yeah, he was on 29 when Ali Abid put him down at that wideish long on position. Since then, he's taken a very, very heavy toll on the Abu Dhabi batters. As the ball has gotten softer, the hardness has worn off. His timing has been absolutely immaculate and looking dead set for yet another 100 in the D50s.
They're absolutely rising to the occasion in a big grand finale. Mayank and Ashwant, they've got that plan in place and they're executing their plans absolutely in the right way.
Yeah, this is why Fujairah are defending champs of the D50. They have multiple players they can bank on to come good in the big game. Whether it's Ashwant, whether it's Mayank, whether it's Harshit Kaushik, whether it's Adib Usmani, the skipper, Zishan has been outstanding. Nabil Aziz, pardon me, has been outstanding with the ball. So they certainly are a very well-rounded squad, chock full of champions. Outside edge and gone. Playing across the line is Ashwant Valtappa, and the bowling move made by Rohan Mustafa has paid off big time.
Well, just as when we were speaking, Ashwant Valtappa playing across the line and an outside edge straight into the hands of the keeper. Finally, the men in yellow get a breakthrough. Ashwant Valtappa will have to walk back after scoring 47 of 79 deliveries, just a maximum to his name, striking at about 59.49.
So the skipper coming in at number 3, 140 for 1. So it's a very robust opening stand that has been broken by Haider Razak. Fabulous bit of bowling. Just got that hint of nip off the surface. And what would have been clipped through mid-wicket just found the outer edge of Ashwant's blade. But now they need to strike back to back. Really put pressure on Fujairah here. Flicked in the air and easily off the mark is the stylish right-hander.
Oh, he certainly is stylish and he certainly packs a punch, especially on the big occasions. Has played a lot of cricket back home in India, especially in Mumbai. Let's have a look at that delivery. Try to play across the line and that nib off the surface. And this is where you've done everything right, Ahmed Khwaja. One mistake and then you're out.
Well, that's cricket for you. You can be batting on 399 and still get a good one. Fabulous bowling from Haider Razak. Beautiful glide. And he's looking good at the crease already. Good over for Abu Dhabi. They're finally on the board. 1-4-3 for 1. So Mohammad Nadeem, the left arm tweaker, will continue. Good strategic move with the two right-handers at the crease now. Let's see if he can pry out another wicket here. I'd like to see them put a bit more pressure in the field. Have men in catching positions. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Swiped away across the line. And Nadeem will be kicking himself. He didn't dispatch that for 4 or 6.
Yeah, I didn't find the gap on that occasion. There was a lot of open areas, especially towards the deep fine leg region and the mid wicket and the cow corner. He'll be gutted with that short selection. Respecting the good deliveries is Mayank, inching close towards his personal milestone of 100.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want one of your batters in the top 3 to get a big score. in a major final. He's doing exactly that. Cramping him for room. But he's so relaxed when he's batting at the crease. He never looks hurried. Meanwhile, a misfield will cost them 2. And you can tell perhaps that the lack of wickets is telling on the Abu Dhabi outfielders.
Well, absolutely. And I think, Ahmed, when you've got that wicket, you've got to create that pressure. More often than not, one brings in 2. And it's difficult. I understand Adib is in top-notch form, but they need to create something to pick up wickets here. Played straight down the ground, lofted in the air. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, this is the stage where Mayank needs to be really extra switched on, extra focused. There is another drinks break around the corner as well. And you're just 11 runs away from a major milestone. Trying to flick that away towards the mid-wicket region. Just needs to be careful because this pitch is inconsistent.
And they've been playing with the same squad. This is what I like about Team Fujairah, and I'm quite impressive with the way they've adapted to the various formats, be it T10 or T20 or the 50-over format. And this is what happens when you've got the perfect bonding within the team. We'll talk more about it. 30 overs gone, 147 for 1.
So will be an extended spell here for Haider Razak. Can one wicket bring 2? He has bowled exceptionally well this afternoon. Bowled him! Goes across the line. And the magic man is Haider Razak.
Yet again, trying to play across the line, the similar fashion where Ashwant Waltappa got out, giving an outside edge. Mayank gets clean bowled. Have a look at that delivery. Slightly back of length, and Mayank was trying to play it towards the onside. And Haider picks up a wicket, and that too of an important batter.
A loss of concentration and you pay the ultimate price. It's back-to-back strikes for Abu Dhabi, but a fabulous knock from Mayank Chaudhary comes to an end. 89, but he certainly would have wanted the triple figure mark. So the new batter coming in is another elegant right-hander, Rohit Rathi. And they desperately need a partnership now. That's what we were mentioning. You play the waiting game. Eventually, the batters could succumb. And one wicket brings 2, both openers back in the dugout.
Right then, Rohit Rathi, quite a phenomenal cricketer. Slightly been off colour in the entire D series so far. And I think from here on, Ahmed, if they can consider it as the T20 game and look to score big, but still they would need one of that batter to stay out till the end.
This is dismissal of Mayank, just playing across the line. It wasn't full enough for that pickup shot towards square. And yeah, the death rattle behind you. Always the worst sound in the world when you're well set. And Haider Razak, brilliant. Just getting that movement off the deck once again. Forcing drive, but not quite there. So this is a very interesting passage of play now. 20 overs remaining in the batting effort. Can they double their score here, Rizwan?
But they surely have the batting power. Talking about the likes of Adib, Rohit Rathi, you talk about Rais as well, who's looked in good nick. Harshit Kaushik as well. they bat deep down the order. Keshav contributed with 60 odd runs in the semi-final the other day. They can consider it as a shorter format from here on and start scoring at about 8 to 9 runs an over, and they will be well truly in control of the game.
Inside edge and gone. The wickets are tumbling here for Fujairah. A loose shot from the skipper, trying to drive through the covers, and he's chopped it on.
Well, inside edge, Adib Usmani will be gutted. Let's have a look at that. Trying to play towards the extra cover region, and that subtle change in pace as well, Ahmed Khwaja. Doing the needful for Haider Razak.
Oh, this is an inspired spell coming in from this young fast bowler. And all of a sudden, Fujairah are on the back foot. The captain is gone, 148 for 3. So in comes the hard-hitting Harshit Kaushik. What a stunning turnaround in this game. They were 147 for none, and just in the blink of an eye, it's 148 for 3. A double strike for Haider Razak in this over. Fabulous bowling, bending his back in this oppressive heat. 3 for 17. He's proved to be a game changer for Abu Dhabi. And now Fujairah need to rebuild. They need to refocus. Playing the waiting game has paid off for Rohan Mustafa and Abu Dhabi. They have their foot on the throat of Fujairah at the moment. What a brilliant spell. Harshit facing his first ball. Oh, cautious prod at that one, but he will get off the mark. And with the older ball, just about 16 overs old, to produce this kind of spell. Look at that, first wicket across the line. Clean catch by the keeper. Then once again that nip off the surface, a loose shot from Mayank. And Adib Usmani looking to drive on the up, wasn't to the pitch of the ball. And chops it on. Inspired bowling change, inspired performance from Haider Razak. Now Rohit, Rathi and Harshit Kaushik will need to rebuild. They'll need to dig deep here. What a fascinating turn of events at the Emirates D50 final. A rematch of last season. And it could be a thriller in making. 149 for 3. Superb over. Mohammad Nadeem will continue. Harshit Kaushik. And that's the way he plays. Steps out and slams it over cow corner for 6.
What a good shot that is from Harshit Kaushik. He's just arrived at the crease. And look at it. The one in the slot. And he's made it look so easy. Absolutely magnificent. Walks down the wicket and belted it towards the mid-wicket region.
150 raised for Fujairah in good time. Can Harshit produce an innings here? He certainly will be tested here. He doesn't like to prod the ball around. He likes to deal in boundaries. So Mohammad Nadeem under early pressure. Oh, just a bottom edge. It's gone fine. Long chase for Rohan Mustafa. And And they will eventually rein it in. Good teamwork. They will pick up 3 quite easily. The outfield, I feel, has been a bit on the slower side.
Yeah, especially towards the deep third region, you're absolutely right. They could have picked up 3 runs quite comfortably. And what matters now, Ahmed, since they lost those 3 wickets in quick succession, Rohit will have to play that sheet anchor role that Ashwant Waltappa has been playing. Harshit can go big. It's good to see that strike rate from Harshit.
Yeah, he is always a attack-minded player. Rohit Rathi, a lot more balanced. And perhaps the best way to keep Team Abu Dhabi away from you is just by making runs, putting the pressure back on them. I would like to see maybe another seamer, Siam Khan, coming back into the attack maybe, just to keep pushing them with the paces on the back foot.
Yeah, that could be a good idea. Get another slinger, Siam Khan. Another late push. But this time it will just be a single.
You're trying to play him behind square on the offside. Need to be careful in case one just grips and turns. Nadeem has been slightly expensive as well. 160 for 3. Game is certainly very delicately poised at the moment.
Expensive over from Nadeem after going for a maximum of the first delivery. Watchfully played. That was a good delivery. 32 gone. 160 for 3.
So Haider Razak definitely with his tail up. Can he break the back of the Fujairah batting right here? He's really had to dig deep in his second spell, and he's been rewarded with 3 wickets. Would like to see a slip in there though. There is a short mid wicket and short extra. Beautifully bowled, right on the money. He's found his rhythm, and those lines have been excellent.
Well, what Team Abu Dhabi has done at this moment is they've let an open field, especially towards the onside, the cow corner and the long on, open for Harshit Kaushik. He's enticing him to go after that shot, probably inducing him to pick that outside edge or a top edge. So this will be an interesting contest between Haider and Harshit.
Quick single. Oh, that could have been close. I think Rathi was in trouble there. They didn't realize that it's a left-handed fielder at that short mid-wicket position.
Wahab, gun fielder for Team Abu Dhabi, just came in as a substitute there. Remember, it's a long day and hot conditions out there. Not easy for the bowler especially, but I think Haider Razak is bowling magnificently. He's into his 8th over, and look at the runs that he's given away. Just 19 runs and picked up 3 wickets.
Oh, he's an outstanding prospect. Inside edge once again. They're playing those horizontal bat shots on a 2-paced wicket, and that could spell trouble for them.
Got to play with straight bat, as you rightly mentioned. And almost another inside edge could have easily went on to crash onto the stumps. He's done exceptionally well today, Haider Razak.
Yeah, what I like about Haider is his fitness levels are excellent. He's an unbelievable fielder. He's taken some blinders in the outfield all across the UAE. And he can maintain his pace throughout the duration of the day. That's not something every fast bowler in the UAE can do. Wild slash at that. Well, we were expecting Rathi to be the sheet anchor. He has some other plans.
Well, and it would be interesting to have a slip cordon in place, as you rightly mentioned, because he's looking to play towards that offside region, Ahmed Khwaja. Rohit Rathi, slow start for him. And given the number of overs left, Team Fujairah would want to cash on a big total here.
Yeah, you do feel they need at least 280 on board to account for the due. That will come in later. Firm drive. And the ricochet has gone past the mid-on. Rohan will rein it in. But that is a much better shot coming in from Rathi.
Will give you a lot of confidence as well, especially when it is coming from the sweet spot of the bat. But what matters the most for Fujairah is a partnership is what is required. They've done well till the first 25, 28 odd overs. But after losing those wickets at regular intervals in a spot of bother.
Yeah, you don't want to throw away the good work done by Mayank Chaudhary and Ashwant with that 147 run opening stand. Slashed away, and once again it's a ill-disciplined shot, I would say, from Rathi. He's flirting with danger. 164 for 3. So Mohammad Nadeem being given a break. Basil Hamid coming back into the attack. What do you reckon about this bowling change, Rizwan?
Change of ends for Basil Hamid. Initially was bowling from the commentary box end. Played it late. The short third fielder, Rohan Mustafa, will cut it off. It'll just be a single. Interesting move. Probably with the likes of Harshit out at the centre, he would like to go big against Basil Hamid.
Yeah, has to be careful, especially if he's targeting the onside against the spin. Let's see if Basil can bounce back. He took a bit of tap in his first spell. Well, that was a loopy full toss. And Harshit, in another frame of mind, would have sent that out of the Karwan Sports Club.
Well, absolutely. That was a juicy low full toss on offer. On any other day, I can confirm that Ahmed, he could have belted it towards that corner region. Just missing out on that opportunity there, Harshit Kaushik.
A reverse hit has ballooned over short third, and even Rohan Mustafa can't catch up to it. That's a very enterprising shot coming in from Rohit Rathi.
Improvisation from Rohit Rathi, and I think that's exactly what you need if you're not able to get those runs off the straight bat. It was marginally short, and he's played it to perfection.
Yeah, well executed there. So he's certainly looking to be aggressive against Basil Hamid. Not a bad idea. Match is delicately balanced though. Out comes the ramp. Beautifully played. And this will travel back-to-back boundaries.
Basil Hamid will be disappointed with that. Another ram shot coming in play from Rohit Rathi with not much of pace on offer. The ball still tends to travel over the boundary ropes. Two back-to-back on the trot for Rohit Rathi.
He's certainly toying with the mind of Basil Hamid here with these unorthodox shots. So he's come out with a definite game plan. Go after the spinners and pacers alike. The call is for 2, but they'll settle for 1. So looking busy at the crease. And that's what you want from your middle order batter after a long partnership. You don't want them to take too much time to get set.
Well, absolutely. And I think both of them are doing well now. Harshit Kaushik and Rohit Rathi in for a big score. Some changes to the field. He's got a packed offside field, and that's exactly where he's got a bowl. Anything down the leg side, he will be punished. Watchfully played by Harshit Kaushik. That will be the end of the over.
So Haider Razak will be given a reprieve. And Siam Khan, the slingy right arm quick, coming into the attack. Rohan Mustafa just offering him some advice. It's been a long interval between the overs, and that's why umpire Imran Munir is just telling them to get on with the game. It looks like Siam will be taken off the bowling. Rohan Mustafa coming back. 175 for 3. Can they get up to 300, 310 here? Could be a challenging chase even for the mighty Abu Dhabi.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in a final and a grand finale, it's not always easy. When you have those mammoth score, 280, 270 is considered a very good score on this particular surface. And when you, even though if you have that very good batting lineup, let's talk about the bowling aspect of Fujairah. The likes of Nabil Aziz, Keshav as well, picking those wickets quite regularly of the top orders. So it's not going to be an easy one for Abu Dhabi as well, Ahmed Khwaja.
Oh, most certainly. They have a very good all-round bowling attack as well. The likes of Hafizur Rahman, Sabir Ali Rao. He's getting a bit of grip and turn though, Rohan. So that is encouraging. Look at those figures, absolutely brilliant. Economy rate is just around 2 per over.
Oh, absolutely magnificent. Leading from the front as a skipper, Rohan Mustafa, not just with the ball, with the bat and also in the field. It's been quite animated. He's picked up some wonderful catches in the slip cordon as well, and certainly making a statement in the D series.
Oh, absolutely, he is purely a world-class performer. Was in the top 10 rankings of T20I all-rounders or the ICC rankings for many, many years. Beautifully bowled. Is there an edge? Umpire says no. It was a bit of a delayed appeal, I felt, coming in from the wicketkeeper Shehan.
Rohan was not interested, and umpire Imran Munir has got eagle eyes, quite watchful, and a very good decision from him as well.
Yeah, polite inquiry at best. Harshit Kaushik, he does look a bit awkward when he's trying to defend the ball. Something very unnatural to him. He's more of a see ball, hit ball character. That's a lot better. A lot more precise with his footwork.
Loves the shorter format, isn't it? Especially the T20s and the T10s. Harshit Kaushik bludgeons the ball to all corners of the park. He loves a little bit of pace on offer. Harshit Kaushik. 13 of 11 for him.
Yeah, that back of length stuff from the fast bowlers. He loves to target that square leg, cow corner region. And he has the ability to play the ball behind square on the offside as well. So once again, a slight delay for some reason. Maybe the ball has gone out of shape, yeah. And I think with that, there will be a change in gear for the batters as well. 176 for 3. Just on the 35 over mark.
For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast.
Oh, outside edge. So we're back after a mini drinks break. 35 overs completed as Fujairah look to get back on track via Harshit Kaushik and Rohit Rathi in the middle. So Basil Hamid being pulled from the attack quickly. Was leaking quite a few runs. And Siam Khan will get a change of ends coming in from the far end now. Oh, beautiful delivery, perfect line in length. And a change in the comb box as well, as Rizwanur Rahman is tucking into his zinger. And we'll have Mr. Atiq Nizam alongside me.
Well, good evening back to all our viewers.
Are you sure it's evening?
Well, it absolutely is, my friend.
Where? In Sydney or Melbourne?
But yeah, having said that, 176 for Fujairah on the board now. It's been a very interesting period of play. A quick single there on that occasion. Well, at one stage, they seemed like they were coasting along. Ahmed 140 odd for no loss, and then losing 3 wickets in quick succession. And these two now again have managed to put on a partnership together. They'll want to at least bat together till the 42nd, 43rd over. And they still have 7 wickets in hand, so they have to target the 300 run mark from here onwards.
Well, that's the beauty of 50 over cricket, isn't it? You can always bounce back. You can always recover. That is exactly what Abu Dhabi have done. A pace, but there's nobody at that cover position. That was in the air for a fair while. Just playing away from the body, Harshit.
Well, if you ask him, he'll tell you that he was fully in control there, Ahmed. But yeah, Harshit Kaushik is a very, very good batter. He's a class act. He's scored a lot of runs of late. He's a very prolific left-hander. Love to see him get going today. Rohit on the other end, runner ball 17. Well, was there a bit of bat? This is going to be interesting. I think might be called a leg by. And perhaps maybe just got an inside edge. Oh no, it's a late decision by the umpire to be called a leg by.
Yeah, what I'm really liking is this brand new venue that is the Karwan Sports Club. Yet another world-class cricketing stadium we are producing in the UAE, in the heart of Ajman. And this is my first trip here, and I'm really, really enjoying the atmosphere. The stands is going to be an absolute beauty of a ground when it's completed. We have a brilliant vantage point here. And it's been designed in that sort of English countryside, you know, somewhere like a ground in New Zealand or in the countryside of England. And I love the way they have constructed it. And full marks to the tournament organizers and the facility managers here at the Karwan Sports Club.
Well, I'm sure, firstly, we'd also like to appreciate Babar Iqbal of the Karwans. He's been for putting up this magnificent facility. Short and wide. Well, also just across the ground where the D50 tournament also took place, the 7 districts facility has also been magnificent. So there's a lot of quality as far as venues are concerned, and now we'll speak more about it in the next over. 36 done, 181 for 3.
So Rohan Mustafa will continue. Was getting a hint of grip and turn in the previous over, really putting some revs on the ball. A catching short mid-wicket in position. Very smart bowling. He saw the feet of Rohit Rathi. He was trying to come down the track, bowled it shorter.
Well, economy rate of less than 2 runs and over. Some outstanding stuff here by the captain. He's been very tight. Well, they've managed to... They're looking for a couple, but very well fielded there by the fielder in the deep. Running across a long way.
Yeah, the fielder you did mention there, Usman Masood Pandit. He could have been a good option as well with his medium pace. Bowls wicket to wicket. Very, very fine cricketer. Strikes the ball hard. And will find the gap. There are runs here. Nicely played by Harshit Kaushik. Just waited on it and back cut it behind point. That's a lovely shot.
He's one of those busy players, isn't it? From the moment he comes into bat, he just likes to nudge it around, use his wrists, not trying to hit every ball out of the park, but he has that capability to do so as well. Very wristy player, Harshit Kaushik.
Yeah, it's not easy to balance all the three white ball formats. You need a different approach, different skill set. Sometimes he gets carried away. There's absolutely no doubt about his batting skills. It's just about the stuff between the ears, isn't it, Atiq?
Well, absolutely it is. Well, earlier, Harshit Kaushik, he scored some magnificent hundreds as well. Taken his team through single-handedly. We'll speak about it more. 37 done, 185 for 3.
Siam Khan, 39 for no loss. He did bowl a decent over, getting a hint of maybe reverse swing going there. Just watch out for the ball. Oh, that's well bowled. And he can be an awkward customer to deal with. And of course, wearing that famous number 99, you should be well familiar with Atiq.
Well, absolutely. And that's where he's actually derived his inspirations. The great Lasith Malinga, with that slingy arm action. He was one of the first to break into the world cricket with that sling arm action, and now you have quite a few of them. Siam Khan, he's truly, and he's got an outside edge. There's a fielder coming under it, and it is in fact, I think, Muhammad Nadeem, who doesn't make too many mistakes. A very, very big wicket, as Harshit Kaushik has to walk back to the dugout.
Well, playing across the line, big leading edge, and good balance there by Nadeem on the catch. Gets a bit of a send-off as well. So just when we thought Fujairah were getting back into the game, they lose a huge player in Harshit Kaushik. A key moment in the game. The men in orange are 4 down. Gone for 18 for 20.
Well, the little jumbo walks out to bat. Rais Ahmed, he's an absolute class act. When he gets going, there's no ground that is small enough for this man. Surprising, Ahmed, that they've opted to bring him at number 6. Like to have seen him slightly higher up the order as well.
I completely agree with you there. He's a pure match winner. I would ideally have him at that number 4 spot behind Adib. But they've opted to use him in the lower middle order role. Let's see if he can execute. Siam Khan, excellent bowling. Rewarded for his efforts. Right in the block hole. That is beautifully bowled. And there you can notice there, I think, that slight curve in the air coming into the right-hander. So that reverse is certainly in play.
Well, let's have a look at that dismissal again. trying to grow across the line there. Harshit Kaushik playing a bit too early. The ball having that slight bit of outward movement, getting that outside edge. A huge wicket under the circumstances. We've all seen what Harshit Kaushik can do as far as the damages that he can instill on the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was that very crucial phase of the game when you thought that, right, they're building some momentum. Harshit and Rathi, they could propel them towards that 290, 300 sort of score. But now the brakes will be pressed once again. Rais will take his time to settle. So the onus is on Rohit Rathi, who's gotten a start here, 19 of 21. Oh, looking for that Yorker once again. Just drifting down the leg side. With that kind of action and with that kind of very low arm angle, there will be inconsistencies.
Well, I said that is what a bowler like Lasith Malinga mastered over the years with that sling arm action. He'd get that toe crushers in consistently, and that did come with years of practice and practice. And Siam Khan still very young, still a lot of cricket ahead of him. I'm sure he will grow with age.
Yeah, not only has he inspired a lot of Sri Lankan players, we are seeing the likes of Ishan Malinga, Nuwan Tusara, Matisha Pathirana, all playing at a world-class level. But even in Pakistan, we have so many slingy bowlers. Zaman Khan comes to mind. We have Ibrar Shah, who's on the bench today. He's also very slingy. Siam Khan is a carbon copy of Lasith Malinga. So certainly a hero. Forcing drive and gone. Siam Khan is changing the game. That's a huge moment. Rais Ahmed straight to mid-on.
Well, this is a double blow. Siam Khan, what an over this is turning out to be. He's got Abu Dhabi right back in the game. Once again, miscuing it. Inside edge. Easy catch to mid-on. And Siam Khan, well, he's certainly shooting. And he's shooting it on target. Rais Ahmed has to walk back without trouble in the scorer's march. It's 5 down now.
Well, what an incredible turnaround in this D50 final. 147 for no loss were Fujairah, absolutely cruising. And 1 wicket has brought 4 more. As now they're tottering on the brink. Next batter in is former UAE under-19, Hardik Pai. Let's see if he can deal with the pressure, severe pressure being built here by Abu Dhabi. 188 for 5. And Rohit Rathi, he will be a key cog now for Fujairah.
Well, Ahmed, losing 5 wickets for 40 odd runs is a collapse of epic proportions here for Fujairah. Exactly not what they wanted. Captain Rohan Mustafa will be absolutely thrilled with the performance over the last few overs. Oh, slightly flirting with that outside the off stump, the Hardik Pai.
Needs to be careful here. The ball has gotten softer. It is gripping and turning. Late glide, but there's no single there. Be careful, Mr. Hardik Pai. Sometimes with the lower order batters, they just look without calling. They start running. So the communication is key. And you have to resist the temptation to play across the line. That is the cardinal sin. Because Mohammad Nadeem is not a big turner of the ball. He's always looking for that drifting armour, trying to thud into the pads or middle stump.
Well, it's always also a new batter walking into bat. We'll always look to get off the mark as quickly as possible. No matter how established of a batter you are, till you get those first runs under your name, it can be quite a nervy time to say the least. But nevertheless, this has been a good over here by Nadeem. Just 2 runs coming off it so far. Last ball of the over. Hit down to the sweeper cover for a single to end it. A decent over here by Nadeem. 39 overs done and dusted. 191 for 5.
Siam Khan will continue. I think he might go all the way here. Only 2 overs remaining in his quota. Oh, was late on that one. There's definite reverse here, Atiq Nizam.
Certainly with that kind of action, more often than not, you do get that natural reverse swing as well. But Siam Khan has been outstanding. The first 6 overs, he was not very fluent with as far as his momentum is concerned, but now in the last couple he's looking quite good.
Yeah, they have a good stable of young fast bowlers, Abu Dhabi. Punishing drive, and that is sweetly timed, but will slow down. Usman Pandit will clean it up, but that's the right approach. Be careful, be ready for the fuller ball, because that is what a reverse swing bowler, that is the kind of length he bowls consistently.
But Ahmed, don't you think it's like a double-edged sword, isn't it, when you look at the fact that yes, they are 5 wickets down and you'd like to get another wicket or 2 here, you'll get into the tail ender, but they'll also would have thought perhaps Rohan Mustafa, if he can hold him back down in towards maybe the last few overs as well.
Yeah, you do make a fair point, but I think he's on the offensive. He's willing to roll the dice that if Siam can get another wicket here, especially of Rohit Rathi, then they can really dominate proceedings and maybe even think about dismissing them for 240, 250. So I don't mind taking a few risks in a big final.
Well, only time will tell. He's still got 9 more deliveries in his spell, but he's bowled very well in the last couple of overs in his spell now. Well, that's nicely flicked. He could have been quite interested there for a second, Siam Khan, if he thought that he tried to perhaps creep in through that bat and pad of Hardik. Bit of reverse swing once again coming in, but watchfully played there by Hardik Pai.
Yeah, it just shows you the immense skill level of the fast bowlers in the UAE. Remember, there are 2 white balls on either end in a 50-over game. So this ball is just about 20 overs old, but getting that reverse, outstanding from Siam Khan. Changes his length and very calmly played. And of course, you're a very active club cricketer yourself, Atiq Nizam. I'm sure you'd love to get out there here in the middle at the Karwan Sports Club.
Well, it certainly is every club cricketer's dream, isn't it? To perhaps play with these superstars of UAE cricket who have a lot of experience playing various franchise leagues across the world. Certainly is a lot of learning curves for these youngsters as well. Oh, good delivery. That's something that I've always spoken about, where Siam Khan uses that bouncer very rarely. He's got to use it more often. A decent over from Siam Khan comes to an end. 40 overs done, 197 for 5. We're into the last 10 overs of the innings. So last 10 overs, 197 for 5. Mohammad Nadeem will continue into his 8th over. Ahmed Khawaja, well, they've also got the bowling power play in place now. 5 fielders inside, outside the 30-yard circle, in fact. Well, 10 overs, 5 wickets in hand, Ahmed. What do you think that they can perhaps get into if they bat well from here onwards?
Well, that's an excellent question, Atiq. I think anything less than 260, 275 might not be enough for Fujairah. Remember, the dew will cause some major headaches for the Fujairah spinners. So that's why they need somebody to play a bit of a mini blinder here. And I think the prime candidate is Rohit Rathi.
Well, you would needed the likes of someone like Ashwant. Oh, good delivery. Quick single. Oh, and just makes it in time. So like the openers, when they had that start, I'd like one of them to actually go on and bat the full 50 overs. It's very crucial, isn't it, in the 50 over format? You need one set batter to make sure that he makes his innings count and stays there till the end.
Oh, 100% agree. You need somebody in the top 3 to remain till the 35th over, get 100, and then everybody else can look to put the pressure and play T20 format style in the last 20 overs. Oh, beautiful bowling. Rohit Rathi just camping on the back foot there. Need to be careful against Nadeem. He's not going to turn the ball big. All he wants to do is strike your pads.
Yeah, he can be a KD customer on Mohammad Nadeem. What you would get from him is his wicket-to-wicket bowling, just like that. He's very accurate, Mohammad Nadeem, drawing in all his experience. He's a big lad, Mohammad Nadeem. Certainly backs a punch with the bat, and he's no mug with the ball as well.
Oh, absolutely terrific all-round cricketer. And he certainly is a power package, like you mentioned, especially against spinners. Very fearsome, clean striker of the ball. Skewed in the air and just in front of the square leg. Will raise the 200 at the end of 41 overs. Well, the outstanding bowler of the day, Haider Razak, back into the attack. 22 for 3. Can he pick up a 5 here, Atiq?
Well, he certainly can if you go by the way he's bowled so far, but what a magnificent spell that was. 3 wickets for 22 runs. He just came in and then picked up those 3 wickets on the trot. Certainly changed the complexion of this finals. It's been a fantastic spell. Once again on, and he's asking the question, but I felt that was going down the leg side. Excellent decision here by umpire Vipin Singh.
He's giving the T for the DRS review, maybe some time in the near future. Yeah, just sneaking down leg for sure. Good decision made there by umpire Asif Iqbal. And that's what he's looking to do. Try to bowl as full and straight as possible. Rathi does have this tendency to just back away from the stumps, so that dismissal could be on.
Well, apologies there, umpire Asif Iqbal indeed. Very, very experienced umpires out there. Both umpire Imran Munir and Asif Iqbal officiated a lot of games and certainly more often than not been spot on with their decisions. Once again. Oh, direct hit would have been interesting. Once again, trying to do a drop and a run there. But let's have a look at the replay again.
Yeah, Ethan at backward point. He was a goner and he didn't slide his bat. Mr. Hardik Pai, your former UAE under-19. That's not how you do it, young man. And he had basically given up.
Well, yeah, that's an elementary mistake, isn't it? They teach you that at basic age grade cricket. That's the first thing you need to do. Ground your bat in. Oh, that's a good looking hit. Just wide of that fielder. Well, sometimes you'd like to go hard at it instead of playing these check shots. Need to try and clear the field as well.
I think, pardon me, Atik, for Hardik Pai, you can afford to have that sweeper cover in the circle, because that would have been a catch at that cover fielder orthodox position in the 30-yard ring. Rohit Rathi. Well, that is very adventurous indeed. Looking to come down the track, and smart bowling from Haider Razak, just reining his length in.
Well, truly impressed with this youngster. The lines and lengths that he's been consistently bowling at. Well, out of the 8.4 overs he's bowled, I'd say 95% of it has just been around that good length, not trying anything too fancy, and he's been rewarded due to that consistency. Look at that for a swing, kind of late movement away. The first of it that I saw him pitch up to the right-hander. Quality stuff here by Haider Razak.
Oh, outstanding bowling here. Caught him by surprise with that away swinger. A lot of skill. Look at that. Just dropped his arm angle a little bit and got that ball to just hoop away from Hardik Pai. And the line was absolutely spot on as well. He's been very, very impressive this afternoon. Well, that's much better. Play it with a straight blade. So a good over from Haider Razak. Fujairah 205 for 5.
.42 overs done and dusted. Mohammad Nadeem will continue. He's into his 9th over. Well, the men in yellow have done magnificently here. 206 for 5, picking up 5 wickets in the last few overs. They've just been brilliant. Rohit on the other end, he's steadied the ship from one end, 29 of 33. He'll need to go on and bat through. Quicker delivery once again, a single. And there's a change here in the voice. I've been joined here by Rizwanur Rahman. Rizwan, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Atiq Nizam. It has been a dream outing for Haider Razak, picking up those 3 crucial wickets for the team. And with those 3 wickets and an additional 2, currently Team Fujairah are struggling as 2 new batters out in the centre. I believe Rohit has spent some time, I beg your pardon. Hardik Pai is trying to find his form. Walks down the wicket, connects but straight into the hands of Rohan Mustafa. And he's got safe pair of hands. Another one bites the dust and Team Fujairah in trouble.
Well, that's one of the loosest dismissals that you can perhaps have. Easy pickings, easy take there for the captain in the deep. And Hardik Pai, well, he doesn't make too much of a mark here. He has to depart. 6 down now. Hardik Pai departs for 8. New batter Keshav Sharma in at number 8. Left-handed batter. Well, he's joined Rohit out in the middle. Losing 6 wickets for 60 odd runs here. Fujairah completely derailing their plans here. Team Abu Dhabi in this all-important finals. Nadeem picking up his first wicket and straight away good delivery. Just hurrying on to the batter. Very nicely bowled there by Nadeem.
Well, that was expected from Hardik Pai to go after Nadeem, and in the process doesn't get the connection right and straight into hands of Rohan Mustafa. And I would have expected Keshav Sharma to come a bit earlier on. He's a left-hander, A. Second, he's in prime form. He's picked up 61, 62 odd runs in the previous match. When you have those batters, when they're in good nick, you might as well try up the order.
It's been a fantastic over here by Nadeem. Just 3 runs and a wicket so far. Oh, bit too close to cut. I think that was slightly a risky option for a single. But 4 runs have come off Nadeem's 9th over. But most importantly, also getting a breakthrough as well. 43 overs down. We're into the last 7 overs of the innings. 209 for 6. So Haider will bowl out here. He's been the pick of the bowlers here for the men in yellow. 3 for 26. Can he get another couple here? Thoroughly deserve that 5-4 if he can get there. Oh, that was a glorious delivery. Well, that one, you had to be extremely good to get an edge onto that.
That was a magnificent delivery. And you've got to be watchful against Haider. Rohit has been steadying the ship. 31 of 36 for him. It is imperative for Team Fujairah for him to bat out till the end. They've got 7 overs left. They've got to see him off and target the other bowlers. And I think he's done right, just picking up a single. And the left-hand, right-hand combination. 210 on board from here on, Atiq. They would look for anything between 260 to 265 odd runs.
Well, provided that they don't lose more wickets. That's quite obvious. But I must say, Rizwan, I'm truly truly impressed with Haider Razak. He's got a good future ahead of him, this man. He's got all the ingredients that you'll want to be for a good quality fast bowler. He's got the height. He's got that impeccable line and length, and just look at that. Once again, hitting those right lines, not getting phased by what's happening around him, which he cannot control.
You're absolutely right, and as you rightly mentioned, if you go by the pitch map of the deliveries that is actually bowled, 90 to 95% has been consistently on the good length, because of which he's not allowed the batters to free their arms, and at the same time has crammed them for room, making it easy for himself. He's done exceptionally well into his 10th over, just given away 27 runs. Quite impressive. Another good delivery, right on the money. Yorker coming in from Haider Razak. But what I understand is not in a stage to pick up 5 wickets, or you never know, he's just got 2 legal deliveries left. But what he's done is he's consistently maintained that pressure at one end.
Well, they say that just like in batting, you have batting in partnerships. Bowling is also very much something that you do in partnership, in tandem as well. And Haider has done that brilliantly. Oh, there's an opportunity, a direct hit. And he would have been, it would have been curtains there for Keshav Sharma. Well, that was once again that live via on the field, Ethan D'Souza.
Well, he's done that. I think this is third attempt. Almost got him. He'll be gutted. Just could not hit the bullseye today.
Well, what a talent this man is as well, Ethan D'Souza. Perfect for that position at backward point. Last ball of Haider's spell. Once again, just around that 4th stump line. And Haider bowls out. What an outstanding spell of fast bowling it has been. It's truly been something that we've thoroughly enjoyed here from the Combox as well. 3 for 29 of his 10 overs with an economy rate of 2.9. He's put Team Abu Dhabi into a very good position. It's 212 for 6. Well, Basil Hamid into the attack, perhaps to bowl his last 2 overs, and it's been slightly expensive today, but mind you, he did provide those couple of opportunities early on. A catch off Mayank Chowdhury went down early on in his innings. In fact, a couple. Basil Hamid, he'll be quite disappointed that his figures do not read what he... Oh, this is an opportunity. Just as we were talking, Rizwan, that he's been very unlucky not to get anything on the wickets column, and he strikes straight away.
Well, he strikes gold. Finally, look at that delivery. And Rohit Rathi just trying to chip it towards the onside, gives it back to Basil Hamid. And Basil Hamid decides to pick up one of his own bowling. Cotton bowled. Rohit Rathi will have to depart. Another one goes down for Team Fujairah. Rohit departs after scoring 33 of 39.
So they're into the tail end now. Abu Dhabi, what a brilliant fight back this has been after being 147 for no loss. They are now reeling at 212 for 7. Basil Hamid striking on the very first ball of his 9th over. And this is a big wicket as Nabil Aziz walk out to bat.
We've known Nabil Aziz for his left arm spin bowling. He's the leading wicket taker of the tournament and a contender for the player of the series. Now he's got a slip in place and all he had to do is stay there till the end. 3 wickets in hand for team Fujairah. Plays well. Of the first delivery, I think it's gone. We'll have to wait for the umpire's call. A bit of mix up there. And it's referred upstairs.
Well, from the angle that we had here, Rizwan, it did seem like he was struggling to make his crease there. This is going to be an important frame. Look at that. He was nowhere close to it. He was nowhere close to it. Basil Hamid, brilliant reflexes. This is just pathetic to say the least. And there we go. The dreaded finger of umpire Imran Munir. Nabil Aziz, he departs. He's gone for a duck. 8 down now for team Fujairah. Well, 2 wickets in 2 balls. It's a team hat-trick, though the last one was a run-out. Oh, that was a brilliant delivery from Basil Hamid. Well, suddenly the pitch is beginning to turn in right angles here.
Look at that. Absolutely magnificent. Jaffa for delivery. This was half-tracker. Was trying to go for the catch there. But in the end decides just to hold on to it. Well, Atiq Nizam, what an eventful match we've witnessed. First wicket, brilliant partnership. And ever since the departure of Mayank, they started to lose wickets at regular intervals. And at this juncture, with 8th down, Hafiz Rahman, a new batter, walks out to the centre, facing the tunes of Basil Hamid. And look at that delivery. That sharp bit of turn and animated appeal from the slip cordon.
Well, I think there was huge daylight there between bat and ball. It was a very animated appeal, like you mentioned. Just have a look at replay at that. Look at that, huge. And look at the slips. Well, what an outstanding over. 1 run and 2 wickets coming in that. Fujairah in all sorts of trouble. 2-1-3 for 8. So last 5 overs in, and it's the captain who brings himself on. Well, this is some outstanding performance. It's a great comeback into the game here by the men in yellow. Rizwan, this is just brilliant. Well, this has been slogged, and a single down towards mid-wicket.
Well, what do you think? Oh, well, I think there's one more down. One more bites the dust. Rohan Mustafa picking up a run out here. Well, Team Fujairah are all over the place. There was never a 2 there.
Well, all I can say is that Team Fujairah have pressed their self-destruct button. Well, what were they thinking? This is what you called committing harakiri. Team Fujairah lose their ninth. Disaster after disaster here. It's 2-1, 3 for 9. Two 1-4 for 9 and in walks Sabir. And it's Keshav Sharma who is on strike. 214 for 9. Well, I've just lost words to describe what's transpired out there is one.
What do you reckon went wrong for Team Fujairah? They had a very solid partnership. First up, they laid the foundation. What do you reckon went wrong from there, Atiq?
Well, I just felt that they maybe targeted a higher score than where they should have perhaps targeted. Maybe they expected to get to that 320, 330 mark, and there we go. Inside the 46th over, Keshav Sharma, when you have 4 more overs remaining, advances down the pitch, and brilliant glove work there by Shehan Veeraratne, takes the bails off in a flash, and Team Fujairah are all out. They are dismissed for 214. This is an outstanding performance by Team Abu Dhabi.
This is absolutely unbelievable. 140 for no loss, and the team is bundled out. Well. Team Abu Dhabi has done exceptionally well ever since the departure of Mayank Agarwal and Ashwant Waltappa. They made sure they came back into the game, right back, taking wickets at regular intervals.
Well, the men in yellow can certainly breathe a huge sigh of relief. Around that 25th over mark, they were quite a concerned team, and now they've just brilliantly fought back extremely well. Very well led by their captain Rohan Mustafa. He's been outstanding as well. Some great decisions to bring in the changers, and that is the batting scorecard. Look at that right at the top. Ashwant Waltappa, 47 of 79 balls. And Mayank Chowdhury laid the perfect launch pad. They were at 147 for no loss at one stage. But then since their dismissal, wickets kept tumbling. They'd lost 10 wickets for 70 odd runs. And apart from them, it was only Rohit who scored 33. But apart from that, every other batter, it seems like a phone number.
Well, certainly it looks like a toll-free number for us ever since the departure of Harshad there. And brilliant bowling performance, especially Haider at the top, picking up those 3 crucial wickets for the team. 3 for 29, and Siam Khan 2 for 48 for him. And Rohan Mustafa as well. Look at those economical numbers. Just given away 18 runs and picked up a wicket. Everyone's got a wicket. Basil a little bit unlucky, could have picked up a couple of more because of those drop catches. 1 for 61 for him. And Nadeem 1 for 55. 10 extras to the tally. Looking at the highlights, both the batters, Mayank Agarwal and, Mayank Chowdhury and Ashwant Waltappa took their time initially. Then Mayank decided to shift gears, picked up a couple of boundaries, quite a magnificent maximums as well, scoring to all corners of the park. This is an elegant shot towards an extra cover region. Half tracker from Siam Khan, punished by Ashwant Waltappa. And that was an outsider. Ever since then, they started losing wickets at regular intervals. The departure of Waltappa, then the rest of them kept falling continuously. Couple of boundaries. Then this was an outside top edge and straight into the hands. The ground fielding was brilliant from Abu Dhabi. They took all the catches except for a couple of them which were dropped. And Hardik Pai on that occasion finding Rohan Mustafa in the deep. And this was simple and easy. This was a run out. Quite easy for Basil Hamid. Nabil Aziz. Another run out. Two back-to-back runouts for Team Abu Dhabi. Throw at the right end and easy pickings for Mohammad Mustafa. And this was the last stumping from Shehan. Absolutely brilliant. Getting them to bundle out to 214. Right then, we will dive into a short break and we'll be back with the run chase.
Good evening, cricket fans, and welcome back to the Seven Districts presents Emirates D50 2025, powered by Fancode. Fujairah, after being invited to bat first, had a 140-run opening stand, and Mayank Chaudhary was the pick of the batters, 89 of 97. But after his departure, well, it was a revolving door of Fujairah batters coming and going, and in the end, shockingly, they were knocked over for just 214 runs in less than 46 overs. Well, it was a fabulous bowling effort coming in from Abu Dhabi. They bowled as a team, they bowled as a unit. Haider Razak outstanding, 3 for 29, 2 for 48 for slingy fast bowler Siam Khan, 1 wicket apiece for Rohan Mustafa, Basil Hamid, Mohammad Nadeem, the 3 spinners, and of course a couple of run-outs in the mix as well. So we're all in readiness for the run chase to begin. 215, a very chaseable target here, as the two umpires Imran Munir and Asif Iqbal emerge once again out there in the middle. And emerging in the comm box alongside me is Mohammad Rizwan ur Rahman. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Khwaja. Clinical performance from Team Abu Dhabi with the ball. They started off really well. Team Fujairah 148 for no loss. Started off slow alongside Ashwant Waltapa and Mayank Chaudhary. But in the process, after getting to that 148 run mark, they started losing wickets at regular intervals, because of which they were bundled out just for 214. And now it's the chase time, as we see Rohan Mustafa and Junaid making their way out to the center. Rohan Mustafa, just to keep you updated, Ahmed, he's been in sublime form with the bat, scored 166 and quite a few half centuries, and is looking absolutely magnificent.
Oh, he's been the outstanding player of the tournament for me. And Junaid Afridi, very solid batter alongside him. So good to see good spirits between the two camps. And even though it's only a score of 214, you know that Fujairah will fight hard, because they have a very cunning captain of their own, the wicketkeeper Adib Usmani.
Well, he does pack a punch, quite known for his leadership skills, and no wonder why they've been the champions in all the formats in the earlier edition of the D series, the 10, the 20 and the 50 as well. And as we always know, Ahmed Khwaja, low scores are quite deceptive, and with the kind of form Nabil Aziz is in, so they can look for that early breakthroughs, and if they can get to the first couple of wickets, we are well and truly in the game.
Or it should be an intriguing affair for sure. And let's see if they can strike early. Looks like it's going to be some off-spin to begin proceedings here with young UAE under-19 lad Hardik Pai. Has the ability to bowl that slider as well that goes on straight with the arm. So it looks like Adib is looking to just not offer any pace on the ball in the power play.
Well, he's done well yesterday. He's picked up a crucial wicket of CP Rizwan, getting him in front. And at the moment, Adib Usmani has different plans. Usually starts off with the seamers, but decided to go with the off spinner. This will be an interesting move, a gamble, and Rohan Mustafa, it doesn't bother him whether you have spinners or seamers in play. He loves to go after in the power play. He wants to cash in that opportunity of two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. We are in for a good game.
It certainly should be a very, very exciting run chase indeed. You can watch all the action on the Fancode app in India, and of course the Sports Eye channel on YouTube. So immediately get on those live streams, as here we go, the run chase of the D50 final. Good looking push, straight to short extra cover. Junaid Afridi with a confident drive.
Well, I would want one of the batters to go absolutely big right from in the power play. Let's go with the flow of, just chasing that down as soon as possible. Yes, 215 is a smaller target, but if you get into that, if you get more defensive, it's going to be difficult for you.
Intent is the name of the game. Completely agree. Shot wide and through the cover point fielder. Bit of a labored effort there, and will not quite go to the fence, and they will stretch their legs for a triple. Good running.
Good running between the wickets. Both of the batters quite quick between the wickets, Rohan Mustafa and Junaid. And a bit of work for Nabil Aziz. Cuts it off, saves a single. It could have been a boundary there. And Junaid gets off the mark.
Offering a lot of flight outside off is Hardik Pai. So taking a look at the field for the left-hander. There is a deep mid-wicket. And a long off in position. Hardik Pai coming around the wicket to Rohan Mustafa. Good to see a slip in place as well. So they are on the attack. They need to get Rohan Mustafa early to make this game interesting. Otherwise, it could be a one-sided affair. Beautifully bowled, right on the money. He has a bit of a hop, skip and a jump in his action. And he's putting a lot of revs on the ball. Will be interesting to see if he can get some turn with the new seed. Very talented youngster is Hardik Pai, especially with the ball in hand. Couldn't get it beyond the offside ring, but that's what Rohan Mustafa is always looking to do. Open up the offside.
Well, you will see him adapting the aggressor's role. We've seen him throughout. There was one innings, I reckon, they chased down the total in just 12.2 overs. And that's exactly what he would be looking for. He's not bogged down with the pressure that it's a big finale. He's been there many a times. He's played at the highest level. So that experience will come into play today.
Oh, most certainly. A champion performer over his years is Rohan Mustafa. Oh, beautifully bowled there. Looked a bit awkward on that front foot defense. So an encouraging start here for Fujairah. Abu Dhabi are 3 for none. So it's going to be spinners from both ends. Leading wicket taker of the tournament, Nabil Aziz. Oh, beautifully bowled. That just gripped a touch off the straight there. And got squared up on that occasion, Junaid Afridi.
He's done well in this season, Nabil Aziz. And watch out for the quicker one. And you can actually anticipate that. You can see when he's trying to bowl that quicker one, Ahmed, he tends to run a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tell, I agree. Just needs to disguise it better if he wants to have long-term success. Very exciting left-arm spinner. Works very hard, very passionate for the game. Beautiful square drive, and whenever you have a conversation with him outside the ground, he says, I want to go right to the top. I'm not worried about making a living. I want to play top-level international cricket. That is my dream.
He certainly is hungry. He's done well. He works really hard, as you rightly said, behind the scenes. You'll always see him first thing in the morning in the 7 districts nets, giving his heart out for whichever team that he plays for. Quite a brilliant prospect, Nabil Aziz.
Can't quite penetrate the inner ring at the moment, Junaid Afridi. But I like the intent. He's looking to play shots. He's not getting bogged down here. And that is the right approach. Will pick up the quick single towards mid-on. A tidy over from Nabil. 4 for none. So trying to play on the patience of the Abu Dhabi batters is Adib Usmani, with the 2 spinners bowling in tandem. Remember, 10 overs of power play restrictions. Then you're allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard ring. Junaid Afridi has seen the lion's share of the strike so far. And Rohan Mustafa yet to get off the mark.
He faced Hardik Pai in the first over. yet to face Nabil Aziz, but I tell you what, both the bowlers are trying to create that pressure, but Rohan Mustafa is one such batter who would love to go big. He doesn't like to be put on the back foot, and you can expect something happening in this over.
Long off and deep mid wicket in position once again for Rohan Mustafa. Can he loft one over the offside ring? Everybody in the circle. A patient beyond extra cover and beyond the long off as well for the first boundary.
Loves to pick up the first runs with the boundary, and that's what he does. Rohan Mustafa gets one in his slot, and it is deposited that for a boundary. Good looking shot. He'll be mighty pleased with that. A release shot for him as well after those continuous dot deliveries.
Yeah, a bit too full on that occasion from Hardik. Very little margin for error when you're bowling to Rohan Mustafa. It was just pitched up, invited the drive, and he accepted the invitation with glee. Beautifully bowled. Drop and run, and they'll make it through. Good communication. It was Junaid Afridi who made sure Rohan Mustafa came through.
Yeah, when you have those fielders on the circle, edge of the circles, there's always a possibility of a run, and immediately Junaid doing the right communication, picking up a single comfortably.
Positive mindset so far from Abu Dhabi. They're trying to get the move on in the power play itself. Something we didn't see from Fujairah. They only scored 28 runs in the first 10 overs. And when they lost wickets, the pressure built. Oh, is that a catch? No, it's put down. It wasn't an easy one at short mid, but I think that was a genuine chance.
Well, it will be interesting to watch that replay. Let's have a look at that. Straight to the fielder. Oh, he's put down. He's put that down. Hardik Pai creating that opportunity, and he cannot believe it. He's gutted.
Oh, that is frustrating. So Junaid Afridi, you are a very lucky cookie indeed. And that should have been taken. I think it might be Rohit Rathi there at that short mid position. Oh no, it's Sabir Ali Rao, the big fast bowler. And a chance gone begging in the third over. Forced away towards that deep mid once more. So an action-packed over comes to an end. 11 for none. Beautifully bowled arm delivery there from Nabil, and excellent running between the wickets once more.
Well, he was caught in two minds there, Junaid, on that occasion. He was trying to go towards that extra coverage and then decides to hold on to it. Let's have a look at that. There you go. Then that immediate change of plan from Junaid. Not easy to go after Nabil Aziz. He's been in sublime form, Ahmed Khwaja.
Yeah, not really looking to use his feet, stepping outside of the crease just yet, Junaid Afridi. So that is always the risk you run. Right in the block hole. That was pretty much a seam-up delivery from Nabil Aziz on that occasion.
Mixed it up really well there, Nabil Aziz. Watch out for his slow one as well. Enticing the batter to go after that extra cover region. Watchfully played by Rohan Mustafa. Just getting his willow right in time.
I'm sure he must be eyeing that square leg region. There is a deep square in place and a widest long on. So will he bring out that sweep shot? He's cramping him for room with the ball turning in. So far so good. Oh, it was the fuller one. Turned around the corner, and Sabir will have to chase after it. And will pick up an easy two.
Especially in when it's a low scoring game. You've got to be on your A game, and those drop chances will haunt you down. We've seen that with Mayank. He was dropped on 28 if I'm not wrong, and he went on to score 89.
Yeah, imagine that if they had taken him in that position, could have been an even lower score for Fujairah. They were 140 for no loss when they got the first breakthrough. Full toss delivery and another poor effort. Sabir Ali Rao. Well, the ball seems to be following him here. Here is one. What's happening?
Well, you can't keep him away from the cameras for sure. Drop catches and misfields, everything going against him at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how he will come back and bowl his spell. But at the moment, Nabil, just a poor delivery, I must say. A full toss on offer. It's got to be absolutely spot on with his lines and lengths. Another drop and run. Rais Ahmed will pick up a single. 4 overs done and dusted. 16 for none.
So going at a steady 4 runs per over. Are Abu Dhabi at the moment. Remember, it's not a big target. No single there. Hit it a bit too well. But are you okay with the 2 spinners at the moment?
Well, they did create that opportunity, Ahmed Khwaja. There was an opportunity. Junaid would have been back into the hut. And I think that's the reason why he's persisting with both the spinners. They've kept the runs at bay at the moment. Not quite comfortably getting those runs. They straightly played towards a deep square leg region. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, you're right. Only 1 boundary hit so far. That too by Rohan on a poorish delivery. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of turn on offer just yet. Ball is a bit too hard. Pitch is playing relatively well under the floodlights. They need breakthroughs. They need wickets. Trying to force that one through the offside ring. And like you mentioned, everybody is right on the edge of the circle. They need to get in a bit closer.
In order to stop that single, absolutely right. Don't give away those easy runs. Create that pressure. Let them go for those big shots. That's only way you will be able to pick up runs. And meanwhile, Rohan Mustafa, bisecting those 2 fielders, picks up a boundary.
Yeah, missed his length. Was too short. And Rohan Mustafa is a class player. Just waited, and found the gap. No chance for Ashwant and no chance for the backward point. That's a lovely shot. 21 for no loss. So they're going along at a decent clip. And he slices this in the air, but mid-on is in the circle. And the ball will just clear him. A risk taken, but with the field setting, it was relatively safe.
Well, absolutely. He knew the fielder was inside the circle, was trying to that area for a long time, and it was in the slot for the taking. Just didn't time it really well, but in the process, they pick up a couple of runs quite comfortably.
Oh, that's well bowled. Hitting the sticker of the bat there. That's what you need to do. Offer a bit of flight. You have to dare to turn the ball if you are to build that pressure. So 5 overs done, 24 for none. Nabil Aziz, tidy stuff so far, but wickets is the name of the game, Rizwan.
Well, absolutely, and I think Nabil Aziz will have to do something special. He's done exceptionally well throughout the tournament, but this is the big moment. This is the big finale. This is where you have to step up and do something for your team. Rohan goes across the line. Rohan will find the fielder in the deep. Ashwant Valthappa will do the clearing part and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, you can see that Rohan Mustafa is not enjoying being tied down here. Run ball 16. He's looking to go hard. Junaid Afridi, very strong square of the wicket on the offside. But he's been just manipulating the ball towards that mid-wicket region. Needs to be careful. Field setting for him. There is a long off and a mid-wicket. Very similar to Rohan. Outside edge. But thick enough to beat the slip fielder. And they'll only take one. And that man again, Sabir Ali Rao in action.
There's a saying, wherever there's an ad, commercial ad back home in India, wherever you go, our network follows, like the Vodafone says. So it's wherever the ball goes, it's going towards Sabir Ali. It's following Sabir Ali. Waver down the leg side. We'll have to be mindful with the line that Nabil Aziz is bowling. Another couple of runs added to the tally.
Yeah, you're not getting that dot ball pressure or wicket taking opportunities here from the spinners. So what's the point of continuing with them? They're very happy to just milk the ones and twos. And you're only defending 200 odd. I don't think this is working for them. Once again, two straight, and they should be an easy couple of runs. That's all he's doing, just deflecting the ball into the gaps.
Well, they've achieved the 30 runs mark in the 6th over, whilst Team Fujairah were at 28 for no loss after 10 overs. So the speed at what they're scoring, they'll be mighty pleased with it. And with the dew factor also coming in play, it will be much easier for the batters.
Oh, was that a catch? No, given as a wide. So it just turned off the straight there. I can see what he's trying to do because Rohan is just shifting onto off stump rather quickly. So if one just grips and turns and strikes him on the front pad, you might be in the game.
Absolutely. And he's done that couple of times, and Rohan Mustafa got his bat right in time, just avoiding that LBW.
Needs to be very careful indeed. Playing around that front pad. Trying to cramp him for room. Uppish on the bat, but all along the carpet. 6 overs gone, 32 for none. So Hardik Pai into his 4th over. Hasn't been economical, but has created a chance. Rohan Mustafa connects, and that will travel. Flat 6.
It was in his slot for the taking, and the sound of the bat says it all. Brilliant connection, and it's gone all the way for a maximum. Good hit from Rohan Mustafa.
Yeah, 2 full, flighted in the slot, and Rohan does not need a second invitation. Almost hitting the big screen, and now the pressure is building on Fujairah.
It's all about staying out there, isn't it, Ahmed Khwaja? He's been there. We're into the 6th over, 7th over, I beg your pardon, and he's made sure any poor deliveries or anyone in the slot, he's punished them. And it's all the experience also that matters the most, and he's done exceptionally well so far.
Looks like he's going to play yet another game-changing innings in the big match. Such a champion performer over the years is Rohan. Handed the leadership of the Abu Dhabi D franchise, even though Ali Abid has been a veteran leader. So perhaps it's a new era beginning for Abu Dhabi cricket. And it could start with a winner's trophy if all goes according to plan. A long way to go in the game just yet. But so far so good.
Certainly a long way to go. We've seen a lot of surprises, especially in the longer format of the game. Couple of good overs probably from the bowling team will get those wickets for them, and we've seen how Fujairah were bundled out for 2-1-3 when they were at 148 for no loss initially.
Yeah, very poor effort coming in from the middle order. Disappointing. Slashed and dropped at point. Not an easy catch. But at this stage, in this occasion, in a big final, you need those to stick.
Well, he did everything right. He got his hand to it. I think it's to do with the starts as well, Ahmad. Probably a slightly delayed start. Just could not hold on to it. Another one bites the dust. Another one missed out. 2 dropped catches today.
Already in 6.3 overs, Junaid Afridi has been dropped. Rohan Mustafa has been dropped. Couldn't force it through the gap there. To be fair, it was a difficult catch there for Hafizur Rahman, the fast bowler. It did go to his natural side. He's a southpaw. But that was very unlucky for Hardik Pai. He could have easily had figures of 2 for 26. A good delivery. It was the arm ball. Just got his bat down in time.
Right channel. That's exactly where he's got to consistently bowl. Yes, at times you tend to become predictable, but it's not easy to put those shots away. Hardik Pai doing better after that boundary. Right then, it's just a single to close out over number 7. Abu Dhabi are 41 for none.
So going along well here. At almost run a ball, 6 runs per over. This has been hammered straight and gone for 6 more. In the big game, it is the big match performer, Rohan Mustafa, dealing in maximums. Flighted slot ball. And he said, thank you very much. I'll pound it for half a dozen to welcome Atiq Nizam.
Well, this man, Rohan Mustafa, he is known to be one of those big match players, isn't he? Whenever the big stages are set, that is when he's at his brutal best. Team Abu Dhabi are in a commanding position. Well, that's pun. And some exercise there for umpire Imran Munir.
Yeah, put a lot of revs on that one. But just straying down leg. So it hasn't quite happened here for Fujairah as they would have liked. Spinners. Another delivery down leg. And you cannot afford to give away free runs when you're only defending 214.
Well, right now I'd say that Abu Dhabi believe that they've got it in the bag. Still a long way to go though. Anything can happen. All you need is a couple of overs to turn the tide back onto your favor. Well, this is swept. And once again, one bounce into the boundary ropes. Brings the 50 up for Abu Dhabi. Rohan Mustafa is looking in red hot form.
But that's a perfectly executed sweep. Look at that. Up and over the inner ring. Beautiful shot indeed. And yeah, he's punishing the spinners at the moment.
Well, we're in for a treat, aren't we? When this man is on song, no score is too big for him. Especially when you're defending 215. You have to get his wicket. You have to see him back in the dugout very cheaply. But so far, he's done a lot of damages already. Well, once again he goes hard. Once again, he goes all the way for a big, big six. Rohan Mustafa is setting the stage on fire.
Oh, this is a sensational counter punch coming in. Another flighted delivery wide of off. And he fetches it and slams it over long on for six. Look at that big stride, clean connection. And there was absolutely no doubt.
He's one of the cleanest strikers of the cricket ball we've seen here, especially in the UAE. Rohan Mustafa, former captain of the UAE. Still one of the best in the business. Well, this time again he goes up. Fielder coming under it. And the catch has been taken. This is a huge wicket. Rohan Mustafa has to walk back to the dugout. Fujairah strikes and it's a big scalp.
This could be a game-changing moment. One shot too many. He bowled it slightly flatter. Not quite out of the middle. More aerial than in terms of distance. And a safe catch taken in the deep. So finally, they have held on to one. But a thrilling cameo from Rohan Mustafa comes to an end. Has he done enough to send Abu Dhabi on the path of victory? 45 of 28, 3 boundaries and 3 maximums. But the first wicket has fallen. So in comes an exciting talent, a young left-hander from Sri Lanka, Shehan Weeraratne. Tell us more about him, Atik.
Well, firstly, before I speak about him, I must say I'm very impressed with the way you pronounced his name, Ahmed Khawaja.
Well, I've been brushing up on my Sinhalese recently. And yes, I'm being coached by you and Mr. Samir Yunus. So, of course, I had to pick up the right inflections on how to say the Sri Lankan names.
Certainly spot on there. Shehan Weeraratne in at number 3. He's not one of those batters like Rohan Mustafa who's going to go bang bang from ball 1. He's one of those steady batters typically suited for this format. And he's been in very good form. And this was the wicket of Rohan Mustafa in the previous delivery. Well, there we go. Just as we said that he's not one of those who goes bang bang. The third ball that he's, in fact, the second ball, he's dispatched it for a boundary for 4. What a way to get off the mark for Shehan.
Well, that was a long hop and deserved to be punished. Nothing delivery. And very smart, just to loft it over the inner ring on the onside. Nicely played. And that is a real confidence booster for the young Sri Lankan and for Team Abu Dhabi. 8 overs gone, 63 for 1. So no change in the bowling just yet from Adeeb Usmani. He's continuing with Hardik Pai. Hasn't proved that effective. But to be fair, 2 catches that have been grasped could have really improved his figures if they had held on to those. But now is the time they can build some pressure on Junaid Afridi and Shehan Weeraratne. Good looking cut shot. Short, wide, hammered. And touch and go. They will pull it in. Good fielding. They didn't give up on that one.
Once again, a loose delivery on the occasion by Hardik Pai. Just pulling in a bit too short. Junaid had plenty of time to rock on the back foot and just place it into the gap. 66 for 1. Abu Dhabi at this stage are cruising along. They're going at almost 8 to 9 runs and over. And at this rate, maybe the next 20 to 25 overs, they can get to the finish line with ease. But they just got to make sure that they go on here, Ahmed. They cannot they can ill afford to lose more wickets at this stage.
Oh, beautifully bowled. There was a delayed appeal. He just got defeated in the length there. He was just on the back foot and it was the fuller one from Hardik.
Yeah, that's the length he's got to bowl at here, Hardik Bhai. Saw the previous one, he dropped it too short. Perfect. Perfect line and length. Well, that's where you got to keep at it to the left-hander. Watchfully behind that, Shehan.
Yeah, played a very valuable knock in the group stage. Under pressure when the wickets had fallen. Oh, goes across the line. And it's well lofted. Clear of the mid-on and clear of the fence. 4.
Well, this approach I really like to see from Shehan. He's been in good form. This one was fuller, but to take the pressure on to the bowler, he just goes after it over that mid-on region. Very good stroke once again. Shehan Veeraratne has made his arrival. The announcement made it loud and clear. He's on 8 of 5 now. Hardik, slightly expensive. Last ball coming up. He's got to keep this tight. He's got to finish his over off well. Solidly behind that. A dot to end the over. A good over here for Abu Dhabi. 9 done. It's 70 for 1.
Final over of the first power play. Whipped away and once again Sabir Ali Rao. Well, it does feel like Junaid Afridi is targeting him at the moment. He should have stopped that in the inner ring. In the end, they'll pick up 2. So, been a bit of a mixed bag of a spell from Nabil Aziz.
Yes, slightly expensive. But I'm sure that scalp that he managed to get will certainly counter effect that huge dismissal of Rohan Mustafa, because if he was there, this game could have been over in a jiffy.
Yeah, and I've liked the approach in the power play. They have played their shots. They have looked to be positive, hence going at above 7 runs per over without trying too hard. Oh, it's stuck on the back leg. Big appeal, but maybe an inside edge on that one or sliding down leg.
Well, I felt that was a huge inside edge there. Let's have a look at the replay again. Well, yeah, my eyesight's not given up on me, Ahmed.
Well spotted there, Mr. Atiq Nizam.
Well, yeah, that could have been the only way he could have been saved there on that occasion, Junaid Afridi. That was quite an adjacent delivery. But it's going to be crucial that Junaid goes on. 72 for 1 now. Well, short and wide into the gap. The ball's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Once again, Nabil Aziz not consistent with his line and length. And he's paying a very heavy price out there.
Yeah, too many boundary balls. That was a very open invitation to take a boundary. And Junaid Afridi said, thank you very much. Punched off the back foot, picks the gap at extra. No chance for the fielders in the inner ring. That's a lovely shot. Looking good tonight is Junaid Afridi. He's a very, very skillful batter. Just been unlucky in being in a bit of a rut for the last 6 to 8 months. Not getting those big scores. But tonight could be his night.
Well, the stage is set, isn't it? Better delivery this time. That's where he's got to keep at Nabil. He's a much better bowler than what his figures suggest. Shehan on the other end now. Well, he's got to make sure that he gives company here to Junaid.
Oh, absolutely. You have plenty of time at hand. No scoreboard pressure. Just build an innings. Oh, where was the short leg? That gripped, turned, took the splice of the bat. Beautifully bowled. So first power play done. And it seems to be advantage Team Yellow. 77 for 1. So immediately after the power play, with the fielding restrictions being relaxed, it's the seamers that are coming on to bowl. So interesting choice made here by Adib Usmani.
Well, this is going to be a crucial period of play here for Team Fujairah. They need wickets. That's the only way that they are going to restrict the opposition. They're not going to limit them by defending the next 40 plus overs. They have to be on the attack. But I like this field placements done by Adib Usmani. He's been very much attacking with the slips in position because he's recognized the fact that he's got to take wickets here, Ahmed. That's the only way for him if Team Fujairah are to get a hand on the trophy that's going to be handed over tonight.
Oh, absolutely. So let's take a look at the field that you have mentioned. There is a long leg in position for Junaid Afridi, slip fielder as well. A deep third, a sweeper cover. The offside ring, there is a short extra cover and a short mid wicket. Mid off and mid on are up as well. So it's a bit of an in and out field. Plenty of men in the offside ring, but also protecting the key areas outside the circle. And he sprays it beyond the tram lines. But Hafizur Rahman, very, very talented bowler, especially with his ability to swing the ball into the pads of the right-hander.
Well, that's how you have to think out of the box. I like the fact that they've got a slip in position. So if Hafiz Rahman can bowl in a couple of in-deepers to the right-hander and then try and take one away, there's a good chance that he can find that outside edge.
Well, absolutely. You need to be patient in 300 ball cricket. It's not about blasting the opposition away. You need to be consistent. That's what Haider Razak did earlier this afternoon. The rewards came in late, but the rewards did certainly come in.
Well, it is a game of patience. 50 over cricket, it tests you in a lot of ways. Your temperament, your skills, your levels of fitness. It all comes into play. So far, Abu Dhabi, they've bossed this finals of the 7 districts. Presents the D50 tournament, the premier tournament, where all the youngsters really look forward to getting noticed. Good delivery once again. That's a better length. That's a better line. That's where he's got to keep at. And from there, if he can try to move the ball, he can certainly come into business.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to bowl at that 6 to 8 meter length on the pitch. Junaid Afridi, he will respect the good ball, and continuously respecting the good ball can frustrate you. You'll be looking for that release shot. So they have to play on the patience of the batters here. Pitch is playing relatively well under the floodlights. That two-paced nature has sort of eased as the pitch has quickened up. As we've seen Ron Mustafa with a fantastic knock. Deserved more, but one shot too many. Good looking push off the back foot. And that's all you need to do. Take what's on offer, because you're well ahead of the game at the moment.
Well, I'd like to see Junaid dig deep here. He's got the start that he's needed, 21 or 28, going at a good strike rate here. Now it's about capitalizing on the start that you've got, especially in 50 overs cricket. It's not about getting those 20s, 30s, 40s. You've got to convert it. And you've got to make sure that you finish the job for your team.
Oh, absolutely spot on, and good to see him having a word with his young partner, Shehan, new to the crease, just advising him, play the ball on merit, play straight, don't play across the line, and we should be A-okay. Oh, beautiful delivery, just hitting the seam and nipping away, and beating him all ends up.
Well, the first step of movements that we've seen of Hafiz Rahman in this over so far, that was a Jaffa, was almost unplayable. Just look at that delivery again. Completely squaring him up. Shehan Veeraratne had no answer for that Jaffa. Beautifully bowled.
Fantastic ball and an encouragement for Hafiz Rahman. That's why I was a bit bemused when they started with spinners from both ends. You could have at least experimented with the seamer with the new ball from one end of the wicket. Oh, this could be close. A direct hit could have had Junaid Afridi in trouble. I don't think there was a single there, and Shehan is duly apologizing to him.
Well, had that been a direct hit, I'll tell you, Junaid Afridi would have certainly had some words to exchange there. But look at that, he was nowhere in the picture. Well, that would have been certainly disaster striking had that been a direct hit here. Just one stump to aim at though. It's always tough to always collect that, and with that angle and the balance in which you're collecting the ball to hit the stumps down, takes a lot of practice, doesn't it?
Yeah, Nabil had more time than he thought to just line up, assess and try to hit the timber. And of course, you also have to be aware what is the stronger side in terms of the throwing arm of the fielders. I think Shehan had forgotten that Nabil is a left-hander. So a lucky escape for Abu Dhabi. Everything going their way so far. There was that in-swinger, and well played with a straight blade. 80 for 1. So it's going to be the left arm seamer, Sabir Ali Rao. I think he'll be quite relieved that now the ball is not going to follow him except for a cotton bolt. Very fine left arm seamer, capped by the UAE, a veteran of the UAE domestic scene for many years. And right on the money, excellent line and length.
Yeah, I like what I see there. Sabir, tall left arm fast bowler. And if he can land the balls in the right channel, he can mean business. And it's going to be very important for Abu Dhabi that they watch him very closely, because with that height, Ahmed, he can also get that extra bit of bounce as well.
Most certainly, this greenish wicket we have here at the Karwan Sports Club is tailor-made for his kind of bowling. Just hit the seam. Oh, was a bit late on that one. Shehan needs to be careful for that one, just nipping in off the surface towards his front pad or the off stick.
Beautiful left arm action, isn't it, Sabir? Very soothing and very easy for the eye to see. Not too much complications. Nice approach to the crease. And well, when he gets going, I'll tell you, he can be quite a handful, and certainly Fujairah will hope that he can put his hands up and provide the breakthroughs to create some upset here in the middle overs.
Yeah, not as quick as he used to be. Oh, whipped away. but there is a long leg in position. Yeah, like I mentioned, Sabir not as express quick as he used to be, but he can do a job as a sort of a stock bowler. Bowl that back of length channel, try to cramp you for room, bowl according to his field, and you do need those kinds of bowlers in 50 over cricket.
Well, you certainly do, and Sabir definitely has the skills to do that. He's been capped by the national team as well, so definitely the ability is definitely there. Junaid now on strike, 21 of 29 for him. Oh, good delivery, excellent delivery, just around that fourth stump line and a bit of extra bounce to go with it as well.
Yeah, good to see a slip fielder in as well. That is the angle he'll look to create against the right-hander. Just maybe getting to nick off. Mayank Chaudhary will be in anticipation. Could be an important passage of play here. The spell outside the first power play. If they can just bowl dry for a few overs, deny them the boundaries, I do feel that there will be a reaction coming in from either of these two Abu Dhabi batters.
Strong offside field here for Sabir. He's got to make sure he doesn't stray out of the pads. Oh, beautifully bowled. Goodness gracious, how did that miss the off stump? But very well left by Junaid as well. But that was mightily close, too close to for comfort, I believe.
Yeah, he left it on the length. And that was just over the off bail. Oh, that was absolutely millimeters away. Superb leave and an even better delivery. So fascinating contest between Junaid Afridi and Sabir Ali Rao. So far he's bowled an immaculate over. Only 1 run conceded. And if he continues in this vein, I think he could provide a wicket-taking spell here for Fujairah. Slashed! But there's nobody at that cover point position. He was on the fence. That was aerial. So a good over from Sabir comes to an end. 82 for 1. Hafizur Rahman. Oh, beautiful delivery. Just that bit of skid off the surface on that occasion.
Well, two similar type of bowlers bowling in tandem here, Hafiz Rahman and Sabir. Both bowling very, very good channels. 82 for 1 now. They require just around 150 more. This is going to be a very interesting run chase, especially if Fujairah can get a couple of breakthroughs here. This would make it that much interesting.
Well, I would slightly disagree with you there, Atik. He's a bit more round armish. He likes to swing the ball, bowl fuller, although he is bowling that back of length channel at the moment. Just like that. He wants to get that ball shaping in to Junaid Afridi. So there is that bit of difference between them. But the way they are bowling length at the moment is certainly very similar.
Well, so far Junaid's done extremely well. He's been very solid with his defenses. We saw that leave that he made against Sabir in the previous over, which was mightily close. But is a very a technically correct batter here, Junaid Afridi, and that is something that you really need in this format.
Absolutely, he's got a very mature and sensible head on his young shoulders. He's just about 25, 26. Good drop and run there. That's good. Plenty of encouragement coming in from the Abu Dhabi dugout as well. They know this is a crucial passage of play. This is when Fujairah are coming hard. And if you can see off these two bowlers, I think it will be clear running till the end to that target of 215.
Well, they say the 50-over format is more like the game where you play in phases, isn't it? So you had the initial phase where you had Rohan Mustafa go after the bowlers, and then now they find themselves in a very good position. They can now afford to change the gears, just take a step back, just watch the bowlers through, knock it around, build a partnership, try to be there for about 10 to 15 overs. You will get closer to that score, and then you can reassess and then go after it. So it's very important that Abu Dhabi don't just throw in the towel. They have to be very watchful during this period of play.
Oh, beautifully bowled again. That was pace on and swinging away. And Shan, well, he's faced a few brutes coming in from Hafizur Rahman already.
Yeah, and he still managed to not find a nick in that. He's done quite well. Let's have a look at that replay again. Oh, look at that for some movement. Well, I'll tell you, even the best of players in international cricket would find it extremely hard to counter a delivery like that.
Very talented bowler, Hafizur Rahman, no doubt about it. A match winner, a wicket taker. And he's turning it on tonight. Oh, fishing at that one, outside off. There is a muted appeal. And caught Shehan Weeraratne by surprise with that short ball.
Well, the shot was on. It was short and wide. But some extra bit of bounce made Shehan Weeraratne not able to making contact there. It's perhaps also a bit too late on the shot as well.
Yeah, I was just looking for that uppercut towards point. Would have been a 6. It's not a very big boundary to that end. Even though there is a squarish deep third. More towards deep point. 83 for 1. So far the game is in control of the side from the capital. But stranger things have happened in the 7 districts presents Emirates D50. A collapse can occur at any stage. Cautiously played and a very good over from Hafiz. 13 gone, 83 for 1. Sabir Ali Rao into his second over. Once again, just sticking to that channel, going across the right-hander. He's trying to make Junaid Afridi reach for the ball to bring that slip fielder into play.
I'd like to see if Adib Usmani can perhaps bring in a short mid-wicket at this stage, because just to counter that in-swinger by Sabir. Because at the moment, if he tries to play a flick for that fuller delivery, he has the angles covered. He has also that opportunity where that extra bit of bounce will also bring that fielder into play.
Well, I do agree. No doubt about it. Oh, skewed in the air, and that mid-wicket would have been in play. But a yawning gap, and nicely put away by Junaid Afridi.
Well, with that field being said, you just cannot bowl that short ball, isn't it? Because the field being set for you, you will have to keep it full outside off stump. But this was easy pickings because all you had to do was get enough bat. And Afridi does exactly that. Easy boundary there for Junaid Afridi.
The only thing I would say regarding that is he wants him to play the ball towards the onside. Hence the chance of a leading edge or a top edge. So I don't mind leaving it vacant, but the problem is you're only defending 214 runs. If it was 260, certainly would have been in the game there. Oh, looking for that big drive, and that's the setup ball, wasn't it? This time it was wider, fuller, and he chased it.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Better line, better length. And certainly, like we mentioned, there's a huge gawking gap between deep square and the mid-on fielder. There is runs on offer in that region, but especially if Sabir can get the ball away from the right-hander, and if he can find that swing, then yes, definitely I think it's something that you can encourage, to leave that gap, to encourage the batter to go through that region. Oh, he's got that edge. That was a thick outside edge, but the ball flew past that slip cordon. A boundary for Junaid Afridi.
Well, it was a bit too wide and a bit too full, and you only have a fly slip. You needed a gully for that one. And Junaid Afridi had a bite of the apple, and it wasn't poison. In fact, it was very sweet. 4 runs.
Well, I'd say he'd swallowed the apple on the whole. Well, it was on offer, and he certainly feasted on it, wasn't it?
I think you're feeling a bit hungry. Our dinner has arrived. 91 for 1. So it's been a good partnership after Rohan Mustafa departed. Nicely turned away. There should be a couple of runs here. That square leg is very, very far away indeed. Junaid Afridi, you've done all the hard yards. You've moved into the 30s. Now let's make it a sizable, meaty innings.
33 for him so far of 40 balls. He's going through quite well. He steadied the ship after the fall of Rohan Mustafa's wicket early on. A good little partnership building between these two now. 93 for 1. Required another 122 for victory. Still plenty of overs remaining. Oh, very, very nearly chopping it onto the stumps. Well, a late decision to leave there by Junaid Afridi. Getting an inside edge, and that could have easily ricocheted onto the stumps. Nevertheless, he survives. Just have a look at the replay again. Oh, very lucky. Very, very lucky. Sabir would feel that luck's not on his side tonight. Afridi survives. 93 for 1.
शाबाश इजी मैटर ऑफ 1 विकेट भाई काम हो जाएगा शाबाश नॉट इजी हियर नॉट इजी शाबाश बॉयज get ready boys
Well, a close call in that last ball of the previous over. But no further damages as yet. Abu Dhabi just tearing their way through. Oh, that's a top edge. That ball's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Shehan Veeraratne, all he had to do was just get a bit of bat. A short ball by Hafiz Rahman was played down to the boundary behind the wicket keeper. Very well played, in fact. He was in control. But, well, slightly losing the line there on that occasion, Hafiz Rahman. 97 for 1 now. Shehan moves on to 14 of 16. And to speak more about it, there's a change in the voice here. I've been joined by Rizwanur Rahman. Rizwan, welcome to the Combox.
Thank you very much, Atiq Nizam. Interesting passage of play. Shehan getting those runs, that one short pitch delivery, another one, similar one, but this one into that 4th stump channel, and that will be a wide. And Adib Usmani cannot believe it. Well, it's that approach that you've got to adapt, Atiq Nizam. The similar approach that was adapted by Mayank and Ashwant Waltappa in the first 10 overs. This is where you've got to steady the ship, take it ball by ball, get those 5 to 6 runs an over, and you're very much in the game.
Yeah, well, very much rightly said. So there is one Rahman. You just have to play each ball on its merit, not try to rush it in. You've got the upper hand on the game. Mind you, this is the all-important finals. Oh, that's glorious. What a delivery there by Hafiz Rahman. Well, he's bowled a couple of jaffers. And that too to Shehan. And he's looked all at sea there.
Well, he's mixing it up really well. Apart from that poor delivery, the half tracker which was drifting down the leg side, he's made sure he's bowling in those stump channels. Look at that. Absolutely magnificent. That could have easily had an outside edge. Lucky for Shehan Veeraratne. And Hafiz Rahman cannot believe it. He's bowling with some velocity there.
Well, certainly a left-arm fast bowler's dream, isn't it? To pitch it just around that fourth stump and then take it away from a left-handed batter. It's what fast bowlers live for. Or just sliding down the leg side this time. They might get a couple though. But in fact, Junaid Afridi is just walked to the striker's end.
And I think that was the right call, as Adib Usmani was sprinting to avoid that single. 99 on board for the men in yellow, Team Abu Dhabi. It's been a decent outing so far for them. Started off really well by Rohan Mustafa and Junaid. And ever since the departure of Rohan Mustafa, Shehan has done well. He's just picked up those singles and doubles. And Fujairah desperate for a wicket.
Good delivery once again. Hitting the right lines and lengths here, Hafiz Rahman. He's bowled quite well into his third over now. Approaching the end of the third over. He's just given away 9 runs. 99 for 1 reads the score. Going at above 6 runs and over here Abu Dhabi. So still in a very comfortable position.
A change in plan from Adib Usmani. It would have been interesting to see how Sabir and Hafiz Rahman would have bowled those initial opening spells, especially when you have those left arm seamers in your side. You might as well give it a try, trying to pick up those early wickets from Team Abu Dhabi batters. Yes, there was a bit of turn, but these bowlers are bowling extremely well with that new ball, the shine in the ball. You can get those away swingers. A different plan for Adib, and I think at the moment they are currently holding the key, both the batters of Team Abu Dhabi, Junaid and Shehan.
We're going through very nicely here, these two batters. They've put on a partnership now. 99 for 1 after 14.5 overs. Junaid, he's done all the hard work by digging deep, getting set now. He's got to see it through now. It's absolutely vital that Junaid Afridi hangs in there. Flicked off the pads this time. They might get a couple. And they'll just say 1 to end the over. Brings the 100 up for Abu Dhabi. At the end of the 15th over, it's 100 for 1 after 15.
115 required from here on. With 9 wickets in hand, a beautiful delivery yet again from Sabir. Moving away from the right-hander Junaid, 34 of 45 for him. Truly and well in control of the game are the men in yellow. And Shehan also contributing towards that partnership. And in a longer format of the game, Atiq Nizam, it's always about the partnerships. As long as you can manage to stitch those partnerships and have those wickets in hand, you're always in the game. Restricting team Fujairah just for 214. This got a flying start thanks to some big blows coming from the blade of Rohan Mustafa. And now just picking those 5 to 6 runs and over and stitching that partnership and continuing from there on.
100 for 1. Well, this next few overs, Rizwan, is going to be very crucial under the context of the game. Sometimes you feel that you've got your eyes on the prize, and then suddenly there can be a period of play, just like what happened in the first innings where they lost wickets in heap. They lost 8 wickets for 70 runs also, the team Fujairah. So they still have to believe that they keep going at the batters by bowling some good lines and lengths, creating the pressure, because whenever you do have a long period of dot balls being instilled, the pressure does keep building up, and that's what Haider Razak did on the first innings.
Well, the difference between the approach from both the batters of Fujairah and Team Abu Dhabi, if you've noticed, there were a lot of dot balls from Team Fujairah. Talking about Ashwant Waltapa, took his time to get settled and everything. Whereas with the batters of Abu Dhabi, they are able to milk those singles and doubles, because of which they're getting that 5 run and over, which is not creating much of pressure for them. And currently they're looking comfortable. Yes, you're absolutely spot on. It's those couple of wickets. We've seen how they were bundled out. It's a very strong batting lineup. The likes of Adib Usmani, Rohit Rathi, Harshit Kaushik as well. He went bang bang right from the time he arrived at the crease. So yes, there is always that opportunity, but as a skipper, you need to have that peripheral vision. You need to do something different. Probably get a part-time bowler. Get Rais Ahmed in, because so far 4 bowlers have been used, and apart from Nabil Aziz, they haven't been able to pick up a wicket.
Well, spot on there, certainly. That is what they have to do at this stage. They have to think out of the box. Team Fujairah right now, I'd say that Abu Dhabi is bossing the game. They are very much in the driver's seat. Going through nicely here now. Once again, watchfully played there. Junaid, he suddenly seems to have turned a notch down with regards to how he was going about his strike rate before the 2 left-arm fast bowlers came into the attack here, is one.
Yeah, they certainly are in driver's seat and is playing with caution, and I think that is required when you have those 9 wickets in hand. Currently, I would still say they're still in that autopilot mode on Team Abu Dhabi, just not flirting with that danger, especially with the outside edge when you have got slip in place, and you can afford to get those dot balls, because it's a low scoring game at the end of the day.
Well, nice to see a short mid-wicket in place. A good delivery, a dot ball to end the over. So Adib Usmani trying a few different tricks up his sleeve. A maiden to end the over. Very good over from Sabir comes to an end. 16 done, 100 for 1.
For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast.
Who's out? Who's outside?
हार्दिक राठी.
तो बोलेगा कौन?
100 for 1 after 16.
अरे कौन बोलेगा? हम बोलेंगे.
And Abu Dhabi still going at above 6 runs and over. That's the start that Rohan Mustafa provided for them, which they're still riding at, which put them in a very good position. So Sabir will continue into his 4th over. He's going at 4 runs and over. He's been quite good with his lines and runs. In fact, this is Mohammad Hafiz. Oh, that's very nicely played into the gap and gets a boundary. Very good shot there by Shehan Veeraratne. Well, that's the way that you'll play out wide delivery down the leg side.
Wavered down the leg side, meant to be punished. It was 4 written all over the delivery. And he's found that gap yet again. Calm, composed is Shehan. Yet again finding the boundary, punishing the bad deliveries and milking those singles and doubles for the rest of them.
I really like what I see with Shehan Veeraratne. He's looking very, very stable with his shot selections as well. Outside off stump. Again, a good effort there by the field at point. Just get a single there. Nicely done. You get a boundary and then get a single at the very next ball. That's all you have to do, isn't it, Rizwan?
It's all about your application, and more often than not, Atiq Nizam, it's that muscular instinct at times take over you. A smart and intelligent move from Shehan immediately after picking up a boundary. They've got those desired runs off the over. You might as well just pick up a single, and has done right. And they've got Nabil Aziz in place. Nabil Aziz at short mid-on. Tries to slice it. Does not get the connection. Subtle change in pace from Hafiz Rahman. Is mixing it up, and Adib Usmani is running out of options. What would you do, Atiq Nizam, if you were the skipper of Fujairah? Would you get Rais Ahmed, the part-time spinner, or Harshit Kaushik, the left-hand spinner? Ashwant Valtappa, as well, rightly mentioned by Ahmed Khwaja.
Well, I'd rather say I'd try on Harshit Kaushik, because I've seen him bowl some very, very good overs. He's also got that knack of picking up wickets, just like when you talk about someone like Mohammad Nadeem for Abu Dhabi, with the man with the golden arm. Harshit Kaushik has that knack as well. So it would always be good to try, in, especially when you do not have anything to lose. That's a glorious hit. Fielder in the deep will cut it off.
It was expected to be a big match. After that quick fall of wickets for Team Fujairah, they just managed to score 2 on 3, and in response Abu Dhabi are going along well. Initially we could see that outburst coming from Rohan Mustafa. He was treating this game as a T20 format, going to all corners of the park, going after Nabil Aziz as well as Hardik Pai. And now these two batters ensuring they're very much in the game, picking up boundaries and singles at ease.
Well, nicely played in front of square this time. He's growing in stature here, isn't he, Shehan Veeraratne? Very good talent. I'd like to see him dig deep. Played a brilliant knock the other day, where they found Abu Dhabi found themselves reeling at 7 wickets down, and Shehan Veeraratne came in and played a gem of a knock, a 40 odd, to see his team through. He's been putting in the performance in this D50, Emirates D50, presented by Fancode. Once again, late cut down towards deep third for a single. Going well here, isn't it? And we'll speak about it.
Right, that's Saber to continue. Goes big. And he will find the fence towards that extra cover region. And Junaid Khan, anything in his slot is ensured is cashed on the opportunity.
Well, for me, that was a shot of the night. Terrific hit going inside out. One of the hardest shots to play in the cricketing book. And Junaid Afridi makes it look extremely easy. He's playing a gem of a knock here. He's putting the Abu Dhabi in a very good position.
Especially when it comes to the surname Afridis, we more often than not see them going absolutely big against the bowlers. They like to score at a decent strike rate. Junaid Afridi is making it slow and steady. It's the patience that he's taken his time initially, and anything in his slot is ensured is punished.
When you talk about patience here, Rizwan, I'd always choose formats like the Test and the 50-over format against and over the shorter formats, because it also does test you as a batter, as a bowler. It teaches you a lot of patience with regards to how you structure your innings, bowling consistently at one given length and line. And this format will certainly instill a lot of discipline. That's a brilliant stroke. Magnificent cut shot there by Junaid Afridi. That's the second boundary of the over, and both have been of very, very high quality.
Well, absolutely rightly said there. That was a cracking shot of the blade of Junaid. A little bit of width on offer while he's pounced on it, and he made it look so elegant and easy. Look at that shot. Oh, absolutely magnificent. One for the cameraman and one for the social media handles, I would say, I think, Nizam.
Well, certainly, why not with if you can play strokes like that. Well, if I was Junaid Afridi, it'll be all over my social media for sure.
Tries to go big, does not get the connection. Could have been an outside edge as well. He's got to be mindful. He's got those runs already, I think, Nizam. And he's got to make sure he doesn't throw his wicket at this juncture of the game, because he's got the platform right to reach the target.
Yeah, well, he's batting very well, 44, 56, and you've already got two boundaries in the over. Why do anything different when your required run rate is way below what you're going at? So just got to make sure that he chooses the right balls. Better delivery once again, just around that fourth stump line. Sabir, his lines have been quite good, but a couple of deliveries being hit for the boundary. Pressure will certainly be back on Sabir.
Well, they've been the go-to bowlers in the entire tournament. Unfortunately, not been rewarded in this, but it could be the change in the plan, as I said a bit earlier as well. Probably the new white ball could have done something for them. Unfortunately, at this juncture of the game, the men in yellow are looking comfortable and getting those runs quite easily. Yet to see the dew factor. At the moment, it's still dry out there. And Shehan, yet again, rotating the strike quite comfortably. That will bring us to the end of the over.
Ash, aaja.
Right, then change in the bowling. This is a very good move from Adib Usmani, getting Ashwant Walthapa into the attack. He's been that all-rounder, the go-to all-rounder, I must say, for team Fujairah. And you can see that slip also in place. This is an interesting move, I must say, I think, Nizam.
Yeah, very interesting. It's not going to affect you by any means, especially With the required red below. Shehan Veeraratne on the other end. Comes out with a glorious shot through that cover region of the back foot. Well, that's a brilliant stroke once again.
Well, elegantly played by Shehan Veeraratne. That was a quicker one and comfortably placed towards that vacant area. Yet again, another boundary. So they're getting those boundaries at every single over, Atiq Nizam, which is allowing them to score quite comfortably. And as we speak, it's just 93 that they required. And with 9 wickets in hand at the rate of 2.94, it should be a walk in the park for the men in yellow.
Well, certainly, but I really think that Abu Dhabi, I'm sure, will not want to take it all the way down to the last over. They'll want to win this convincingly. But first, they've got to make sure that they get towards that striking distance. But so far, these two have batted beautifully.
There was a bit of mix-up there. There was a lack of communication between Shehan and Junaid, and that misfield yet again resulting in that single could have been a recipe for disaster there. Could have been an easy run out, Atiq Nizam. This is where they've got to be careful about. They've done everything right so far. They've ticked all the boxes. Just ensure you don't throw away your wicket. Let them earn it.
Well, certainly, they just have to make sure that they keep doing what they're doing. They've done it so far brilliantly. 250-run stands for both wickets. Junaid and Rohan Mustafa putting on a 59 stand together, and then these two now with a 64-run stand between them have done extremely well. And he's bowled him. Well, just as we were speaking about the partnership between these two, Junaid Khan Afridi gets absolutely flummoxed by a brilliant delivery from Ashwant Walthappa.
The change working in favour of the men in orange. That was required from Adib Usmani, getting Ashwant Walthappa into the attack. And boy, he has delivered. Absolutely magnificent. A peach of delivery to get the better of Junaid. Junaid yet again getting out in his 40s. He'll be disappointed with that. Alright, then is there a twist in the tail? Junaid Khan departs after scoring 45 of 59. 5 boundaries to his runs. And 123 for the loss of 2. $123 for 2. In comes Ali Abid after the departure of Junaid, who was looking absolutely magnificent. A brilliant delivery to get him out. Ashwant Walthappa. And Ali Abid, another brilliant right-hander, has been associated with Team Abu Dhabi for a very long time. A senior statesman.
Well, he's a class act, isn't he, Ali Abid? Missed out on the last couple of games, but he's a very, very good batter. Can hit the ball a long way. Oh, that's a good delivery. They're asking the question, but I feel that was bat first. I think he did get an inside edge. But, well, dramas galore here at the Karwan Cricket Club. Ali Abid survives the scare. 19 done, 123 for 2.
Right then, 19 gone, 123 for 2. And just to keep you all posted for the viewers who have just joined us in, winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Team Fujairah were bundled out for 213, and in response, they're currently at 123 for 2. And just to keep you all posted, the highest run scorers in this tournament so far. Israr Ahmed at the top with 407 runs. Luqman Faisal right behind him. 312. He scored a brilliant 148 the other day. Nilansh Keswani at number 3. Rohan Mustafa at number 4 with 303. And Mohit Kalyan at number 5 for Team Sharjah with 290 runs.
Oh, good delivery. That suddenly burst off the surface there. Let's have a look at the replay of the previous ball. The LBW appeal. Well, it's very difficult to say from this angle, but either there was an inside edge onto the boot or it struck the boot first, but still, either way, he was outside the line, so a good decision there by the umpire. Well, let's quickly go through the bowling leaderboard for the top wicket takers. Nabil Aziz leading the charts with 19 wickets. Ibrahim Masood with 18. Wasim Akram with 12. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. Excellent delivery there by Sabir. Well, that was nearly unplayable to say the least. Well, they just need to make sure that they go on. Well, just talking about the top wicket takers, Nabil Aziz, Ibrahim Masood and Wasim Akram at top 3, along with Mohammad Nadeem at number 4 with 9 wickets, and Hafiz Rahman also sharing the spot with 9 wickets. Zohair Iqbal, Rohan Mustafa, Harshid Seth, Siam Khan and Awais Ali make the top 10. Some very good names there. It's been a brilliant tournament. He's got to re-bowl that down the leg side. Well, it's going to be crucial now, Rizwan, that Shehan stays out there after the dismissal of Junaid. He's got to make sure that he carries on this start that he's got and sees his team through. Just 91 more runs required. Below 3 runs and over. Certainly at this stage, looks like it's going to be a walk in the park for Abu Dhabi.
But they still have to be mindful. They've got still the likes of Harshit Kaushik probably to come in and bowl Race as well. We were talking about getting those changes in play and Adib Usmani getting Ashwant Waltapa, getting the better of Junaid Afridi. So at this point of time, I would still say, yes, the men in yellow are in the driver's seat, but we've seen how wickets fell in the first innings. They were 148 for no loss and 213, I reckon they were bundled out.
Yes, it's very crucial that they try and keep chipping on the total been set here. They need to get to that below 50 runs required mark, where then I believe that they can perhaps breathe a sigh of relief without losing any further wickets. So Ali Abid will play a big role. Like we mentioned, we're just in the 20th over now, so still plenty of time remaining in this all-important finale.
And the required run rate just under 3 runs and over. And the kind of batting lineup they've got, the likes of Basil Hamid as well. And they can afford to take a bit of time after the departure of Junaid. And talking about the most valuable player of the tournament, just before this match, it was Nabil Aziz who was topping the charts. But now after that wicket as well for Rohan Mustafa and a couple of catches and the short cameo that he's played, he's leading now. And right behind him is Nabil Aziz with his magnificent bowling performances, and Israr Ahmed at number 3. Ibrahim Masood, another extremely talented young lad from Team Sharjah, followed by Keshav Sharma at number 5. A lot of youngsters in the top rankings, Atiq Nizam, which is always is a delight to see, getting those youngsters getting those opportunity. An inside edge could have easily went on to hit the timber. Lucky escape for Ali Abid. And how often have we seen that today, Atiq Nizam? The ball just missing that furniture.
Well, it's been a few very, very close calls here. But nevertheless, they say fortune does favor the brave. And Abu Dhabi certainly has risen their luck. But having said that, yeah, you made a very good point, Rizwan, talking about the youngsters putting their hands up. and also being residents of this beautiful country that we live in, the United Arab Emirates, we certainly do look forward to the UAE being a force to reckon with in world cricket. Certainly got the talent. Let's squeeze down for a single. We'll speak more about it in the next over. 20 done, 128 for 2. Ashwant Tapa will continue providing the breakthrough in the previous over. Big wicket under the circumstances. When you felt that Abu Dhabi was plain sailing, he's managed to get that big wicket. Good delivery there. You see a bit of a wrong one, but Ali Abid was watchfully behind it. Rizwan, we were just having a chat about the youngsters and UAE cricket. Well, there's absolutely no dearth for talent, to say the least. You've seen some magnificent batters, bowlers, some terrific fielders, and in all honesty, oh, down the leg side. Well, in all honesty, Rizwan, you know, we come from full test playing nation countries like Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, but looking at a country like the UAE, which obviously has 90% expat population, with people from all different nations, and having that talent through, we'd really love to see UAE exceed in that international arena as well. The talent is there. We've seen those sparks of brilliance on the international stage, but having got there, we have the facilities, we have everything. You know, what do you think is that UAE cricket has to do to get that cricket level, the players to that level?
Well, you're absolutely spot on there. It's a country where it's a culmination of all the Asian countries. You get as we always speak, more often than not, it's the Indian subcontinent which has always produced those wonderful batters, and it's the pace battery that Pakistan has always produced. We spoke about spin attack, which is heavily dominated by the Lankans. Yes, we do have Bangladeshi players as well. Talking about in general overall, firstly, let's talk about the youngsters. Talk about Ibrahim Masood. Talk about Nabil Aziz. These youngsters, 21 years, 20 years of age. I think Ibrahim Masood is still in his teenagers, coming and showcasing his talent and skill and prowess at this platform, not shying away. A huge appeal, and it's not been given. It'll be interesting to have a look at that replay. Asif is not interested, and Ashwant Valtappa cannot believe it.
Well, that was very close. Very, very close. Well, let's have a look at that. Oh, that was mightily close, I'll tell you.
There was certainly pitching in line, impact in line, and I must say Shehan would consider himself lucky there to be out there.
Well, I think the only thing that could have perhaps saved him was if the ball carried on with the arm and if it missed the leg stump, but it felt like it straightened. But nevertheless, the umpire, Asif Iqbal, thinks otherwise.
And talking about youngsters, Ibrahim and Nabil, they all have risen to the occasions. From talking about Emirates Blues, talk about Ahmed Tariq. He's been in sublime form. He's playing against players of Ebrar's calibers, clocking about 140, 150. I would say a perfect platform, a series like D, where all the youngsters can come and showcase their talent. We'll talk more about it at the end of 21, 130 for 2. Right then, 21 gone, 130 for 2. Change in the commentary box as Atiq Nizam takes a breather. I've been joined by Ahmed Khwaja. Ahmed, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Rizwanur Rahman. Much appreciated. I was really enjoying your conversation with Atiq about the state of cricket in the UAE and what we need to do to reach, the top 10 or top 15 cricketing nations in the world. And I think the key word is we need to have that professionalism come into our domestic scene. We have a lot of world-class venues, a lot of cricket happening really 24/7 around in the UAE. You are a very busy club cricketer yourself. I think we just need to, streamline the system and create that pathway, make it a lot more clearer for the budding domestic talents to go all the way. That is the only thing I feel we're missing out. Otherwise, we've got pretty much all the bases covered.
They've got world-class facilities, the infrastructure, the training facilities as well. At the same time, they've got 2 seasons of the D series, 50 over formats, and 1 of Bukhatir League. So it'll be interesting to have those couple of 2-day matches or 3-day matches just to get the best out of the field, the players here. It's the cream of UAE, mind you, who are playing this D series. It's difficult to get through those teams, and when you have that opportunity, you might as well come and showcase the talent. But when you have that opportunity, you come, demonstrate, and get into the national side. We've seen players being a part of the UAE national camp when they score well, when they are get noticed, and at the same time, getting an opportunity to play franchise cricket also in the shorter format of the game. Quite impressive.
Well, exactly the point that you make. When we want to have professional cricketers playing 2-day, 3-day cricket, pardon me, and it's a very difficult equation, of course, because most of these players, they're only semi-pros. They usually have day jobs, so it's very much on the weekends or the off day when they don't get to train. They have to play competitive cricket non-stop at the club level or the D level. So certainly is something that we need to address in the future down the line as we progress, because that will certainly increase or raise the level of domestic cricket if we have those 2-day, 3-day comps. And certainly there is absolutely no doubt that UAE can be another test nation in the future along the lines of Ireland or Afghanistan. We certainly have the potential. It's just a matter of unlocking it. Meanwhile, trying to unlock this partnership here is Sabir Ali Rao, who's been very unlucky, bowled really well here for Fujairah, but things just not going their way.
You need a bit of luck as well, Ahmed Khwaja, and unfortunately it didn't go in their favour. There are a couple of dropped opportunities as well initially, which were provided by Hardik Pai, and at the moment they are steering the ship quite well. These 2 batters, Shehan and Ali Abid. Ali Abid would want to express himself. Anything in his slot, he would ensure it's taken to the cleaners. Another brilliant delivery. He's still in his 6th over, but is immaculate with his lines and lengths.
Yeah, he's been bowling that nagging line and length, especially to Shehan, not allowing him to free his arms. And will they succumb to this consistent pressure being built by the Fujairah bowlers? Ashwin Valtapa has been an inspired bowling change. So he has given them a bit of an opening, not a lot of runs to play with, and a very easy required run rate of just 3 runs per over. So they need something to go their way here for Fujairah if they have to defend their title. Oh, beautifully bowled, just nipping in off the seam. And an inside edge will save Ali Abid there. 133 for 2. So Ashwant, can he pry out another wicket here?
पकड़ 1-1 easy
Trying to work that away behind square on the offside. Good fielding, but cannot prevent the double. I don't like the field placement here for Ashwant Valtapa. I think you need more men in the offside ring to prevent those runs.
You're absolutely spot on. He's one bowler who bowls those off-stump channels. You need protection. You need to have a packed offside field. But Adib Usmani has different plans.
Yeah, there's a square leg in the circle, a deep fine leg, and a mid-wicket fielder. So on the offside, there is only that extra cover, deep point, and a mid-off. So all he has to do is just manipulate the ball behind square on the offside,
पकड़ पकड़ पकड़
and he can easily pick up twos, threes, even a boundary. Maybe a reverse hit could be an option for Ali Abid.
Well, absolutely. Couples are always there. 2 runs are always there for the taking, especially towards that short third and deep third region. He's got a wide-ish deep third. It's all about playing with the field, toying with the field, and Ali Abid can effectively do that. Another good delivery, right on the money. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, for a spinner, why do you need a deep fine leg? If they play that sweep shot, fair enough. They deserve the runs, but it's just too easy a release to just turn the ball around the corner for a free single. So they need to tweak the field setting here, Adib Usmani. Need to bring some men into the ring. Otherwise, if you allow them to just push the ball around, you're not going to achieve anything, and they'll get the desired target of 215 with ease. Solid in defense is Shehan. What I do like about him is very calm, very composed at the crease.
Well, absolutely. He's done well in the previous outing as well, Shehan. And yet again, just living up to the expectations of the team. And as we speak, he's got a packed offside field. But yet again, a lot of real estate on offer towards the square leg and the fine leg region. That sweep shot is always on for Shehan, but he's got to be careful, failing which he can be adjourned LBW.
The away turning delivery on that occasion. He does have that carom ball. Ashwant used to be a wicketkeeper batter by trade, but he's really worked hard on his bowling skills. Now is very much a useful all-round option with the ball as a fourth bowler or the secondary spinner, and that's a good attitude to have. He's always honing and refining his skills. 23 gone, 136 for 2. Well, that's what they're playing for. Fabulous Champions Trophy there of the 7 districts presents Emirates D50, powered by Fancode. Would really look nice in your cabinet, wouldn't it, Rizwan or Rahman?
Oh, absolutely. And both the teams would want to get the hands on them, especially the champions one for sure. Remember, Team Fujairah are the defending champions. Yet again, in another finale, they had to work their way out to qualify for the finals, especially against Team Sharjah, where Luqman Faisal was going all guns blazing. And now there's a change in the bowling. Keshav has been introduced into the attack.
Very fine left arm spinner. Keshav, he's had a blinder of a tournament, wickets and runs. He's in the reckoning for MVP of the tournament as well. Can he produce a breakthrough here? Just something to give them hope. Just 79 runs away from victory are Abu Dhabi. Remember, Fujairah are the defending champs of D50. So a lot of things at stake for sure. These two sides have been regular finalists over the last 2-3 seasons. in the D tournaments.
Play well bowled, shabash.
Right on the money. Good start. Very skillful bowler is Keshav.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, in the top 5 of the MVP player of the tournament, Keshav. Quite handy left arm spinner. Brilliant delivery. Falls short of Mayank Chaudhary.
Keshav, Shabha, Keshav.
Well, he's turning it well here. Keshav, they need a bit of luck there, Ahmed Khwaja.
Yeah, it was bowled very slow in the air. Just died when it hit the sticker of the bat. But that is encouraging for sure. Hitting the right areas. Within the stumps, and surprisingly the dew has not arrived as we were anticipating.
Well, absolutely. That's one thing which is important, and the bowlers can have a then take a sigh of relief, I must tell you that. Still require 79 runs, and at the moment going it over by over is team Abu Dhabi.
Keshav, Shabha, Keshav. Big shot coming, get ready. Keshav, Shabha, Keshav. Ban gaye.
Four dot deliveries on the trot, and a fifth one now. Keshav mixing it up really well, not allowing any room whatsoever. Brilliant line, brilliant channel, and it's got a packed offside field as well, and enticing Ali Abad to go the extra cover region. This is tossed up and does not get the connection, and that will bring us to the end of the over, and a wicket, and it's a maiden over, and 24 gone, 136 for 2.
So Ashwant will continue into his fourth over, bowling a miserly spell, but wickets is the name of the game.
Well bowled, Shabha,
Finishing within the stumps once more.
Oh, it certainly is.
Shabha, bhai.
They are
No run here, no
running
run.
short of options now, team Fujairah. They've tried Keshav, they've tried Ashwant Waltappa, probably Harshit Kaushik as well. I'm not too sure. 79 is what they need, and Ali Abid usually tends to play the aggressor's role, has been quite at one end. Shehan comfortably getting those singles and doubles, and Nadeeb Usmani just having few words with Ashwant Waltappa. They need that wicket desperately, Ahmed Khwaja. That's the only way they can come back into the game, failing which at the moment it's quite easy for team Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, definitely. But I am just struggling to see where they'll find that wicket-taking option. Hafiz has bowled a long spell, so has Sabir.
Top bowling,
Maybe you can go back to Nabil Aziz, but that's more of the same. We already have a left-arm spinner in operation. Good-looking glide behind point. And Shehan, he looks very relaxed against the spinners. Was troubled a bit by Sabir and Hafiz, but that's his bread and butter. Of course, growing up in Sri Lankan conditions, you face a lot of spin, so he looks very relaxed at the moment.
He's certainly school-headed with his young age as well. Having the temperament is quite brilliant at that age. We've seen that with the youngsters in this D series, Ahmed Khwaja, quite top-notch youngsters.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Ahmed Tariq, Ibrahim Masood, very talented players. Truly prospects for the future, especially Ahmed Tariq. He's been performing quite consistently at the D level across all the formats, not just 50 overs. Even in D10, D20, he's grabbed the spotlight, played some headline-making innings. And I think it's just a matter of time before that youngster gets the nod from the UAE. He's just about 18, 19 years of age, but a tremendous player.
Oh, absolutely. And just to add to what you've mentioned, Ahmed Khwaja, wavered down the leg side, a huge appeal, and a bit of exercise for Mr. Asif. White signal by the umpire. Talking about the youngsters, Ahmed, we've just seen under 16 team who's gone out to Qatar to play the under 16 Asian tournament, the West Zone tournament, and it was Ayan Misbah, the skipper, who's under 16, probably about 15, 14 years of age. He scored a magnificent century against Team Kuwait in the opening game.
Yeah, we've seen him play that way in the D tournaments as well for Dubai. Super talent he is, genuine all-rounder. And he certainly is a very bright prospect. Just shows that at age cricket we are no less than anybody in the world.
Absolutely. It's to do with the temperament, it's to do with the training staff, it's to do with the coaching as well. Zahoor Khan being coached by the for the team and has done exceptionally well.
Oh, what a living legend he is, Zahoor Khan, veteran fast bowler. Back cut away behind point, a long chase for the sweeper cover. Once again, the field setting is a bit odd for my liking, and they will easily pick up to halfway stage of the run chase. 140 for 2. So just 75 runs needed in the next 25 overs. Looking pretty straightforward for Abu Dhabi. If they hold the fort, if they keep their nerve, they should be crowned D50 champions. Can this man make something happen?
At this moment, it's the men in yellow all over the place. They've just lost 2 wickets. It was 1 wicket which was given away, I would say, by Rohan Mustafa, but the second one was earned by the bowlers of Fujairah. And in a longer format, more often than not, you'll have to earn the wicket, Ahmed, because in T20 you tend to see the batters going after the bowlers, allowing you to create an opportunity. But in a longer format, you need to earn those wickets.
A bit of an ugly heave coming in there from Shehan. Smart field setting with that short mid wicket in his eye line. Square leg is in the circle as well, so they're tempting him to go towards square leg. Can Keshav make something happen? Oh, that was a long hop and deposited over the fence for 6.
Rocked on the back foot, and Shehan finds a maximum. Brilliant hit coming right off the meat of the bat. That's exactly what you need now. It was a half tracker meant to be punished and dealt with ease.
Yeah, not the biggest boundary you've ever seen towards that mid-wicket region. Must be just about 60 meters. So easy pickings. Chopped away. And that's all you need. You've got the boundary. Just keep it ticking over.
Yeah, rotating the strike quite comfortably. And Team Fujairah, you can see the body language as well, Ahmed Khwaja. Just shoulders dropping down.
It's been a long day. 140 for no loss. 214 all out. Truly a remarkable collapse. That was a bit too full to play across the line, but we'll get away with it. In fact, they'll pick up 2. So Ali Abid is getting into the groove as well, and when he cuts loose, he will end the game in a jiffy.
Oh, he's destructive. No wonder why he's called as a destroyer of the opposition. He's got his helmet off. making it much more comfortable. 66 just required now of 145 deliveries. Pretty much has been a one-sided affair, and he finds the boundary. Bit away from the fielder at the backward point, and Keshav offering that loose now.
Yeah, that was a nothing ball. And horrible fielding at backward point. Not getting behind the ball, letting it skip away. And well, maybe the floodgates are opening here for Abu Dhabi. So Hardik Pai bowled 5 overs in the first power play. Coming back into the attack. Maybe there could be something to work with the older ball. Wasn't particularly effective, but they did drop 2 catches off his bowling. Desperately need a wicket here, do Fujairah. Well, not with that line. Elegant sweep. And all along the carpet for 4.
Nicely swept by Shehan. And a poor delivery to begin with, and especially when you get that boundary of the first delivery, Ahmed Khwaja, you can look to magnify that. And I think Shehan would try to do that.
Yeah, they've got back-to-back boundaries, in fact. Ali Abid and now Shehan. So just unleashing a few quick runs. Just 58 runs needed now. That required run rate has dipped to below 2.5. And that is what a couple of boundaries can do when you're defending a low score. That pressure immediately shifts on the bowling.
As you always mentioned, Ahmed Khwaja, it's the wickets which is the name of the game when you're defending those low scores. Nicely played yet again, rocking back on the back foot, just a single. What they've managed to do is they managed to pick up boundaries at regular intervals, and those singles and doubles coming quite comfortable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the tempo at which Shehan Weeraratne has played. 41 or 48 is a very acceptable strike rate. He started off with a bang, couple of boundaries, but then just hunkered down, rotated the strike, while Junaid Afridi got the boundaries, and after that, he's just changed gears quite nicely with Ali Abid. So, does look a very well-accomplished batter for this format in particular. That stabilizer at number 3, that's always very, very important. You need that player who can adapt to the situation and play accordingly. Back cut again, and lots of real estate like you like to mention, and easy to. So Hardik Pai is leaking runs.
Well, I like that word that you've mentioned. You've got to be a stabilizer when you're walking at number 3, and I think he's done well, Shehan Weeraratne, and ensuring getting those runs. They're making it quite comfortable now, getting those runs quite comfortably.
.160 for 2. Psychologically, less than 50 runs to win soon. Will certainly play on the mind of the Fujairah bowling. We've been informed quite nicely by our co-coms that it's Shehan Weeraratne, not Weeraratne. Thank you, Mr. Atiq Nizam, our Sinhalese language coach. Oh, going on the back foot there. So, over completed, 160 for 2. Keshav into his third over. Oh, edged and dropped. Beautiful flighted delivery. It wasn't an easy catch, but at this level, you have to snaffle those.
Well, nothing going in favor of Team Fujairah. That should have been taken. There is a reason why you've got that protection in there. And Mayank Chaudhary just missing out. Another opportunity goes down and this is skied up in the air. Will this be taken? Yes, it will be.
Well, it's quite hard to explain the thought process of Shehan on that shot. He was done in the flight, and that was a nothing shot in the end. It was simply catching practice, and this time the fielder makes no mistake. So against the run of play, a wicket has fallen for Abu Dhabi. A good composed hand from young Shehan Weeraratne, but he'll be disappointed with that dismissal after getting into the 40s. He's gone for 41. A classy player coming in at number 5 for Abu Dhabi, Basil Hamid, star all-rounder of the side and for the UAE national team. And just the kind of cool and calm customer you want at the crease in a run chase.
Well, absolutely. He does have a lot of experience, an experienced campaigner, represented at the highest level as has been part of the Abu Dhabi League as well, and also the ILT20. And watch out for his inside out shot towards that extra cover region. A treat to watch. And Basil just arrived at the crease, and it'll be interesting to see how he will take his team.
Arm delivery, quick single. There is a direct hit. This could be close. This could be drama in the D50 final.
Well. D series have never been short of a roller coaster ride, and I think the team Fujairah are celebrating if that is a wicket. Let's have a look at that. And I think he's gone. He is gone. 2 wickets in quick succession for team Fujairah.
Is there going to be a twist in the tail? He was well short in the end. 1 wicket brings another. 2 set batters for Abu Dhabi back in the dugout. And once again, it's a self-inflicted wound. Ali Abid run out for 19. Well, all of a sudden, this game has done a 180-degree turn here. Ethan Carl D'Souza, extremely talented teenager. He's already been capped by the UAE. Very technically sound left-hander. And Ethan will need to bank on that class and quality. Just 55 runs needed. But yet again, it's a collapse at the D50. Atiq Nizam, welcome.
Well, thank you, Ahmed, and what a time to come back into the com box when you just felt that Abu Dhabi were just coasting along. Suddenly they had 2 of the set batters back in the dugout. Shehan Weeraratne, who just had a moment of brain freeze, and is going at very well at 40 odd. Very unlike himself to lobby that down towards long on and then a run out straight away. Ali Abid had to depart. This is very crucial now with 2 new batters out in the crease. Then Abu Dhabi once again dig deep and get a partnership going.
Well, this was the run out. It was Ali Abid's call. And when he was just swaying away, trying to avoid the throw, he didn't remember to ground his bat. He wasn't even in the range, really. Looking for the sweep. It's drifted down leg, so a few runs gifted here. But now this game is well and truly alive.
Well, that spun quite sharply there by Keshav Sharma. Ethan D'Souza, he's a very good player of spin. Especially, I believe that it should be a lot easier for Ethan than for Basil with the left arm spinner coming into bowl. Once again, nicely flighted, enticing the batter forward. A single towards mid-off, and Ethan gets off the mark, ends the 28th, 164 for 4. 51 more runs required for victory.
So Nabil Aziz being brought back into the attack. Well, he is the highest wicket taker of the tournament. So naturally, Adib Usmani, going to his destroyer-in-chief. There is a left-hander at the crease in the form of Ethan. Very technically sound batter, and he has a very cool head on his shoulders, even though he's barely out of his teens. Lovely drive. And he always looks so relaxed at the crease. That's what I love about his batting.
Well, mind you, yes, there are two new batters out in the crease, but also you have the shoulders of the caliber of someone like Basil Hamid, who's played a lot of cricket for the national team, played around the globe, and comes in with a wealth of experience. And what a time to come in as well when you need when the team needs you with 50 or more runs required. I'm sure he'll guide the youngster Ethan D'Souza along the way as well. So it's crucial that Basil gets a start and goes on and sees his team through. Nicely flighted and straight away gets off the mark.
Yeah, I think it might not be a bad idea for one of this pair to just be a bit more aggressive. A flurry of quick boundaries will really sway the momentum. Just 50 runs to defend. You don't want to be prodding around. I would say look to play your shots. Try to get a quick fire 15-20 runs in the next 3-4 overs. And that will put you back in the box seat. If you just knock the ball around, you just keep the bowlers in the game here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's one way that they can go about it. Maybe one of them can try and be the aggressor. Oh, that's close. That's very, very close. Well, did that perhaps strike him outside the line of the off stump?
Yeah, I agree. He got a big stride in. Oh, it's an inside edge. Yes. Excellent umpiring by Asif Iqbal. Eagle-eyed. We have seen quite a few close shouts in this game. But so far, the umpires have been absolutely spot on. Not an easy task, especially when the ball is turning big. Nabil Aziz putting some revs on the ball. That's good to see. Meanwhile, Basil and Ethan having a quiet word. They've been part of the UAE national team together, although there is a bit of an age gap. The helmet is coming out, so we might see maybe a square leg coming in a catching position. That's very creative from Fujairah and Adib Usmani.
Well, this is what you need, isn't it? You need to think out of the box. Just create some pressure. for the batting team. Maybe another wicket here, I'll tell you, would certainly open a can of worms in that batting lineup of Abu Dhabi. Oh, that was a hate-made delivery. You can see Ethan D'Souza was disappointed he didn't put that away.
Yeah, I've always found that expression, can of worms, very interesting. Who is canning worms in the first place? Because that's certainly not something you can eat on a regular basis. Maybe a can of tomatoes or a can of beans. Oh, meanwhile, a no ball has come in from Mr. Nabil Aziz. That's very sloppy. I think it was for the field placements there. There are too many men behind square on the leg side. So eagle-eyed Imran Munir, because of that short leg fielder and the square leg next to him. And they have a deep fine leg as well. So you're only allowed 2. They had 3. So a free hit. Oh, and he's yorked himself. So no damage done.
Yeah, very good delivery there by Nabil. I was just about to say that he perhaps maybe have shot himself on the foot, but luckily he bowled a very good delivery to follow up. And ends the over, 29 done, 167 for 4.
So well, Nabil Aziz had yet to complete his over. Oh, good punchy drive towards that wide-ish long off region. And they will pick up 2, and that will conclude the over. 169 for 4. So Keshav Sharma providing the much needed breakthrough. And after that, well, run out immediately the next ball. So a bit of butterflies, bit of jitters coming in for Abu Dhabi. And so often we see that a low scoring game can be a thrilling one, Atiq.
Well, I'd always take a low-scoring game over a high-scoring game anytime. Certainly would have the ingredients of everything a cricket lover would need. But this is certainly hotting up another wicket or two. It would certainly completely change the complexion of the game. Comes down the track and smashes it down the ground for a single.
Yeah, I like the intent. He's using his feet. He's trying to nullify the spin of Keshav. He's trying to deal in boundaries. That's the right approach. You don't want to take another 70 deliveries to get these 45 runs. You want to get on top of the opposition as quickly as possible. Take a bit of a risk. Roll the dice. Especially in a big match, I always feel it's worth taking a risk. Don't think about fear of failure. And they still have that short leg in position for any kind of misbehavior off the wicket.
Well, I think Basil Hamid would be the ideal candidate to take on that role with the experience that he's had, and he's one of the cleanest hitters of the ball. And you necessarily do not have to play the ball in the air. There's plenty of real estate around the ground. It's a very, very big venue. Well, as we say, he's going inside out. There's a fielder running across. And in fact, it's carried all the way. Brilliant hit there by Basil Hamid. And this is what we've been talking about. We need more of those.
Oh, that's a wonderful strike. He targeted that extra cover region and he pulled it off beautifully. Clean strike and just trailed away from the deep cover fielder. And in fact, that was well clear of the fence. Great balance, great power. And the pressure reverses. He goes again and straight to the fielder. This time no mistake made. So the gamble has backfired.
Well. Team Fujairah feel that they've got 1 foot back in the door. Basil Hamid trying one shot too many. This time again goes through the same region, only to miscue it. And a very good catch been taken by Nabil to see the dismissal of Basil Hamid. 5 down now, half the side back in the dugout. Are we going to see another swing of the pendulum? 177 for 5.
For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first time in the UA, you can measure your ball speed. Test your skills with our state-of-the-art speed radar. Are you ready to break records? Only at the 7 districts. Don't just play, play fast. For the first...
Well, 177 for 5. And just when you feel that the Abu Dhabi team are losing wickets, they just keep getting one established batter after the other. They've still got plenty in the tank. Nadeem yet to come in. But right now, you've got Usman Masood out there in the middle. Last ball of the 30th. And just look at that for a field. Watchfully played it through. 30 overs done and dusted. 177 for 5.
Well, 38 runs are going to feel like 380 runs at the moment for Abu Dhabi. The pressure is telling. Some wickets have fallen in clusters. They still have plenty of batting to come through, like you mentioned, Atik. But they would really like this pair to ideally get them across the line. Usman Masood Pandit, very clean striker of the ball. Pushed away towards point. But it is a very interesting field set, isn't it?
Yeah, very attacking to say the least. I absolutely just love to see this attacking mindset by Adib Usmani. He's certainly not backing off from throwing in some punches. And that's what you call proactive captain is, and Adib Usmani certainly is giving it a fight.
Well, I think Usman Masood is going to play his game. He's not going to back down from the challenge. And with that, maybe some quick runs could come in or wickets could tumble. Over delivery, just string onto the pads, but they've got that square leg in. So in the end, it is a dot ball. He got away with that one.
Yeah, well, you're right. This game could go either way right now. I think Usman will not be a bad ploy to bring him in out to bat at this stage. Usman Masood, with 37 runs required, maybe a couple of hits can completely change the pressure. Watchfully played, a quick single been stolen, and Usman will get off the mark.
A bit of an in and out field at the moment. They've got a short mid wicket, square leg in the circle, short cover, a slip fielder as well. And then everybody else back on the fence. The long off, the long on, the deep cover. So they're just tempting them to look for the boundaries. Ethan, I'm sure, will take his sweet time. He's in no hurry. He can bat all day if you ask him. But Usman, I think he'll take a chance or two. And Adib Usmani just slowing the game down, making them sweat, making them ponder.
Yeah, that could perhaps be the last throw of the dice here for Adib Usmani. And well, they've got a new fielder in. Now positioned at around the gully region.
He's not supposed to change the jersey like this.
Ethan D'Souza on 6 of 11 now. Ashwant has bowled very well, 16 runs in his 4.3 overs, and also picking up that big wicket of Afridi.
Arm delivery, finishing within the stumps and easily defended. Well, Ethan D'Souza, 6 of 12. Required run rate is just less than 2 runs per over. But sometimes funny things can happen, that is for sure.
Well, of course, the pressures of the occasion can also get to a batter if you do not hold the right mindset. But these two are obviously quite experienced, especially Ethan D'Souza. Yes, he is a young lad, but this is some great exposure to play some quality cricket. The finals of the 7 districts presents Emirates D50. Got a lot of eyeballs following this game, and certainly they'll want to see their team through. 31 done, 179 for 5.
क्या हुआ उसको डालेगा या एक्सटर्नल डालेगा आ जाए एक और केशव जा जा अंदर जा और ठीक होके आ 1-2 ओवर के बाद.
Well, looks
चाहिए मेरे
like
को तू.
a case of cramp has afflicted Nabil Aziz. It has been a hot day for sure here at the Karwan Sports Club. And even in the late evenings, it's still in the low 30 degrees Celsius.
साबिर भाई पॉइंट आ जाओ.
Well, I'm sure it's easily dropped around 10 degrees over the last 6 hours or so. The daytime you had temperatures hitting around 40s, and now it's around that late early 30s. But just look at that on your screen.
केशव शबा केशव.
2 slips and a silly mid-off.
मेरे भाई.
Yeah, fantastic creativity from Adib Usmani. Will it pay off? Oh, poor delivery, long hop, and easily dispatched for 4.
Well, you've got a field sitting that is what your captain's given you, and you bowl a ranked long hop, which is easy pickings. Well, that is, I'd say, 4 gifted runs here for Usman Masood.
Oh, absolutely. You have a silly point, a gully catching, a slip fielder, and you bowl one on leg stump halfway down the track. Usman Masood will be very, very pleased with that gift coming in. Eid has come in early, the second Eid that is. So 32 needed, and he is the kind of player who can take the game away from you very quickly. Usman Masood Pandit. Oh, was a bit late on that one. But every single run is being cheered by the Abu Dhabi dugout.
Well, what that boundary also has done is the captain has decided to take off that second slip and that silly point fielder and position them back at mid-wicket and extra covers. That's what a boundary can do. But yeah, now you just require 31 more runs.
Yeah, every run is a mini milestone. They'll be working in segments of 5 or 10. Let's get it down to 30, 20, 10. Lovely square drive from Ethan. And they'll push for 2. And they'll make it through. Good running.
Well, that's excellent running by the 2 youngsters out there. Once again showing us what young legs could do. It's not easy conditions out there. Can be quite taxing for the players. You need to possess extremely high levels of fitness in order to commiserate the hit. Once again, that's beautifully played. Played it very square. They'll come back for another couple. They're thinking of a third, but they'll just settle with 2.
Yeah, I dare say they could have made 3 if they had set off immediately. But no need to take any risks at all, especially after that run out of Ali Abid. So less than 30 needed now. Drip by drip, they're filling up the well. Keshav has picked up 2 wickets, but been slightly expensive. Adib Usmani perhaps could be considering a bowling change. Easy as you like, cool as ice is Ethan Carl D'Souza.
Well, they say there's a saying that oceans were created by a single drop of water.
I think you have just invented this. I have never heard this in my life. Is it in Sinhalese?
Well, absolutely not, my friend. It is absolutely there, where you know, every single run counts, and every single time you get that 1 run closer to the target, it is gonna be that much adding pressure onto the opposition. 32 done, 189 for 5.
Ashwin Valtapa, very miserly spell. But wickets is the requirement of the hour. Just 26 runs away. There's been a bit of butterflies, a bit of jitters in the Abu Dhabi batting, but they are on course. Fine sweep, but didn't go anywhere. Unlucky, and Ethan is rightfully disappointed.
Well, great effort there by the fielder. He did not want to concede a single on that occasion. Excellent work. That's the pressure that you need to do. You need to keep applying till the very last run. Every single run will count. False start there.
Well, he was disappointed because there's absolutely nobody within the vicinity of fine leg. Literally nobody. There's only a deep square and a mid-wicket in the circle on the onside. So even a half clean connection will give you a boundary. So that is what Ethan Carl D'Souza is looking for. No single there. Good call. But overthrows. Well, that was not on.
Yeah, sloppy there to say the least. But Abu Dhabi will take it. 190 now on the board. 25 more runs required for victory. Well, those blocks of 5, they managed to tick another box. That was the shy at the stumps.
Yeah, they had to take a chance, didn't they? A direct hit could have been interesting. Now Osman Masood, he's already got a boundary to his name. Well bowled there. Was looking for that drive. I think he's just eyeing that mid-wicket region. He wants to bring out that slog sweep.
Well, I like to see Adib Usmani bring in at least another couple of fielders into the circle here, Ahmed. Because just 5 more runs required for victory, and there's no point in leaving those big gaps. Because even if you do hit boundaries, you're gonna definitely, there you see another couple of easy runs being provided. So maybe just try and cut those easy singles. Just make the batters do something out of the ordinary. Try and make them go over the circle. And perhaps that way you might be hit for a boundary, but at least you have that chance of creating that outside edge and perhaps getting a wicket in the process.
Yeah, I don't understand this field setting. It is frustrating me a lot here. Having this deep point for an off spinner absolutely makes no sense at all. Now this is better. They've got a backward point in the 30-yard ring. We've seen multiple times they've just pushed the ball square on the offside and picked up 2. And when you've only got 20-odd runs to defend, you need to get your field placements absolutely on the money here.
Well, he's gone hard. The fielder in the deep will cut it off. Well, once again, just putting our point across. If there was a mid-on fielder, that could have been an opportunity. So this is what I think that Adib Usmani will have to reconsider.
Yeah, I think you have to bring them in. You're right. There's no way you're going to defend 22 runs in 100 balls by spreading the field. If they hit you for 4, fair enough. The odds were always against you. Oh, was looking for that dabble sweep, but just yorked himself. And very lucky he got bat on it. That could have been tight. So 33 gone. Abu Dhabi are just 21 runs away from victory.
194 for 5. 21 more runs required. Required run rate just about 1 run and over. And well, now this is a field I like. This is something better. They've got some fielders in the 30-yard circle. They've got a mid-off, a mid-on, a short square leg, and they've also got one at extra covers and a slip.
Well, looks like somebody's a big fan of Abu Dhabi. The fireworks and celebrations have already begun. Pulled away and couldn't find the gap. That was a boundary for the taking there, Atik.
Yeah, he was a bit too early on the shot there, I feel, Usman. Beg your pardon, Ethan D'Souza. He could have tried and placed that slightly behind square. He would have certainly got a boundary because it was a short delivery on that occasion by Nabil.
He hasn't bowled as well as we would have hoped this evening. Nabil Aziz, to be fair, he had to bowl primarily in the power play, the first power play rather, with the field restrictions. But he's had an outstanding tournament for sure. Just 20 runs away from victory. Abu Dhabi are almost there. Oh, quicker one. Just gripped on the surface as well.
Yes, that was a good quicker delivery, but Usman Masood watchfully behind that. 9 of 10 for him. Very unlike Usman Masood innings here. Well, just as I say that, he's got inside out for a maximum. Well, is that the final nail in the coffin here for Team Fujairah? That's a magnificent shot.
Well, that's the way he plays. He's a go-getter. He's a daredevil. That was a fabulous shot. Look at that. Absolutely nailed it to raise the 200.
Yeah, that was a scintillating inside-out shot by Usman Masood. Just releasing the pressure that was building. Oh, and this is in the air. Oh, valiant effort there by Nabil. And has he caused some damages? Well, that was, that just turned and got a leading outside edge.
Well, what a heroic fielding effort there from Nabil Aziz. Completely squared him up. And look at that big dive. Mind you, it's right on the pitch. It's a hard, rock hard surface. But that is commitment and dedication for you. And he's got a spot of cramp as well. Looks to be okay. But he certainly is a very courageous cricketer.
Well, that was John T. Rhodes like, wasn't it? Great athleticism. Good delivery once again. Just around that fourth stump line. So just 14 more required for victory. 100, in fact, 201 for 5. (201 for 5). 14 more runs required for victory as Ashwant Waltappa comes in, and that's beautifully swept. Well, there's no fielder there. That ball's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Ethan D'Souza. Well, is that the killer blow in fact? And there you see the men in yellow. The dugouts begun to celebrate because they know they now have got this into the bag. Well, this is turning out to be a magnificent run chase. Look at that, right on top of the bounce. And nicely using the wrists to keep it along the ground. And as risk-free as you like. Brilliant hit there, Ethan D'Souza. 10 more runs required for victory now. Dot ball. Well, there's a change also here in the combo box. Just to take us through to the end of the innings, I've been joined here by Rizwan Rahman. Rizwan, what a game we've had here.
Well, absolutely. The men in yellow What an outing they've had. Started off extremely well thanks to some wonderful batting performance from Rohan Mustafa at the start. And they continued with the partnerships, and look at that effort. Absolutely brilliant. And almost now just as a single digit that is required, 9 runs to get their hands on that beautiful trophy.
Well, Team Abu Dhabi, well, they've been a class apart, haven't they? They've won 4 games out of the 5 that they've played, just losing 1 solitary game. And if you'd ask the most deserving team to go lift that trophy up, would certainly be this men in yellow. They've been brilliant and they've been outstanding throughout the tournament. And now they are just a stone's throw away from being crowned champions.
Absolutely, Atiq. Nicely summarized. They played well throughout the tournament. Leading from the front was the skipper and an experienced campaigner, Rohan Mustafa. And they've got his team directly into the finals. Fujairah had to play Sharjah in the semi-final, and they managed to beat Sharjah in the semis. And now what an outing they've had, the team Abu Dhabi.
Well, they've had the perfect day, haven't they? Well, oh, he's miscued it. Fielder running across. Can he get under it? And he's put it down. Well, I'd say that sums up the day for Team Fujairah.
Well, he did everything right there, Rais Ahmed. He had to sprint good 20 meters. Got his hand to the ball, just could not latch onto it. And another opportunity that's been put down. And luck not favoring Team Fujairah. Rais Ahmed almost got his hand. And in the process of running, puts it down.
Yeah, you just felt that maybe for like a split of a second, he just managed to have some control on the ball, but somehow it manages to jump out of his palm. Well, 8 now required. Ashwant has bowled quite well, but the wickets column just got 1 to boast about. A dot ball to end the over. 35 done. It's 207 for 5. All right, so we're now into what would be the last few minutes of the game. Just 8 more runs required. And it's going to be the left arm spinner. Straight away, he's been put into the gap. That's a magnificent shot there by Usman Masood. Abu Dhabi are now just 1 hit away from what would be a terrific victory.
Absolutely. Half tracker meant to be punished, and Usman Pandit gets it quite comfortably into the gap. 1 shot away from the victory, and the men in yellow are looking absolutely brilliant.
Well, they've been fantastic, haven't they? Usman, 20 of 16. Can he do the killer blow? Pulled in front of square. But there is a fielder that will cut it off. They'll come back for a couple. And now, just 2 more runs required. This is outstanding stuff here by Team Abu Dhabi.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Ethan D'Souza as well as Usman. They've stitched up a partnership, especially when those wickets fell at regular intervals. And they've steadied the ship and made sure they're there till the end. And look at the dugout of the Abu Dhabi.
Well, they're all in readiness. Oh, watchfully played there. A dot ball. Nabil Aziz. Just flighting it across. Just 2 more runs required. Well, this has been a fantastic performance by Team Abu Dhabi. They've been just outstanding. And once again, it's been a comprehensive performance. Well, this is swept across. Will they come back for the second? No, in fact, they'll just get one, and it's scores are tied.
Scores level, 1 shot off for the victory, the men in yellow. Ethan D'Souza, 19 of 26. Usman Pandit, 23 of 19. Nabil Aziz, bit expensive today as he came out to bowl in the power play. Was expensive up against Rohan Mustafa. And it's that one run that is just required to get the trophy.
ऐसे उसको नहीं खिला पा रहा था.
Another dot ball just flighted across. So last ball of the over. The question is, can Ethan D'Souza finish it off in this? All fielders inside the circle. Well, this is pulled. And is that victory? Yes, it is victory. It's gone all the way. The men in yellow are running onto the field. It's been a fantastic performance. The team Abu Dhabi have been crowned champions in this 7 districts presents the Emirates D50 tournament. What a brilliant performance, winning by 5 wickets with over 15 overs to spare.
Well, absolutely magnificent all-round performance from the men in yellow. Initially with the ball, they all have done exceptionally well, and now it's towards the end. They made sure they got over the line with ease. Yes, they did lose those 5 wickets, couple of them in quick succession, but in the end they managed to stay out till the end and getting their team over the line with comfort and ease.
Well, it's been fantastic, haven't they? They did lose wickets initially. Rohan Mustafa at the top, the captain, provided the impetus that the team needed. They got a start. They were going at a rate of knots. Just when he fell, wickets did fall in the middle. And then in came the youngster, Shehan Veeraratne, along with Afridi. They put on a good partnership, steadied the ship. And then again, they did lose a couple of wickets. And then you felt at that stage, there is one, that maybe did Fujairah get one foot in the door. And then these two out there in the middle, Ethan D'Souza, along with the other youngster, Usman Masood, came and made sure that they left no further hiccups as they saw their team through. It was a comprehensive performance.
Well, commiserations to Team Fujairah. They did everything well till the end. It's just that they started off really well. 148 runs without losing a wicket. And ever since the departure of Mayank, they started losing wickets at regular intervals, costing them. They were bundled out for 2 on 3. And in the end, Abu Dhabi comfortably chasing it down with comfort and ease.
Well, there certainly have been. Celebrations have begun, I'm sure. These men, these youngsters, led by a very good captain, Rohan Mustafa, who's had the honor of representing and captaining the country as well, led these young guns towards the finals and then providing them over the line by becoming and crowning champions, overcoming the defending champions, defending champions, Fujairah, in this tournament.
Well, absolutely. And I think a lot of credit must be given to the entire management of Abu Dhabi as well as the coaching staff, the leadership skills behind this. Rohan Mustafa leading from the front. He knew the changes that he had to make even during the league stages of the game. Atiq, we've seen him quite impressive with the batting, with the bowling, a complete 3-dimensional figure. And when you have that experience in your campaign, there's always that element of trust factor that goes much more bigger.
Well, there you have the team think tank with the players congratulating each other, appreciating each other's efforts throughout the tournament and not just on this game. They've just basically lifted their weight above and beyond in all facets of the game, be it batting, bowling and fielding, and also led by the captain. And certainly that effort and that team bonding that you see right in front of you on screen has actually translated onto their performance on the field as well.
Tough luck for Team Fujairah, missing out on the opportunity. But remember, they were the defending champions. They were the crown champions of all the three formats, the D10, D20 and the D50 in the previous edition. And today, unfortunately, on the losing side. But I can still tell you they found some wonderful players. Talking about Nabil Aziz, for the matter of fact, he's been the best bowler of the tournament. Then Ashwant Walthappa as well. And talking about Hafizur Rahman, they all contributed significantly throughout the tournament. It's just that today it didn't go in their favour.
Well, also, mind you, they did this run chase also without the services of Mohammad Nadeem, who didn't come out to bat as well. One of their prolific run scorers, man of the match in the previous game, did not come out to bat, and that shows the depth that this team, Abu Dhabi, has had. And this is the scorecard that you see before you. Junaid Khan Afridi right at the top along with the captain Rohan Mustafa, both of them getting 45 apiece, laid the foundation for their team, and then in walked the youngster Shehan Veeraratne with a high quality innings, coming into bat at the fall of Rohan Mustafa's wicket, put on a very steady 41. Ali Abid came into bat, 19 of 27 for him. Basil Hamid unfortunately was not able to make a mark, and then it was those two youngsters, Ethan D'Souza along with Usman Masood, made sure that there was no further hiccups, played very sensible cricket, kept knocking it around for singles and twos, and made sure they saw their team over the finish line with over 14 overs to spare.
Well, absolutely. Let's have a look at the bowling card as well. Nabil Aziz and Nabil Aziz started off alongside Hardik Pai. Initially, Hardik did create the opportunities that were put down. Had they taken those opportunities, maybe they might have been in the game. And Nabil Aziz 1 for 68. Quite expensive today as he came out to bowl in the power play. Hafiz Rahman was quite instrumental, 4.50. And Sabir, none for 30. Didn't get a wicket. It was Ashwant Walthappa who provided a wicket as well. 1 for 27 for him. And Keshav in the end picking up a couple of wickets. 14 extras towards the tally. Probably another 30-40 odd runs would have made the difference, Atiq Nizam.
Well, absolutely. It certainly would have been a huge difference, to say the least. And it was a terrific performance, a magnificent performance. Well, here's the highlights of the game. We had Rohan Mustafa with the bat. Just go do with what he knows best, with those huge, humongous sixers. Just making some room and just smashing it through the line. Some magnificent hits over the field. And he was just unstoppable. Just before, he had miscued one and getting caught in the deep. And then you had this youngster, Shehan Veeraratne, come into bat. And he's had some very good head on his shoulders. Along with Afridi on the other end. These two put on a very good 60-run partnership together just to provide them the breakthrough. Some beautiful flicks, some good proper cricketing shots all around the park by these two batters, ensured that they have a good platform being laid just before the two batters had departed. The two set batters departed, and then Ali Abid came along together, and some very, very good strokes before Shehan Veeraratne departed, miscuing one, and then another run out straight away where Ali Abid had to depart. A brilliant run out, a direct hit, and then you had Basil Hamid come in, a boundary, a 6-over point, and straight away getting caught in the deep end. And after that, these two, the final stretch, you had Usman Masood and Ethan D'Souza just steady the ship with some brilliant strokes, some gorgeous looking shots, just not trying to hit the ball too hard, and that was the killer blow. That was what sealed the deal for the men in yellow, as you see the team celebrating and running through. It was a fantastic performance. It was a comprehensive performance, and congratulations to Team Abu Dhabi and commiserations to Team Fujairah. Well, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with the post-match presentation with Ahmed Khawaja. Stay tuned.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the presentation ceremony of the 7 Districts Presents Emirates D50 2025, powered by Fancode. Firstly, on behalf of the Emirates Cricket Board and ITW, we would like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor 7 Districts, our powered by sponsor Fancode, our team sponsor Dafa News, and our content partner SportsEye. I would like to call on the presentation party, firstly from the Emirates Cricket Board, Mr. Simon D'Souza, if you could please join us. Can I also please have our match referee, Mr. Akbar Ali, to please join us as well? And of course, from the ECB, we have the Tournament Director and National Development Manager, Mr. Andrew Russell. Please join us. It's time to give out the big trophies. And first of all, the Player of the Final award will be given by Mr. Simon D'Souza. And it goes to a fast bowler who produced a match-winning spell here for Abu Dhabi, Haider Razak. 3 for 29. In a game-changing effort. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. And of course, now it is time for the Player of the Tournament award of the D50. Well, it's one of the captains of the D50 franchises, and he happens to be wearing yellow. Rohan Mustafa. Runs, wickets, fielding, captaincy. He truly covers all the bases, and he was outstanding. Well done, Rohan. And now I would like to invite the runners-up captain to take the runners-up trophy, leading Team Fujairah. He was outstanding throughout the tournament. Adib Usmani, please join us. And Adib, if you don't mind having a few words with us. Halka Pulka sa interview. Adib, unfortunately, all good things come to an end. You had a dream run last year, सारे title मिले. इस बार भी final में गए, but just fell short.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम टॉस पे आज गेम था. विकेट फर्स्ट इनिंग में लाइक थोड़ा ग्रिप कर रहा था. हमारे बैट्समैन ने अच्छा बैटिंग किया, पार्टनरशिप किया पहला विकेट के बाद. उसके बाद थोड़ा सा हम लैग कर गए और बैक टू बैक हम मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से हमारे बैट्समैन जो है टायर्ड थे. ये आप कह सकते हैं कि लाइक फाइनल और सेमीफाइनल के बीच में एक गैप होना चाहिए. तो आगे से जब भी लाइक ये टूर्नामेंट हो तो प्लीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि थोड़ा इस बात का ख्याल रखें.
नो डाउट D50 में अच्छा स्टार्ट हुआ है. D20 भी आएगा, D10 भी आएगा. फुजैरा उसके लिए रेड हॉट फेवरेट्स होगी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रेडी है. आज के दिन हमने अच्छा नहीं खेला, जिसकी वजह से हम आज लूज़ कर गए फाइनल.
बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द फ्यूचर अदीब. थैंक यू सो मच. Adib Usmani, captain of Fujairah. And of course, it is time for the major trophy, the winner's trophy of the Emirates D50 2025, powered by Fancode. I'd like to invite the captain of Abu Dhabi, Rohan Mustafa. What a champion, what a cricketer. And he's done it once again. Rohan, huge congratulations to you. This was the only trophy missing in the cabinet of the Abu Dhabi franchise. Now you've got the D50 title as well. It must be very satisfying.
First of all, thanks to Allah. Of course, it is a great tournament for Abu Dhabi, how they supported us each and every time. We lost few times, and I believe last time they qualified for the final, but most of the players were not available. But honestly, this year we were having a very good side, and again, when main thing was I was performing really well for the team, and then there was a lot of batsmen who were contributing in each and every time. So Alhamdulillah, congrats to all of the guys. There are youngsters, everyone who try to play for UAE, and I believe they have a very good talented players. So yeah.
What is left for the great Rohan Mustafa to achieve in his wonderful cricketing career?
Hopefully, Alhamdulillah, I've won every tournament, and I believe there is nothing left. And I believe if I guide some players, youngsters who play for UAE, that will be the big achievement for me. And inshallah, we have a lot of players, and they trust me, and I believe they can become a very good player. So that is the only remaining thing in my life, and I believe I will do it, inshallah.
We know you will do it, Rohan Mustafa. Huge congrats to you, and you can now go celebrate with your teammates. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Well, there you have it then. The champions of the Emirates D50. To my right are Abu Dhabi. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful tournament. Till the next time, goodbye. बंद कर